So as usual, to actively take part in this, in the session of today, provide us your inputs, share your thoughts, comments, raise your hand and you'll be given the floor to share whatever comes into your mind for the benefit of this event. So to start, I would like you guys to please look at your neighbor. Okay? Look at your neighbor. Pick anyone. Right? Voila. Look at your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, what was the most interesting thing you liked yesterday? What did you do yesterday evening? And how are you feeling this morning? So, okay, guys, let's do this little exercise. Look at your neighbor. Choose. These guys who are so focused on laptops in the morning, break that ice, Ask them, how are you? What did you do yesterday? What did you do yesterday? What is the most interesting thing you learned yesterday? Yes. Guys, let's do that. Let's engage. Let's network. Let's smile. Interesting. I see you smiling. I see you smiling. Okay. That's marvelous. All right. Cool. So, today we're going to have a lot to do. So for the sake of time, let's please try and be very concise in our presentations, in our interventions as well, so that we catch up with the time. We have an audience who is available, who is following us, so our engagement also will keep them alert and engaged as well. So for today, we're going to start with a quick recap for day one. So I'll be calling the rapporteurs very soon to come forward and do that restitution in 5 minutes maximum. After which we are going to have a presentation by the Green Climate Fund on the knowledge graph, which shall be presented by the representative of GCF. Following that, there will be presentation of knowledge management and artificial intelligence from Professor Kimis Darky of the McGill University. So I believe she's already online with us. We'll find out. After that, we're going to jump straight away into the presentation of concepts and challenges developed by participants through the 2021 KM4AgD challenge. This one will be specific for the CORAF team. As you can see, they are very energized. You can feel their motivation, so that shall be interesting. After that, we are going to have a quick health break, discussions on their presentations, then another set of presentations from the participants, specifically the YPAT Azareka team, first YPAT Azareka team. And then we'll follow a discussion from Francis Guru and Victoria Bigidi. We will then have a lunch break for an hour, come back and continue with our presentations, again from YPAT, CORAF, and GFAR. Then we shall switch into another round of discussions that will be moderated by Mr. Polatsu. Go for a short health and networking break. Come back, go in for another round of presentations and discussions. Then a general discussions and knowledge cafe will be outlined later on. We're going to wrap up for the day and go for dinner with knowledge at work. So basically, that's the plan or the planning for today. So I'll rapidly invite the rapporteurs to come forward and give us a quick restitution about what happened yesterday. So, rapporteuring team from CORAF and Azareka, please. The floor is yours. Thank you. Rapporteurs, CORAF, Azareka. enregistre. Okay, let's give a minute to the team. Okay. From the GCF. All right. Okay. Okay. All right.
While we are waiting for the rapporteurs to come, I would like to start the day with a fantastic presentation, a sort of keynote speech for the second day, I would say, of the Green Climate Fund, which has achieved a really outstanding success in knowledge management. As you may know, the Green Climate Fund has only been established a few years ago, and within a few years they have set up a comprehensive knowledge management program, and even going into the very technical details of a taxonomy, which in fact is a knowledge graph. And since we have discussed this in our courses several times as a very future-oriented technology, I'm very proud and happy to welcome the GC Fund today here to speak to us, share experiences, and give us more insights on how they use the knowledge graph and how they may develop it in the future. However, this shall not be only a presentation on taxonomy or knowledge graph, but a warm welcome to the GC Fund as a pioneer in knowledge management. They will receive tomorrow the International Knowledge Management Award for International Organizations. So that is really a unique recognition for them. We say this is the most advanced and admirable knowledge management approach in international organizations. Let's give them a warm applause. The speaker will be Flavio Previtali, and I don't know if George Zedginice is also available, but George is the head of knowledge management, and Flavio specifically is working on the knowledge graph. So let's give them a warm welcome and let's learn from these pioneers. Flavio,
hello,
are you with
you
us?
Yes, George is here actually.
Flavio, you're here. Very good.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Flavio, just for your information,
Hello, you hear?
there is interpretation. So when you speak, keep in mind that what you say will be translated. Just to consider your speed, please. Thank you.
Andreas, can you hear us?
George, we can hear you very well, George, Flavio.
George, yeah, George is here as well, so he will start our presentation on the knowledge management.
Fantastic. Welcome, George and Flavio. We can see your screen. If you go to the presentation mode, it will be perfect.
Yeah, it should be. Can you see the full screen now?
Hi, Flav, can you hear me?
Screen is frozen.
Okay. Well, then.
The floor is yours.
Hello. Yes. Please, Flavio.
Recording in progress.
It's just to remind you that you have 15 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. So it's just to remind you that you
Hello?
have 15
I
minutes.
can hear you, George. I don't know if they can there.
I don't think participants are hearing me.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
We are hearing you.
Hello?
Can you hear us, Flavio?
From online, anyway.
Can you hear me?
I'm not physical.
Flavio, can you hear
Hello?
us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you from online.
Okay.
Okay, from online, yes, but I feel there is some issue with the conference, maybe. I dropped a note, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, George, I can
room,
hear
I think
you.
they can't hear me.
Yeah.
George, I can hear you. We can hear you this way.
I'm not sure of the conference room.
The conference room is hearing you loud and clear, George and Flavio. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
It's an issue.
Hello?
Hello.
I can hear you.
Hi, can you hear us?
We can hear you, so please start the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great.
That's what I...
Excellent, that's good news. So I hope everybody can hear us now, both online in the meeting room. And very warm thank you to a very warm welcome, Andreas. That was really a very humbling presentation. We are honored to be here today and to be presenting our approach to knowledge management. My name is George Zedgenidze, and I'm head of knowledge and change management at the Green Climate Fund. I started with the secretariat of the fund about 4 years ago, and I was the first knowledge manager. So the efforts that we're about to present to you are pretty recent. So we've started them since 2018, and of course, in the most recent years, a lot of progress has been made, as the first couple of years were pretty much setting the foundation for a lot of work that that we're about to present. So one of the I think early achievements of our team was having the strategy and the theory of change. So basically, we said if we want to know, unless you know where you want to go, any road will take you there, right? So if you don't have a destination that you will get somewhere, you will always be somewhere. But is it where you want to be? That you wouldn't know unless you have a strategy and you have a vision and you know exactly where you want to be after 3 years, 5 years, so on and so forth. So with our knowledge management strategy, we also developed an action plan. And we said, okay, this is going to be a strategy and we'll have a 4-year action plan. And it's not just developing a strategy and action plan, but of course you will need to be very specific. Very often what you hear is that, oh, okay, yeah, all these good words, but then in reality, how do I know whether or not things have been achieved? And in knowledge management, very often what we struggle with is actually attribution. How do you know that if things have been achieved, have been actually can be attributed to the efforts X, Y, and Z? They could be caused by something else. Now, even if they're caused by something else, factors outside of your control, that's still great news. Congratulations if you were able to achieve your goals without putting too much effort into them. However, it's always expected that any strategy and action plan will have some sort of matrix, some sort of measurement system in place so that you're able to track your work in a very logical manner. So for our strategy, we have 2 pillars, internal and external, and we wanted to make sure that internal pillar is taken into account while heavily focusing on the external pillar over time. The internal pillar is, we call it teams of excellence, is focused on internally efficiency gains and effective operations to make sure that teams we have within the organization are enabled to unlock the knowledge and to transfer and diffuse the knowledge in the most efficient ways. So that also helps them perform their duties. While this is taking place, then it's not a precondition. However, this is there's a direct connection between this and the external pillar, which is climate investment leadership. Investment leadership is what our fund aims at, as we are the world's larger in knowledge, not only internally, but we also transfer this knowledge externally to our partners. But before I move to the next slide, I'd like to recap with the overarching statement that we have adopted from the strategy of the organization for the purpose of knowledge management. You can see here that we've said, if lessons learned from GCF investments, operations, and its partners are shared, then GCF will enable countries to accelerate efforts towards low-emission, climate-resilient development pathways, because good practices will be leveraged and GCF operations will become more effective, efficient, and adaptable. I'm not going to dissect each word here, but I think the main message here is that fund aims at enabling countries to accelerate efforts toward low-emission, climate-resilient development pathways. Because we're one organization headquartered in South Korea, and we're not going to be able to solve every issue on the planet from the office unless we invest in the country enablement. That's why exactly our projects are doing this, and our investments are heavily targeting enablement of countries. So next, please. You through the entire thing one by one, but I've already told you about the internal and external pillars of the knowledge management strategy we have, and I said that there is a relationship. Indeed, as you can see, there are objectives and outputs and outcomes and outputs, and one facilitates and then facilitates the other, and the other one informs the first one. So there is a relationship. What we did here, as you can see, once we came up with the statement and we came up with the outcomes and outputs, the system inputs and assumptions and risks were also identified. So this would be, in a nutshell, a very succinct summary of the knowledge management strategy and action plan with its theory of change. So next, please. A few highlights, and this is where I will end my presentation and hand it over to my colleague Flavio Previtali, who will talk to you about our work he has been leading on taxonomy development and integration. But I'll keep the taxonomy part for the last and spend a couple of minutes telling you a little bit. So knowledge products, about products, it's their leads, specialist products. But what the knowledge management team needs to do in the organization at large is to put that on the agenda, to make sure that the resources are available, to make sure that there are right incentives mechanisms, and in some organizations that's the case, in some organizations that's not, to make sure that mechanisms and flows are established so that people are encouraged, empowered, and enabled to perform this duty. Knowledge sharing forums, something that I recall was also being discussed with Andreas and our team members, was our role in the international arena and the international communities of practice that we chair in the knowledge management area. So most notably, I would like to report back that we just finished a week ago our third annual meeting for the International Financial Institutions Knowledge Management Community of Practice that I have been chairing for 2 years now. This is a community of practice for knowledge management specialists from international financial institutions, and we get together twice a year to share best practices and good practices and experiences from our organizations. I don't know if my colleague Leandro is here online, but He's leading on the CRM development. This is constituency relationship management system, something we would like to have in place rather soon, while we have all sorts of sophisticated tools and technology to track all the interactions with our partners, whether these are government representatives, civil service, private sector, or at large our accredited entities. We're also making efforts to establish constituency relationship management that goes beyond the development cycle, but rather, the engagements we have with them. Lessons learned from the GCF portfolio, another very exciting project we've just embarked on. This is a project where we will be learning from many other organizations who have more mature portfolio of implementing projects than we do. We're a younger organization, our portfolio matures, and we want to make sure that as it does so, we are equipped with the right tools and technology and resources to start distilling the lessons so that we are able to improve the next generation of our own investments with the experience and lessons that we learn from our own operations. And last but not least, I know Kyle is online from GCF, my colleague who leads the digital onboarding project. And this is a super exciting project that codifies literally every area of our operations into knowledge products. What it does is that there are 30 modules that we are expecting to have in place by mid next year. And this will come together as a digital onboarding platform for all the incoming staff and our personnel to benefit from. So as opposed to chasing people and asking them what they know about the organization or starting reading all the acronyms and heavy manuals, you will be first onboarded through these modules, and you will, at your own pace, go through the modules so that you're able to get a grasp of what each area is about. And of course, as time passes and as you spend more time in the organization, then you will be able to read more, socialize your ideas more with the colleagues and learn more from them. But this would be pretty fundamental in terms of bringing colleagues up to speed in their first weeks in the organization. So that's from my side what I wanted to present to you today at this workshop. But as I said, I know my colleague Flavio is ready to move on to the next part. And as I'm not in the office, you can see I'm calling from my leave today. I will be leaving you a little bit earlier. However, once again, many thanks to all of you for inviting us to speak today at this conference. I also heard our good colleague and friend Kimis Dalkir is online, so hi to her and good luck to her presentation. And colleagues, if you have any questions, Flavio and Kyle will entertain. Thank you.
Thank you, George, for presenting your knowledge management achievements. This is very much appreciated, and we see you tomorrow for the award ceremony. So thank you, and hand over to Flavio.
Thank you, Andreas, and thank you, George, very much for your presentation. Thank you again for inviting us to this conference. It's great to come and talk a bit more about taxonomy and what we have been doing at the GCF. So just as for introduction, I wanted to provide you with some numbers of our taxonomy. So first of all, this is a project that started back already in 2019, when soon after George joined basically the fund. He decided that this would have been a cornerstone project for the GCF and for creating a taxonomy for the whole organization. So this is a first important thing that I wanted to mention, that we know that there are different ways of building taxonomies and for using for different purposes. And the idea that was behind of the GCF taxonomy was to have one single taxonomy tackling several different pillars of the organizational structure, and three specifically were identified already. And they are like, one is, of course, is the programming side, which means all the terminology, all the programming policies that are related to funding and to activities, so our portfolio, basically. And another pillar, the second pillar, is what we call institutional, meaning like all the terminology that is related instead to the corporate governance of the fund, the type of documents that we are producing, the knowledge products that we are producing, and their mapping. And the third pillar instead is what we call partnership or external relations, meaning all the interaction that the fund have with like third parties, which means mapping regions, countries, accredited entities, but also universities and other organizations that we are in contact with and that we have partnerships with. Just again, like to give you some more numbers, at the moment, the GCF taxonomy contains over 2,400 terms. Over 2,000 are unique terms. And this is not only like a hierarchy of terms, but it's really like what we call like one source of truth, meaning that we also have like each term as like is acronyms that are very much used in the language of the fund, and definitions as well. You can see that there is a bit of a gap between definitions and terminology. This because, as Andreas was saying, we are still quite a young organization, meaning that we are still codifying a lot of the processes and a lot of a lot of like GCF ways of interacting and deployment policies or other any kind of instruments. And for this reason, like we only have a limited amount of codified definitions that we can use. But this as well was a very interesting exercise to conduct with the colleagues and like benchmarking with other organizations, which is very important for like creating like a standard language, for example, between different organizations that are dealing with climate change, as we do. Let me move to the next one. Next slide that I want to present to you is about like the different formats that we create this taxonomy. And the formats that we created are 4 at the moment. As you can see, like on the left side of this slide, we have like a what we call a taxonomy handbook. This is like a simplified version of the taxonomy to give our colleagues and external partners like an idea of how the taxonomy is and how it is shaped. And we have like a short introduction. We have explanation of what the taxonomy is, what are like our goals with it, and more explanation on the uses. And if they want to like then have like an access to the full version of the taxonomy, we created like in an Excel form. And this is what we call again the one source of truth, because as all the different parts that I was mentioning earlier. So we have the terminology, we have the hierarchy, we have acronyms, we have alternative and hidden labels, and the definitions. And the other 2 formats are instead more related to definitions again and more interactive version of it. So for example, we have like a static version of the glossary. And this is mostly used for example, by our colleagues when they have to prepare like a new publication. And they don't really want to go to look for the hierarchy of terminology, but more like capture the definitions in alphabetical order. So that's why we created this tool for them. And another one instead is like an online version. This is like an interactive way of interacting with the taxonomy. So you can navigate at the same time both like the hierarchy in this more interactive form, and as well like look for all the related information that we have for each concept, which is not only, for example, like definitions and acronyms that we were mentioned before, but also related documents that we know that they are like about specific terms, for example. And moving forward, I wanted to give you like what are like our ideas and what are like the uses that we want to make from the taxonomy. Of course, like there are several, but what I wanted to mention here is what we found really relevant at this stage for our organization was the content tagging and classification. This is related to documents, of course, because the GCF received like a huge volume of documentation, produced documentation from the institutional part, from the partnership part, because all the interaction that we have with the partners, and this is related, for example, also with the CRM initiative, so of keeping track of this correspondence and what exactly was about and how to retrieve this information. And the second use is exactly an enterprise search, so a taxonomy-based search for retrieving the information in an easier way. And the third pillar of these like uses is really like analytics. So what we found that was like a gap in our way of discovering our portfolio and analyzing it, providing like reports and information that are used both like to our internal stakeholders in the secretariat, but also for our like external partners. So meaning NDAs, this is the national designated authorities, so representative from countries, as well as accredited entities that are actually the organization that are getting funding from GCF for implementing projects. And I wanted to mention like one specific example that we are now working, that is what we call the portfolio knowledge base. And this is something very much that interacts with what Andreas was saying at the beginning. So like how the taxonomy actually can help, not of course like tagging documentation and this thing, but the real game changer is when we manage to link the taxonomy and the information coming from one source from several different sources. So what this portfolio knowledge base does is that it brings information from several different repositories and several different forms that which these data are like stored in the GCF portfolio. So we have, of course, like the tagging system that is providing tagging for the documents, tagging that is done both like manually from the specialists, from the accredited entities that are submitting projects and so on, and manually. So, and automatically, sorry. There is a tool, of course, that based on AI is tagging the documentation. And these information are matched with other information that we capture on other different portals. So you can see like on the right side here, for example, like you can easily provide matching this information with like accredited entities, with countries, with when was approved, which type of sector, the theme of the project, the size, and many more that I couldn't make a list here. But for example, the funding as well and different financial instruments. That this is something like very important for our activities. And to give you like a concrete example, I have like a couple of very short videos that I might play to show you like how this search and analytical tool based on the taxonomy is now like being developed. So here you see you can like type in based on like a term that you know is part of the taxonomy, and the tool is able to look for it, find the tags that are associated, and then all the documents that are associated with this tag as well. And this view is what we call like project view, because the main reference is projects, and then you are like searching with an open search, but based on the taxonomy. And we have second view instead that is based on tags. So we really have like the structure of the taxonomy that is applied to this project, and then you can pick and choose the terminology and the groups that you want to look for, and you will find all the projects are related. And again, you can display all the information that are there and find what we have been working like to showcase this technology basically, and these tools still in development are like thematic analysis thematic analysis are very important on our side for two reasons. One is, of course, because we have to be like able to understand where are we like doing good and where are like gaps that we might want to fill or look more into it, but also because GCF is reporting to several different organizations. For example, UNFCCC or OECD, that have like different kind of requirements and different kind of mandate. So for example, here you can see two analyses that were one on loss and damages and another one of technology in the GCF portfolio. And these were both requirements that we had to fulfill for the UNFCCC conference. And then these two will help a lot like our colleagues in providing more meaningful information for these reporting reasons. And thank you very much. And I'll stop here now. I am happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Let's give him a big applause to George and Flavio. Thank you very much for the presentation. And again, a very big applause also for George to speak with us from his day off. The taxonomy that you presented is also referred to as a knowledge graph. Flavio, just a question, which technology are you using for?
The technology that we actually pull tractor and the algorithm that is doing that GCF used, and that was like one of the reasons why we decided to go for this specific tool. And that is used like basically for taxonomy, for both like the automatic tagging and for the management of the taxonomy. Because it can provide, for example, like this interactive glossary, and there are like several interesting uses, for example, that we wanted to consider and make it in the future, maybe, because you can relay, for example, when we are like in our internal database that is actually built in-house, you could have like references to the definitions or references to the specific term, and you can have like a cooperative way with the colleagues or with other entities that might suggest more terminology, might suggest changes, and new definitions as well, for example.
Thank you very much. You have mentioned tagging, searching, analytics as the key functions or use cases for the knowledge graph. Do you have an idea what will be the next use cases that you would like to address with a knowledge graph? Considering that it, for instance, also can be used very easily for a recommender system or for chatbots or more interactive systems. Do you have any plans how to use the graph in the future?
So at the moment, the use is like pretty much, so is let's say is internal for this kind of uses that I mentioned, and the external part is more like of providing like transparency from the fund perspective, because of course when like an entity knows what we are talking about, what do we want to see in this project, then they are like it's easier for them also like to target a proposal for this specific terminology. And a few uses that, for example, we might consider in the future is, again, on the internal side, that there might be like a flag system, for example, highlighting like which kind of like proposal have like the most number of technologies and innovative technologies especially, and how these relate between, for example, the pipeline and the approved portfolio. Because then we might want, for example, like to look more into something, we might find more easily the gaps that are in our portfolio, and then work better with the entities as well, because they might be able, like again, to address specific gaps that are not there, and for that, maybe they can manage to easily access the funds from the GCF.
Thank you very much, Flavio. Unfortunately, time is running and we have to continue with our next presentations. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences and your insights. And we look forward to seeing you then tomorrow for the award ceremony. A big applause again for the Green Climate Fund.
Thank you very much again. It was great to be here.
For me personally, it's also great to see that knowledge management is a very important function in an international organization like the GC Fund that really addresses the most pressing issues of today. The GC Fund is not the only multi-stakeholder international organization. Also, FARA and our community is a multi-stakeholder community, and we have so many sources of knowledge. We have so many experiences, many of them structured, but even more of them unstructured. And even though that comes a bit technical, the taxonomy, I think that it is extremely important to use an approach that helps us to structure and organize all the knowledge. Because as long as it is not organized, we cannot access it, we cannot provide it to the people, and we cannot create additional value from it. These 15 minutes have been very short, but we discussed in our training sessions in more detail the opportunities of knowledge graphs. And it is good to see that such an organization as the GC Fund has applied and adopted it in a very short time. This is not a 20 years project. It can be done very fast, but it is a key asset for the organization and for all the members. Analytics and searching is the beginning, but what you can do in the future is much more relevant, and even reaching people who do not even know that this knowledge exists is important. The farmers, they don't know about it, what we have, but we have to deliver it to them. And without the structures, without a systematic organization of the knowledge resources, this will not happen. So thank you very much again, and let's now move forward to Kimitz Dalkir. And she will not be available right now because it's 3 in the morning and she excuses for not being able to be with us. But we have a recorded video from her, which we can now share with our audience. So back to Mark.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. So thank you once again to the GCF team for making the time. And as Dr. Andreas rightly said, we are going to jump straight away into the next presentation from Professor Kimitz Dalkir, who will not be able to present, but as was informed, there is a recording available. So before that, I would like to remind the CADESA team and AFAS team to do the rapporteuring, you know. And on the other notes as well, we would like to recognize one more time Professor Kimitz for her valuable contribution during the training, because she brought us insightful information and gave us a better understanding of the linkage between KM and artificial intelligence. So to that effect, I would like to invite the IT team to kindly play the recording for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, welcome, Kimitz, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andreas and Benjamin. Thank you. Happy to be here with you. Can you see my screen? Everything's working okay?
Yes, we can
perfect.
see it.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the post-truth world we're living in and how it may affect you. It affects everyone, including the people around the virtual presentations today. So just a very quick overview. This one is not specifically targeted to your area. It's not specific to agriculture, but hopefully you can maybe help me and think of some examples where this may have happened in your everyday work as well. So I'm just going to give you a very quick overview of fake news and why we're living in a post-truth world. I'm going to talk about how technology has made this worse, yes, but perhaps it can also help. So we'll see in particular how we can fight fake news and how knowledge management and AI can contribute to fighting fake news. And then my recommendation at the end, which will be hybrid solutions. Please feel free to ask questions now as well, but I think, Andreas, there will be time at the end as well, so I can answer questions. So first of all, what do we mean by post-truth? So it means we're living in a world. Yes.
Kimis, there is a request to speak a bit slower.
Yes, from the translation.
For the translation, as you know.
Okay. Okay, I will try. Sorry about that. So what do we mean by living in a post-truth world? It means that we're living in a world where what appears to be true may not always be true, and it is getting more and more difficult to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. But it's more than that. It is that it's very much about human behavior, human psychology, really, if you want to open up the black box of what's going on. And it's that we sometimes not consciously, but sometimes fairly deliberately, maybe we're not aware of it, but we do tend to, as human beings, we all feel more comfortable when we speak with someone who shares our beliefs, who supports our opinions. You know, in other words, we like being with people who are like us, right? Conflict, contradiction is always a little bit uncomfortable. Now, sometimes, though, this is more than just friends and friendly conversations. Why we're in a post-truth world is when there is a very systematic public burial of objective facts by an avalanche of media that appeals primarily to your emotions. I'm going to give you some examples of this and your personal beliefs. This is, in fact, the definition of post-truth as provided by the Oxford Dictionary. If you would like the more scientific literature on this, you can read up on something called confirmation bias. So what does this mean? So this actually, my talk today may make you feel a little uncomfortable because we all like to think of ourselves as very rational, you know, straight thinking human beings, correct? You know, you see there a nice image of equations, you know, we can do math, we can be logical. Of course, when we make a decision, we consider all of the available evidence, we do a very logical chain of reasoning. Okay, I will stop there. It doesn't always work that way. We know that. Sometimes we do the logical chain and then we say, yes, but you know, I don't want to buy that, or I don't want to accept that offer, or I don't want to go to that school. I often ask my students to do this exercise using a very, very robust Excel spreadsheet with 20 criteria of how they decided which university they should go to. What were all your criteria? You know, the reputation of the university, what the program offers and courses, what kind of a job you can get if you finish this program. And I tell them to do this exercise because at the end I say, so what did you do? Did you go with the clearly, objectively best choice according to your criteria? A lot of them looked a bit, you know, a little uncomfortable, a little embarrassed even, and they said, and I said, does anyone want to share? And they said, yes, mine came up with University of Toronto. No, this is an excellent university, also in Canada, located close to us, about 5 hours drive. And I said, yes, but all of you who had University of Toronto as clearly your first choice, what are you doing here? Because you're in Montreal, you're at McGill University. And they again looked a little bit embarrassed and they said, well, you know, Montreal is a much more fun place to live. Objectively speaking, as someone who lives in Montreal, this is absolutely true. It's much more fun to live here than in Toronto. But that wasn't in their criteria because maybe they were a little embarrassed or they didn't know or they were not aware. So this is confirmation bias. So if I ask you to rationalize your decisions, you will look for evidence, proof, information, knowledge that support the decision you made. And you will also tend to seek out people who agree with you, right? So they will find me and they say, look, Professor Dalker said it's much more fun to live in Montreal. It's, you know, that's a definite good criterion we should use. So we not only look for things that confirm what we want to believe, even if we know that maybe it's not quite the exact, scientifically objective thing that we should believe. And we also, of course, purposefully or not, avoid things and people that contradict what we want to believe. So there's some really interesting research behind that. Oops. Now, I love language, and this is going to maybe make my translators a little angry at me. I apologize. I don't know if there's a translation for this word. It's a new word. It was the 2016 New Word of the Year, and it is called agnotology. I also love exotic business cards. So if you want to study ignorance, you can put on your business card that you are an agnotologist. So of course, why are we talking about this? Because we are looking at knowledge and studying knowledge, which is of course epistemology, sometimes called applied epistemology, which I have seen on business cards. People do call themselves applied epistemologists who work in knowledge management. Well, this is because you almost can't study one without the other, right? And today it's become even more important. People are sometimes not aware that they don't know something. They may be purposefully avoiding it, or they may have been fooled by fake news, right? So we all know that sometimes industry, for their own benefit, hides certain truths. The most famous case in North America was with the tobacco industry, who of course hid the link between smoking and cancer, which was known for quite a while. And more recently, we have people who deny climate change as well. So these are presented to this is not always the case, of course. Sometimes it is not, there is no malicious intention. But I did want to share the new word with you. So agnotology, so we now have people who are studying why do we believe things that are not true. So why is the post-world, why do we call it the post-truth world today? And I'll show you a little bit of the history. Well, again, with technology comes good and bad parts of the technology. I think you will agree that today, our problem is not that we don't have enough information, knowledge, content, but we have too much. We have so many channels. So what happens is it's not so much that we always focus on confirmation bias, but there is also another very interesting phenomenon in human behavior, in particular how humans interact with information and knowledge. And this is the well-known phenomenon of information avoidance. Typically, we just, I mean, if you see my happy little ostrich there who's stuck his or her head in the sand, I think we've all had moments where that looked like a very appealing thing to do, right? I mean, in fact, dealing with so much information is actually preventing us from doing our jobs. We have to absorb and research and keep up to date. So I came up with a very simple equation on the bottom, which is if you have information overload and which contributes a bit to information avoidance behavior, add that, and then you subtract time. Well, this is what puts us in the post world. We're simply too busy and too overwhelmed by information to take the time to even think, is this true? Is this not true? So, of course, it's been a very long time. I have on the timeline here 2000, but before the 2000, we had many, many examples from even ancient and medieval times, right? Political rhetoric, that's nothing new. Accusing your other candidate running against you of all sorts of things that are not true. A famous one, at least in North America, was George Orwell went on the radio, and it was a fictional story that he was reading about the Earth being attacked by aliens from the War of the World. But people who listened on the radio did not know it was fiction, and they thought it was actually happening. So that was one of the earliest examples of technology helping. But as I said, before technology, there's a lot of literature out there saying, did the Emperor Nero, did he really fiddle while Rome burned? I mean, this is a very popular saying. It's become a meme in our society and in history. But you know, if we actually research it, not so easy to prove. But just the image of an emperor playing on his fiddle while his empire burns. I mean, this is appealing to your emotions, right? And this is easy to remember. All of the historical data that says, well, you know, maybe that didn't happen, that's not so easy to absorb. And then, of course, what happened was in 2016, again, in North America, although this is from the BBC, online fake news exploded with the US presidential elections. This is, again, not unique to the US, but this is where fake news really, and an interesting phenomenon, real-time fake news, real-time fake news checking. So what happened was when, let's say, a presidential candidate is debating another, you could actually check on real streams where journalists were fact-checking the minute they said something. And this is how we will today watch something, whether it's or a video. We are looking at that. We are reading chats. We are reading our Facebook. We're reading our social media. So all of the channels are sort of happening in real time. But this has now become standard practice where anything political going on, any claim that a politician makes, you will, the minute the words come out of his or her mouth, you will see the fact checking and the sort of the crowd sense of, okay, is this true or not? Can we prove this is true? Can we prove this is not? And then, of course, in 2020, we saw, unfortunately, fake news about the pandemic, which had serious consequences on health, right? People started believing that you could, what was the one that President Trump, I believe he said that you could drink something like bleach and that would prevent you, that would tumors of crowdsourced content. In the past, we had much more media controlled channels, news channels, newspapers. But if you look just at the United States, over 66% of the population gets their information, their news, everything from Facebook. That's changed now with some of the younger generation, but so this is an example of something called groupthink. And what's different with technology, particularly social media, is just how fast we can share news, true or fake, and how much we can spread that sharing over the world. I mean, it's literally in a matter of minutes, you can share something with the geographical reach is just phenomenal. So, and then of course we have this new way of sharing content, liking and sharing and posting, passing on to others. And this is a very old theory from psychology. You can see the reference is 1977. And it's a very simple theory. The more we hear something, the more we will believe it's true. It's called repetition theory. So if I tell you, like during this presentation, if I tell you something, the same thing over and over again, and then if you hear it from other people again and you share it and they hear it, so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you like. So again, my simple equation for this is, if you're sharing or someone has shared with you, chances are you trust them. There is trust there. If you trust them, you believe them. You share very quickly and very widely, and by sharing, you repeat. So therefore, something that is fake can become truth. And a lot of people will believe it and will keep reinforcing this belief among everyone and spreading, so it increases. This is why we say we're living in a post-truth world today, because of this combination of things: human psychology, what we want to believe. You know, we like interacting with people who share our political views, our background, etc. They're more like us. So what happens is we start living in bubbles. And again, there is some theory around this. These are called filter bubbles. They are also called echo chambers. right? Because if you're in a cave and you say something and you hear the echo, it comes back to you. So this is repetition, this is reinforcing. So you share something on your network, everyone likes it, you have instant likes all the time. So validity, instead of resting on objective facts that can be proven or not proven, validity or truth really becomes a function of the number of likes, the number of people you shared it with, the number of people who said, yeah, I read that too, definitely, I would do that. So, and then of course, the social media companies love this, right? So they have been working very hard on algorithms that reinforce this behavior. I don't know if you use social media. I don't know if you've tested this. You can test this very easily. If you go on something like Facebook and are in the news feed and you click on something, you say, oh, this is interesting. And maybe it's something for sale. I don't know, let's pick something, a particular book. Maybe you like rare books. So you clicked on this rare book. Well, all of a sudden, you may notice, and it's pretty quick, like at least less than 24 hours, all of a sudden your news feed will have many more examples of people selling rare books because you looked at it, they know you looked at it, they know you like it, they know what you're doing. So this has been used for many, many years for database marketing, but now it's used not just to sell you things, but to sell you ideas and to get you to out of control. The best way to stop that fire is to deliberately build another line of fire so that when it meets, it will stop. It will spread no further. So the idea is you're using fire to fight fire. And we can use this metaphor for artificial intelligence because although AI is really good at doing the fake news, we can, for example, in that BBC video, we can figure out how they made the forgery. Then we can reverse engineer and provide a solution or a way to detect, even better, to prevent fake news. But what can you do to protect yourselves? Well, look out for things that use a lot of emotion. Fake news tends to use emotional words, things like hate, love, shocking, secret, you know, like something sensational. In fact, it's like sensationalist journalism of the olden days, right? It was something that pulls you in. And we can use AI to do something called sentiment analysis. We can have it go through words or video speech and look for these words, these emotional words. In fact, sentiment analysis was used to analyze what people say and what people write in order to identify how they are most likely to vote. So this comes from political polling, like historically. Then we can also analyze the patterns of these words and say, okay, this is 80% probability that this is fake, this is not real. Also, fake news tends to have much more images, tends to have much more photos and videos as opposed to being just text. Scientific reports, text, right? Maybe a diagram here and there. So it's more attractive. I mean, fake news is more attractive. That's why we go there and we read it. And another thing that artificial intelligence has found, which is very interesting, is the pattern of dissemination, how fake news is spread. In other words, how that fake knowledge is shared is quite distinctive and different than truth. So we can use AI to detect those patterns, especially over social media. We have a lot of that can also look at an image. So you have there the fake Mona Lisa, and these go really to the level of pixels. And they will look at things like things that are hard to detect by the human eye. They will be able to see that for example, the lighting is not the same throughout the whole image. So that means that probably different photos were used and then combined, or the camera used was, they can actually identify the type of camera that was used to take a particular picture using AI. And for videos, One, although AI has gotten better at faking this, in fake videos, the person speaking tends not to blink because they're focusing on the mouth and how they form the words. They forgot about the eyes, and the eyes don't blink for like the entire time of the video. But just like we're reverse engineering from the forgeries, the people doing the forgeries are reverse engineering from our solution. So now fake videos, they do tend to blink a little bit. So this is the level of analysis is, again, this is big data analytics. You look at the number of pixels, the number of parameters you analyze, it's become quite sophisticated. So artificial intelligence can do a number of things. These are some projects, these are not my research projects, but some of my colleagues. I have a colleague, for example, who can gather all writing samples from a given person. So in this particular case, he was working with the police to find out who was doing apartment rental fraud. So this is something that's very common, at least in North America. People advertise an apartment for rent. The apartment doesn't even exist. They ask you to send a deposit to secure the apartment. And then, of course, you don't see your money again. So he was able to pattern. For example, we all make specific types of spelling mistakes. We use certain types of words, phrases. We have a signature, in other words. He was able to identify signature text from and help the police to identify the person doing the fraud. Many researchers are doing some excellent research in analyzing text in order to identify racist, sexist, hate language, and to prevent it, and to stop it, and to block it. And this has been quite successful, actually. And then, of course, other research on the landscape of online deception. This is where we identify the intent. You know, is it just mischief, or is someone trying to defraud you? Is someone trying to cause serious damage and consequences? So artificial intelligence has been very good in helping us identify cognitive biases and bugs in our reasoning. So this is kind of our landscape. So with the post-truth world, we're really talking about societal knowledge management. This goes beyond the boundaries of a given organization or a given community. We have to balance human trust and information overload, and we can combine the advantages of knowledge management and artificial intelligence to do something quite interesting. So the executive summary, if you like, is, you know, to manage information and knowledge in some ways is to filter it better. A lot about curating. We're talking about providing useful knowledge that someone can sort of vet and validate for you and say, look, I trust you, I'm sharing this with you, this will be a good best practice, maybe it's something you can use in what you do in your job. So how can all of these pieces come together to do something interesting? So I don't know if any of you are familiar with McElroy. I liked his model of knowledge management, and his definition is here. I like also that in his approach to knowledge management, he looks at the three levels, right? Individual, group and community, and organization, to filter, validate, preserve, and act upon valid content. So for me, the most important word there is act, right? It has to be knowledge that helps you to do something, make a decision, solve a problem, do something better. It has to be very, very actionable for me. So what I would add to McElroy's perception, and everyone really in knowledge management, is there's maybe a fourth level to think about, and that's what can knowledge management do for society? Because fake news is affecting all of society. It is everywhere. And actually all of KM should. The one person I know who has always addressed societal knowledge management in everything he's done is Etienne Wenger, the founding father of communities of practice. He has always been very, very concerned with how knowledge management can help at a societal level. And again, we are living this today with the pandemic, where we see that we have to see society, as an international society, and we need to manage knowledge around COVID-19. Now, is in his model, every item, every piece of knowledge is at first called a knowledge claim. In other words, it's something that needs to be validated, recommended before it goes into this cycle and someone acts on it. Now, this is McElroy's cycle. We don't have to go into a lot of the details, and I have the reference for you if you want to look more at it. But it's a very simple and yet powerful model, I believe. So here you have a group of people, they have some puzzle pieces, they have a challenge, they have a problem to solve. And it goes from knowledge production to integration and into single loop learning and double loop. You know, very quickly, if you're not familiar with that, single loop learning asks the question, can we do what we do better? You know, efficiency, quicker, less costly. What can we improve in terms of what we're doing today? Double loop requires you to step back and reflect and ask the question, should we be doing this? Should this process or this production process, should we use this, should we be using this technology? So you step back and you actually ask, should we be doing this? So what comes out of single loop learning is incremental improvement. What comes out of double loop and that kind of stepping back reflection is innovation and sort of like a different order of magnitude, a much bigger leap. So that's the model. But what's interesting is the pieces of knowledge, these puzzle pieces kind of going through this model, each one is not only a knowledge claim, but each one is a competing knowledge claim. So it's a very different way of looking at knowledge, and one that I find fits perfectly with the post-truth world. In other words, as knowledge managers, we should always be questioning the validity, and sometimes the validity is not absolute. We should be questioning the contextual validity. Is this true in general? Is this true in my country? Is this true in my company? Is this true with this particular problem that I need to solve, the context? So there are competing beliefs and claims, and until knowledge has been vetted, vouched for, validated, it should not be going any further. It should not be shared, let alone ending up and residing in the organizational knowledge base. And of course, what we do is complex because in knowledge management, oftentimes this won't be a single time. There will be many iterations of validating because we need to constantly look at our organizational knowledge base and say, okay, we put in that best practice 5 years ago. Is it still a best practice today? Maybe technology has changed. Maybe the laws have changed. Legislation has changed and we have to do things differently. An example of this is just language, right? We started off with language. I shared my new word with you that I'm trying to use, agnotology. A lot of companies in North America, at least that I know of, for example, have to go back into their organizational knowledge base and change the language in which they have written certain things, because today it is no longer politically correct. The language used then is, here, for example, in Canada, we are very sensitive to the issues ongoing still, despite a very long time, with our Indigenous communities. And we now have, for example, the way we described certain artifacts, certain places, names of places. A recent example is there is a university in Ontario, Canada, called Ryerson University that very recently had to change its name. They had to change the name of the university because Ryerson was a slave owner and did some pretty horrible things in the past, and people started protesting, and there was a statue of him at the university that they toppled over and tried to destroy. So that's a bit, that's a more obvious one, but still there are more subtle things, and the language that we use today, language we use maybe 10, even 5 years ago, may no longer be acceptable. So you always treat it as a claim. You have to go back and look at it and reassess it. Now, an interesting thing about this knowledge claim is McElroy is a Scottish person. And I never knew this because I always found that McElroy's model, and I've looked at literally hundreds of KM models. I've seen a lot of them. But his really stood out as a little bit different. And I never realized this until, and I learned this in a very non-academic way. I was watching some kind of crime show based in the United Kingdom. And they had a court case in Scotland. And so apparently, in our justice system here in Canada, when you go to court, there are two outcomes. You're guilty or you're not guilty. But in a Scottish court, there are three possible outcomes. You can be guilty, not guilty, or you can receive a verdict that is called not proven. So I think, and I haven't had a chance to validate this with Dr. McElroy, but I think he was influenced by this. He was probably influenced by his own country's culture and justice system in talking about knowledge claims, because that content, is this a proven practice or not? And we can use this analogy of the nutritional label. You can read the nutritional label. You can decide whether, 100 calories is good or bad for you. You can look at the total sugar content, which is probably pretty high because it's pretty much just sugar. But then you decide what to do. Like, I'm 63% certain that some of this content is a bit dubious. And it will even point to you which content. So kind of red flags. The other analogy I'm sure you've seen is if you have sort of antiviral software on your computers, and if you want to go to a website, it will give you like an X or a check, right next to the website. It will say, well, this one, I don't think this is secure. I would recommend you not go to this website because it might be something to do with identity theft, for example. So this, again, notion of using AI for red flags, or even in our knowledge management world, if you're not sure that it's absolutely the best practice, but you think it's a good practice and it has potential, then to flag it as such, right? So again, that sort of nuancing of whether it's a best practice or a proven practice. So really the key takeaways from today's talk is that the post-truth world is here to stay. I don't think there's any going back. It's just too successful. I think in knowledge management, sometimes I think it's in the minority, there may be an intent to deceive, but because knowledge management is not in isolation, where there is a lot of fake news. So I think we have to have skepticism, we have to think about the consequences. We may, again, not have any bad intent. We may have believed it, but we may have shared it widely with everyone. So you have to be vigilant and maybe just not automatically accept all knowledge as true. Be skeptical. It's okay to check with your filter bubbles as long as you're connected to trustworthy people. And then use AI to ideally prevent. So we use the term inoculating against fake news. And that is providing people with tools, education, information, so that they can make better decisions and not be into what is true or false. So my recommendation is make use of the strengths of each one, KM, AI, and people. So AI can help us detect and flag suspicious content. Knowledgeable people can validate this. AI can detect signatures and fake news. We can also take steps to validate something before we share it. And the KM processes are very, very helpful. And I propose to maybe take a look at McElroy and this notion of knowledge claims, the knowledge processing cycle. And think of KM and AI as giving us good starting points, like these red flags or nutritional labels, but ultimately human agency and human decision-making should be in the minds and the power of authority should reside with you. So you want to research these knowledge claims yourself as best you can. So that's my conclusion is we have a winning combination. Here's another little equation for you to combine some of these things from AI and knowledge management and knowledge of the people. And then we can have a way to not only survive, but to succeed in this post-truth world that we find ourselves living in. And again, you have some resources here if you'd like to delve more into this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. So thank you once more to Prof for this insightful recording presentation. So I would like you to look at your neighbor. Please look at your neighbor. Look at your neighbor. Ask your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, my neighbor, what is my takeaway from these two presentations? What did you take away from these two presentations? We had two presentations. One on the knowledge graph from GCF and another one from Prof on the linkage between AI and KM. Ask your neighbor. Neighbor, what is your takeaway? What is your takeaway? Let's network. Let's talk. Neighbor. Don't call the name. Say neighbor. My neighbor. My neighbor. Even the Farah team who is so engaged to make this thing happen, please ask your neighbor. Neighbor, what is your takeaway? Neighbor. Voila. Sophie, ask your neighbor. Good. Dorcas, ask your neighbor. David, Daniel, ask your neighbor. Good. That is something great. Something great is happening in here. Fantastic. We need an artificial intelligence tool to check the relevance of the news that is going out in here. We heard today that there are two factors to take into consideration, the mouth and the eyes. So we need to look. Voila. Interesting. So our online participants, thank you very much. The number is growing considerably. We started from 29, we headed up to 39, 48, 68. It means that the audience is growing as we're moving along. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for being here with us. And we are not forgetting you. So if you have comments, feedbacks, interventions, please write it in the chat or in the QA box, or you can also raise your hand. You will be given the floor. Okay. Nebo, is it okay? Was the discussion good? Yes? All right. I myself, I learned a lot. First of all, that there's a name for the study of ignorance. I didn't know about it, so now today I'm informed. I'm informed, exactly. So, and I also learned about the fact that actually it's interesting to think of how to rationalize your decisions and how should you go about that. You know, you leverage on evidence, truth, knowledge. Very interesting point. Very interesting. I also took away the fact that knowledge claims are either accepted, rejected, or labeled, but as well sometimes not proven. Okay? And the fact that we shouldn't actually rely on AI alone, nor human reasoning alone, because each of those can also make mistakes, which is very true in a way. All right. My list is very long, so if I have to start reading everything, we might sleep here. So once again, thank you very much to Prof for these presentations. Thank you all for listening. So for the sake of time, I would suggest we go straight into the real issues that we are here for today. So now we are going to jump straight away into the presentations. Today we have a big team, a very big team. If you recall, this is a team that had a lot of difficulties in the course of this 3 months training. One of the things I recall from this training is that in every session, one of them was always saying, "We cannot understand. Please, can you say it in French? Can we say it in French? Please assist us." And thanks to the team we had to rely on a valuable person that I would like to also recognize here. That's the KM facilitator, Atsu Sename, for his great job. Please give him a round of applause, because without him, our French colleagues will not be able to follow throughout this interesting journey. So thank you, Atsu, for the great translation. It was difficult, but you made your very best, and we are grateful for that effort. So the CORAF team today is going to do their presentation on how they develop their organizational KM concept. And there is a listing on how it's going to proceed. So we are going to start with Ines Dawakan from CORAF Benin, followed by Bandiugu Dembele from CORAF Mali, after which El Aji Malik from CORAF Senegal will come forward. Then shall follow Samuel Benewende from Burkina Faso. Samuel, j'espère que j'ai bien prononcé, hein? Ça marche, merci. Then, after that, we will go all the way to Sierra Leone. Freetown. I still need to go there. I'll be coming some days. We will have Emmanuel Hinckley, who will do his presentation. Then we'll come back to Ghana, where Marilyn Yebwe will be doing her presentation. She's so focused in the preparation and whatever. So, my dear, chill. Eh? Aha. Voila. Then we will have, last but not the least, Abdou Malam Jibrila from CORAF Niger, who is online. So I believe he will also share his presentation live. After which we're going to have a quick health break, come back, and we will have Ms. Nana Emua, Operations Manager, Senior Advisor to the ED of CORAF, to lead the discussion around this presentation on organizational KM concept. Is she here with us? No? Okay, I believe she'll probably join us at some point in time. So, please, colleagues, you will have 15 minutes. Please, 15 minutes. So, if you... Yeah, so for the English speakers, the presentations will be in French. So, if you don't like headsets, please put headsets today. Good. So when you say this, it means you have 5 minutes, okay? The presenters, 5 minutes. This one, you have 2 minutes, okay? Yes, we are going to create another one with 0 minutes, okay? Good. So that said, I will gladly invite Ines from CORAF Benin. Inès, ça va? Tu as la forme? Très bien. Bon. Donc, tu avances avec ça, ici. Oui, c'est ici. Oui, et puis tu recules avec l'autre. Tu peux essayer pour voir. Donc, tu peux utiliser n'importe quel.
Oui, ok. Ok, bonjour à tous. Bonjour. Okay. Je suis Inès Davakan du Bénin. Je suis de l'Institut national des recherches agricoles du Bénin. Donc, avant de commencer, je tiens quand même à remercier le CORAF et le FARA. Je tiens à remercier le CORAF et le FARA qui ont porté leur choix sur moi afin que je puisse participer à ce challenge qui m'a conduite ici aujourd'hui. J'adresse aussi mes sincères remerciements à nos facilitateurs. Et je nomme ici le Dr Andreas et M. Benjamin, sans oublier M. Assou, notre grand interprète, que je vous prie d'applaudir. OK. Le projet de stratégie de gestion des connaissances que nous avons élaboré, et nous allons vous le présenter en suivant le plan suivant. Nous allons l'introduction, la justification et l'analyse de la situation, les défis que nous avons à relever, les grands axes de notre stratégie, les actions phares que nous avons à mener, le plan de mise en œuvre et notre prochain pas. OK, en introduction, je peux vous dire que nul n'est sans savoir que l'agriculture joue un rôle très important dans la croissance économique, surtout de nos pays africains. Et après une étude, il a été prouvé que l'agriculture est 4 fois plus efficace que les autres secteurs en matière d'augmentation des revenus des populations. Et donc, l'Institut national des recherches agricoles du Bénin a été mandaté pour mettre en œuvre la politique du gouvernement dans le domaine de la production de l'information et des technologies au profit du monde rural. Et en tant que tel, l'INRAB est le coordonnateur du système national de la recherche agricole du Bénin, c'est-à-dire qu'il coordonne toutes les actions de toutes les composantes du secteur national de la recherche agricole. Et il est composé des directions techniques et de 7 centres de recherche agricole répartis sur tout le territoire béninois. Donc, ces centres sont chacun spécialisés dans des domaines donnés. Donc, à ce titre, il serait alors opportun ici que nous pensions quand même à la mise en place d'un projet de gestion des connaissances qui nous permettra d'identifier les pratiques et expériences issues de la mise en œuvre des projets et programmes de l'INRAB et de mieux capitaliser les connaissances afin de les mettre à l'échelle. Pour l'analyse de la situation, oui, les forces que nous avons énumérées ici, c'est la création du service de gestion des systèmes d'information. C'est un service que nous n'avions pas à l'INRAB et c'est suite aux dernières réformes que nous avons eu la création de ce service. Et c'est ce service qui est supposé se charger de la gestion des connaissances. Il y a aussi eu la mise en place du service de valorisation des acquis de recherche et des innovations qui est chargé de produire des documents techniques et d'informations et aussi de diffuser les acquis et les innovations. Il y a également l'unité de gestion de communication et également il y a des séances d'animation et des journées scientifiques, des ateliers scientifiques, des comités régionaux de recherche et développement qui rassemblent tous les acteurs de la recherche agricole pour le partage de l'information, des connaissances. Il y a également le bulletin de la recherche agronomique du Bénin. C'est une revue qui est éditée par l'INRAB et une revue où tous les chercheurs du système national de la recherche agricole publient leurs articles scientifiques. Et également, nous avons le site web de l'INRAB qui est fonctionnel et qui sera bientôt déployé sur le site du gouvernement béninois. Mais comme faiblesse, nous avons le cloisonnement des sous-structures de l'INRAB. Il n'existe pas également un mécanisme de diffusion adéquat des rapports et autres productions de l'INRAB. Et bien sûr, l'absence de renforcement de capacité du personnel et de l'équipe impliquée dans la capitalisation et la diffusion des connaissances. Il n'y a pas non plus un arrimage entre les initiatives de gestion des connaissances et le service de suivi-évaluation. Mais comme opportunité, nous avons le contexte institutionnel de l'INRAB qui est composé des autres structures du ministère de l'Agriculture, de l'Élevage et de la Pêche. Il y a également le partenariat de l'INRAB avec les autres institutions de recherche régionales et continentales. Nous nommons ici le CORAF et le FARA. Et il y a également la participation aux foires d'exposition. Donc, nous participons aux foires d'exposition, ce qui nous permet de créer des réseautages et d'échanger à propos des technologies avec d'autres institutions. Et la principale menace que nous avons mentionnée ici, c'est le cloisonnement et l'absence d'une véritable articulation entre les différentes cellules du ministère de l'Agriculture, de l'Élevage et de la Pêche du Bénin. Et face à cette analyse, face à cet état des lieux, les grands défis que nous avons à relever, ce sont les mécanismes de capture des pratiques, expériences et innovations, la définition adéquate de formats, de cadres adaptés pour la diffusion et la formalisation des échanges au sein de l'Institut. Et bien évidemment, pour y arriver, nous avons pu définir 5 axes qui sont le renforcement des différents acteurs du SNRA, la valorisation de l'expertise interne de l'INRAB, l'enrichissement des plaidoyers et les propositions dans le dialogue et la négociation des politiques, le développement des mécanismes d'identification et des formats adéquats de diffusion des acquis de recherche et la consolidation et la dissémination des expériences réussies des acteurs, surtout au niveau local. Et à ce titre, nous avons identifié 7 actions phares que nous avons à mener et qui sont ci-dessus. La définition et les rôles et responsabilités de chaque acteur impliqué dans la stratégie, le renforcement du développement des produits et services de connaissance de qualité, le renforcement des capacités des cadres de l'INRAB en matière de gestion des connaissances, l'amélioration de la plateforme Internet de l'INRAB pour en faire un hub de connaissances de la recherche agricole nationale et favoriser le partage des connaissances entre les cadres grâce à des communautés de pratique et faciliter la capitalisation des processus et enfin, initier et développer un partenariat national de connaissances pour le développement agricole. Et voilà notre plan de mise en œuvre. Nous avons essentiellement parlé des rôles et responsabilités dans la gestion de connaissances et nous avons mis les croix, ça dépend du niveau d'implication de chaque composante. Donc, nous n'allons pas aller dans les détails. Donc, nous essayons de survoler pour que vous puissiez voir les rôles. Et ensuite, nous avons le cadre logique du plan de mise en œuvre que nous n'allons pas également détailler. Il y a le document qui est disponible, donc nous pouvons consulter. Et évidemment, à la suite de tout ceci, notre prochain pas, c'est de finaliser le document et d'organiser un atelier de validation au sein de l'Institut et surtout la mobilisation des ressources financières pour son opérationnalisation. Et sur ce, je vous remercie. Et voilà, je suis à la fin de ma présentation.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Ines. Thank you. So, colleagues, if you have any question, any burning question, any comments, please jot it down somewhere next to you. We have notebooks on the table and pens for you guys to do that. So, we are going to go straight away into the second presentation that will be presented by Diougou Dembele, c'est ça? Voilà, from Koraf, Mali. So, Dembele, you have the floor. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Laisse-moi un peu remercier mon institution et les Koraf qui m'ont permis d'être là aujourd'hui. Et ce qui nous a financé la conférence. Ok, vous m'excusez. Alors, je suis... Mon nom déjà, je me présente, je suis Bandjougou Dembele, je suis de la recherche agronomique du Mali. Je remercie d'abord mon institution et les CORAF d'avoir choisi pour présenter notre pays. Et je remercie encore les bailleurs de fonds qui ont tenu à financer cette conférence. Il s'agit de l'Union européenne, les FIDA, les Fonds internationaux pour le développement agricole. Et je remercie beaucoup Dr Andreas et Dr Benjamin pour leur soutien depuis le démarrage de cette activité depuis 3 mois. Ok, là, je vais vous présenter ce que nous avons mentionné au cours de ces 3 mois. Please, assist me with the... Ok, ok. Ok. D'accord, donc là, je vais introduire un peu l'historique. Comme on sait bien, tous les pays situés au de l'agriculture, donc c'est les secteurs qui contribuent beaucoup et qui emploient plus de 80% de la population active. Selon une étude de la FAO menée en 2007, il a montré que la contribution de l'agriculture au PIB, c'est-à-dire au produit intérieur brut du Mali, avoisine les 40 à 80% avec un taux de croissance de 4%. Ok. Dans notre agriculture, la gestion des connaissances est timidement développée. Donc, c'est une nouvelle stratégie, comment mettre ça dans le futur proche, dans le développement agricole. Et en ce qui concerne aussi son importance dans le développement, dans le partage des connaissances, comment on peut bien se servir de cette gestion de connaissances pour que ça soit une réalité et pour que ça soit un moyen pour le développement agricole. Et aussi, on présente quand même sa mauvaise exploitation, c'est-à-dire, comme on vient de le suivre, sa mauvaise exploitation peut contribuer à un dysfonctionnement de l'organisation. Donc, cela veut dire aussi que dans toute chose, il faut avoir une information sûre avant de le diffuser. Donc là, non. Non, non. Ok. Yes, yes.
Ça, c'est le bouton pour rentrer au pilote.
Ah non, ça... D'accord, ça va. Voilà, c'est bon.
Ici. C'est là où tu es.
Oui.
C'est bon.
C'est bon, ok, c'est bon. Non.
Non, là tu es en train de reculer. Voilà, là tu avances.
Voilà, merci bien, vous m'excusez pour ce léger dérangement. Donc là, je vais présenter qu'est-ce que c'est que l'IR, l'Institut d'économie rurale. C'est comme les Calero, c'est comme les INERAB, c'est comme les autres institutions de recherche. Donc, merde. Ok, donc les 6 centres sont là. En bas, vous avez la première région qui constitue une direction régionale. Et au centre, à Bamako, vous avez Sotiba qui constitue encore une direction régionale. Donc cette direction recouvre la capitale de Bamako, plus la région de Koulikoro. Et en bas, nous avons la direction régionale de Sigasso, qui recouvre toute la région subhumide du Mali. Et au centre, nous avons la région régionale de recherche agronomique de Nyono. Et un peu en haut, nous avons la région aussi de Mokti. Et en haut, tout en haut, c'est-à-dire la région de Gao, qui recouvre toutes les régions nord du Mali. Donc, on a la région de Tombouctou et la région de Kidal. Ça, c'est l'ancienne appellation. C'est juste toujours, c'est pour vous dire que lié à ces représentations, c'est toute l'étendue du territoire national. Et nous disposons de 9 stations de recherche agronomique, 14 sous-stations de recherche. Donc, c'est de la région au niveau station, de niveau station au niveau sous-station, niveau communal jusqu'au village. C'est la déclinaison. Donc, encore, nous avons 17 programmes de recherche. Dans ces 17 programmes de recherche, sont répartis sur l'ensemble du territoire national. Donc, en fonction de la potentialité de la zone. Donc, après, dans chaque programme, il y a des délégations qui sont représentées par les programmes dans chaque région. Donc, l'objectif général de notre institution, c'est de mettre à la disposition des producteurs les techniques appropriées pour une gestion durable et enfin pour lutter contre l'insécurité alimentaire dans tous les pays du Mali. Bon, pour notre cas ici, c'est de faire une exploitation optimum des connaissances techniques développées par l'institution. Un deuxième point, c'est mettre à la disposition la communauté locale urbaine les technologies adaptées à chaque écologie. Comme je l'avais dit, donc là, les directions régionales sont situées jusqu'au nord. Donc, le nord, il y a des potentialités qui ne se trouvent pas au centre ni à l'ouest du pays. Donc, c'est en fonction de cela, les technologies sont développées. En fait, un dernier objectif, c'est transférer les technologies de la recherche et les résultats obtenus aux communautés d'utilisateurs. Donc, chaque découverte, chaque recherche est en liaison avec les paysans, avec les utilisateurs de résultats de recherche. Donc, comme analyse de la situation, cette situation a été décrite par l'ensemble des chercheurs qui sont autour de mon programme. Je relève du programme de recherche sur l'analyse des filières. Donc, une petite enquête a eu lieu. Cette enquête a été basée sur les 4 points, les forces, les faiblesses, les opportunités et les menaces. Donc là, au sein de l'institution, nous avons une diversité de programmes. On a les programmes centrés sur les productions animales, les programmes centrés sur les productions végétales. On a aussi une interdisciplinarité de différentes compétences qui peuvent être mobilisées au sein de chaque programme. Et nous avons aussi la collaboration entre les chercheurs de différents programmes, c'est-à-dire les chercheurs de programme maïs et le programme riz peuvent travailler ensemble, et une couverture nationale de la recherche au niveau du pays. Nous disposons aussi de collaborations avec les institutions de recherche internationales qui sont l'IR est en collaboration avec les CIRAD, l'IR est en collaboration avec l'ICRISAT, avec l'IRLI, et aussi nous disposons aussi des défis à relever en ce qui concerne les ressources humaines peu qualifiées dans les domaines de gestion des connaissances qui nous manquent beaucoup. Donc là, ça c'est un grand défi, il faut relever. Les connaissances sont aussi limitées sur l'importance de la gestion des connaissances du développement agricole. Les ressources financières très limitées. comme c'est des défis, nous sommes nouveaux dans la gestion des connaissances. Donc, leur rôle est très important pour avoir une grande envergure au niveau national, surtout pour couvrir l'ensemble du pays représenté par les 6 directions régionales. Donc là, comme action proposée, nous, au niveau de l'institution, au niveau de l'Institut d'économie rurale, nous disposons aussi des champs d'école qui nous permettra de transférer les technologies qui sont développées à partir des champs d'école et pouvant contribuer aussi au partage des connaissances. Il y aura aussi la sensibilisation et création des réseaux de producteurs sur la chaîne de connaissances. Ça, c'est une activité très importante. Et encore, il y aura un atelier de formation sur l'importance et le partage des connaissances entre les chercheurs et les producteurs qui détiennent aussi des savoirs à leur niveau. Comme action proposée aussi, nous développerons un réseau de connaissances chercheurs, vulgarisateurs, producteurs. Donc là, je vais un peu expliquer ça après. Développer une plateforme de gestion de collecte des données. Développer aussi un système de gestion des connaissances à l'échelle de l'organisation et renforcer la capacité des personnels sur la gestion des connaissances au niveau de chaque programme. Comme nous disposons bien, nous disposons de 17 programmes de recherche. Sur ces 17 programmes de recherche, nous comptons mener des activités au sein de chaque programme, disposer quelqu'un qui va être le relais de transmission des gestions de connaissances produites à partir de leur programme. Donc là, je vais un peu parler sur les triangles de connaissances. Donc nous avons un petit triangle ici qui nous donne en haut les chercheurs, les vulgarisateurs et les producteurs. Donc vous voyez, chaque point chaque flèche a un avantage. Pourquoi? Nous venons au niveau des producteurs qui détiennent bien des savoirs. Les cas, par exemple, sur le changement climatique. Les paysans ont des idées par rapport au changement climatique qui peuvent fournir ces informations aux chercheurs, qui peuvent créer des options pour adapter à ces changements climatiques. Donc, les chercheurs, en collaboration avec les vulgarisateurs, c'est-à-dire chez nous, on l'appelle vulgarisateur, mais en anglais, c'est Extension Services. Donc là, qui sont aussi les premiers rôles, qui jouent les premiers rôles de gestion des connaissances au niveau des producteurs. Parce qu'ils jouent les premiers conseillers de l'utilisation des résultats obtenus par la recherche. Donc, un autre exemple, on peut parler des savoirs des producteurs sur l'agronomie. Ils savent bien ce que veut dire la baisse de fertilité des sols. Les paysans disposent bien des indicateurs techniques et à partir de ces savoirs, ils peuvent remonter l'information au niveau des chercheurs en leur disant que, alors voici les indicateurs des baisses de fertilité des sols, qui sont quoi? La dégradation, la baisse des rendements, l'apparition des mauvaises herbes. Donc là, qui conduit bien à la recherche de solutionner à ces problèmes. Donc la recherche aussi, à leur retour, peut développer des techniques qui peuvent répondre à ces problèmes de baisse de fertilité, surtout notamment à la baisse des rendements des cultures. Et enfin, les vulgarisateurs jouent bien son rôle pour diffuser l'information aux producteurs. Donc là, l'information est circulaire. Ça va de la recherche, vulgarisateur, producteur, producteur, chercheur, vulgarisateur. Donc c'est ce qu'on appelle triangle de connaissances. Donc comme recommandation, nous les francophones, nous sommes débutants en ces matières-là. Nous demandons au CORAF, l'équipe francophone, de nous renforcer notre capacité sur la gestion des connaissances et de communication. Ça, c'est une recommandation formulée à l'intention du CORAF. Parce que le CORAF est anglophone et francophone. Nous avons constaté que les pays de l'Est, c'est-à-dire les gens qui sont de l'Afrique de l'Est, qui parlent bien anglais, ils sont en avance sur nous sur la gestion des savoirs dans les domaines agricoles. Donc nous demandons bien à CORAF de nous soutenir par rapport à cette formation pour qu'on ait encore une autonomie de gestion à ce niveau. Donc là, ok, je vous remercie. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, so merci Dembele, thank you Dembele. A round of applause for him once more, please. All right, that's great. Thank you very much. So, Malik, are you ready? Tu es prêt?
Je pense.
Ok, il pense. Il va mettre ça en pratique tout de suite. Thank you, online participants. Malik, you have the floor.
Voilà, merci. Donc, c'est Malik Ley de Coraf Sénégal, comme ils l'ont dit. Hein. Voilà, merci. Donc, comme l'ont fait mes deux prédécesseurs, donc, je vais axer ma présentation ou bien mon plan stratégique donc, sur mon institution, qui est l'Institut Sénégal de recherche agricole. Mais avant de commencer la présentation, alors, je voudrais dire deux mots à l'endroit des promoteurs. Je pense, il y a de cela 3 mois, je ne pensais pas être là aujourd'hui au Ghana pour assister à cette conférence qui consacre 3 mois de formation sur la gestion des connaissances. Si je suis là aujourd'hui, c'est grâce au FARA, en collaboration avec AFAS, pour nous tous, hein, Cardesa, Asareka, Coraf, et bien sûr en collaboration avec KM4AgD. Alors, l'autre chose aussi également que je voudrais également dire, si on devait payer pour cette formation, ça nous coûterait à nous tous énormément de ressources. Donc, si nous avons bénéficié gratuitement, pour ne pas dire gracieusement, de cette formation, c'est bien sûr grâce au concours financier de l'Union européenne, mais également du FIDA. Donc, je voudrais les remercier tous. Alors, ceci dit, je vais entamer ma présentation. Donc, alors, pour dire que l'ISRA, c'est la principale institution de recherche et développement au Sénégal, qui emploie près de 100 chercheurs, donc, qui mènent des recherches, bien sûr, dans 4 domaines de production, végétale, animale, etc., mais également sur la socio-économie rurale et sur les politiques agricoles. Alors, ce qui lui confère justement cette vocation agricole au sens large. Alors, notre vision, c'est justement de faire de l'Institut un institut d'excellence, bien sûr, donc en recherche, avec un recentrage des thématiques pour mieux répondre aux questions de recherche et de développement, qui intègre les visions et préoccupations des politiques publiques donc agricole bien sûr au sens large, mais également de contribuer significativement à l'atteinte de la sécurité alimentaire et à la réduction de la pauvreté. Alors, il s'agira essentiellement de mieux positionner l'Institut dans la création de connaissances, de technologies et d'innovation en phase avec les politiques de développement. Alors, qui sont nos bénéficiaires au niveau de l'ISRA? C'est bien sûr les exploitations agricoles familiales, les professionnels de la pêche et de l'aquaculture, les PME, notamment les transformatrices et transformateurs. Il y a également le secteur privé, avec ceux qui s'activent dans l'agrobusiness bien sûr, et l'exportation de produits agricoles. Les bénéficiaires indirects, il y a l'État, donc, mais également les institutions d'enseignement et de recherche au Sénégal et de la sous-région. Il y a également les PTF, ce qu'on appelle les partenaires techniques et financiers. Alors, dans le cadre de cette étude, nous avons identifié... Excusez-moi. Désolé. I'm sorry. Alors, dans le cadre de cette étude, merci, nous avons identifié 6 départements au niveau de l'ISRA, donc qui vont probablement intervenir dans la gestion des connaissances. Donc, il s'agit de l'UNIVAL que je dirige actuellement. Donc, c'est l'unité d'information et de valorisation des résultats de la recherche. Mais également, il y a l'unité d'informatique et de gestion, le bureau de suivi, évaluation, le bureau de la propriété intellectuelle, le bureau de la formation, mais également le responsable prospective. La principale mission de l'ISRA est la recherche fondamentale avec comme objectif S, le développement et le progrès de la recherche scientifique et ou technologique, la participation dans ces domaines de compétences à l'élaboration de la politique nationale de développement, agricole bien sûr, donc la valorisation également des résultats de la recherche, le transfert des connaissances scientifiques et technologiques, c'est important, donc c'est ça qui nous réunit aujourd'hui, mais également la formation à la recherche et par la recherche. Alors, à l'image de la plupart des institutions de recherche et de développement en Afrique de l'Ouest, je pense que Banyugu vient d'en parler, donc on a vraiment un réel défi justement concernant la gestion des ressources, la gestion des connaissances du moins. Alors, à l'ISRA, donc celles-ci vont contribuer justement à augmenter la sensibilisation et la compréhension de la gestion des connaissances. Donc, de donner à l'Institut une base pour mesurer ses progrès, donc c'est le système de suivi et évaluation, mais également améliorer l'impact et le développement de la programmation. Donc, la programmation ici, c'est un outil qu'on utilise à l'ISRA chaque année pour mesurer justement ce que nous faisons en termes de recherche. Donc, c'est un pool constitué d'éminents chercheurs. Alors, améliorer également la pérennité des actions de gestion des connaissances au niveau de l'ISRA, mais également les missions de l'Institut. Communiquer une vision claire pour la gestion des connaissances et de bonnes pratiques de gestion justement de connaissances et en définissant des objectifs et des plans. Nous allons y revenir. Alors, moi, je n'ai pas fait une... comment ça s'appelle je n'ai pas accès... c'est par comment on l'a... Non, je n'ai pas vu le titre là. Donc, c'est le suivi. Donc, je n'ai pas fait un diagnostic, justement, de ce qui est lié à la gestion de la connaissance au niveau de l'ISRA. Mais je me suis basé sur notre plan stratégique. Ce plan stratégique qui est toujours en cours. Et ce plan stratégique est arrimé ce que nous faisons, de toutes les activités, et arrimé toutes les activités du moins que nous faisons en termes de gestion des connaissances, notamment pour les axes 3 et axe 4 du plan stratégique de l'ISRA, donc qui parle d'appui à la dissémination, appropriation, valorisation des résultats, donc veille et prospective, développement des capacités, élaboration et mise en place d'une stratégie de communication. Et en me basant justement sur l'analyse SWOT qui a été réalisée dans le cadre de ce plan stratégique de développement, nous avons identifié 6 points donc, qui constituent notre force dans le cadre de ce plan stratégique que nous voulons mettre en place à partir de 2022. Nous allons y revenir. C'est une expertise avérée et diversifiée. Au niveau de l'ISRA, un réseau de partenaires scientifiques et techniques au niveau national comme international, mais également une capacité de mobilisation de fonds compétitifs et des dispositifs et infrastructures de recherche à l'échelle nationale. Donc nous disposons au niveau de l'ISRA de 7 centres, unités et laboratoires, donc répartis dans tout le pays, au niveau du Sénégal, donc au niveau de toutes les zones agroécologiques du Sénégal. Alors, les faiblesses, oui, on en a. Donc, on parle d'une absence de financement durable, surtout provenant de l'État, mais également une insuffisance de techniciens et d'assistants de recherche, une absence de services, malheureusement, de prévulgarisation, parce que, en fait, ce travail est dédié à une autre institution qu'on appelle l'ANCAR au niveau du Sénégal. Alors, pour les opportunités, toujours dans ce qu'on a fait dans le cadre de ce plan stratégique de développement, nous avons également identifié 4 points. Donc, concernant les opportunités, à savoir une volonté politique de l'État d'appuyer le secteur agricole en mettant en place différents programmes, une politique de formation et de renforcement de capacités, des capacités de personnel des chercheurs, donc ce qui justifie justement la mise en place du bureau de la formation, un partenariat également très diversifié. Les menaces, c'est surtout ce qu'on a évoqué ici tous, c'est les moyens financiers. Alors, en termes d'objectifs, par rapport à ce plan stratégique, donc, c'est justement de renforcer la collaboration et le partage d'expérience au sein de l'ISRA, et plus spécifiquement de renforcer les systèmes d'apprentissage au sein de l'ISRA, capturer, récupérer et partager des connaissances dans le but d'apprendre, veiller à ce que les connaissances et la communication produites aient un impact sur les politiques et les stratégies de développement résilientes au changement climatique. Partager les données, informations et connaissances rassemblées avec un large éventail de parties prenantes. Alors, ce que je suis en train de présenter, c'est une ébauche d'un plan stratégique. Mais depuis longtemps à l'ISRA, on s'est investi justement à une gestion des connaissances. Et nous avons mis en place un certain nombre d'outils de gestion, merci Marc, d'outils de gestion de connaissances, de gestion et de partage de connaissances. Au niveau de l'ISRA, nous avons 3 périodiques. Une revue scientifique que nous partageons avec l'ITA, donc c'est un institut de technologie alimentaire. La lettre de l'ISRA, mais également nous avons 5 séries non périodiques. On parle ici d'une série qui gère les fiches techniques, un cahier d'information, également une revue ou bien une série qui est axée sur les études et documents, et également une autre série qui est appelée ici réflexion et perspective. En plus du site web de l'ISRA, nous avons également 7 centres qui ont des sites web au niveau de l'ISRA. Mais également, on a une plateforme qu'on appelle catalogue en ligne, où on a recensé 7161 notices de documents donc, qui ont été créées au niveau des 17 centres de l'ISRA. Nous sommes également fréquents dans les réseaux sociaux qu'on a listés ici. Alors, on a aussi une édition de journal télé, mais également un newsletter au niveau de l'ISRA. Concernant le plan de mise en œuvre qu'on n'a pas encore élaboré, nous pensons que ces dates clés pourront servir justement de base de travail, donc justement pour mettre en place ce plan de travail. On parle de l'officialisation de la stratégie de gestion de connaissances, donc avec la direction générale. L'organisation d'un atelier justement de validation avec toutes les parties prenantes, mais également l'ancrage dans le nouveau plan de stratégie qui sera révisé courant 2022. j'ai commencé par féliciter à l'entame de ma présentation les promoteurs. J'ai voulu réserver cette dernière diapo à un homme qui s'est distingué, un homme dont le premier signe distinctif, c'est le sourire, donc un sourire qui nous a illuminés et inspirés durant ces 3 mois. Merci Benjamin. Merci de tout ce que vous avez consacré durant ces 3 mois de formation. Et vous avez remarqué, j'ai fait exprès de capturer un mail qui date de 2017 pour vous dire que pendant 5 ans, j'ai pu bénéficier justement de ces partages de connaissances venant de Benjamin. Donc, je voudrais vraiment dire à l'endroit de Benjamin que Dieu vous bénisse. Merci beaucoup.
Allô, allô, all right, ok. Merci Malik pour cette belle présentation. Thank you very much. So, thank you once more to our colleagues out there online following us. I see we have around 43 messages in the chat and 2 questions. So, we can invite you to keep growing in numbers. The number of participation is also increasing. That's great. So if you have any thoughts, any comments, feedback, please jot it down somewhere. After this, the presentations, we are going to get back on them and see how to address them case by case. So thank you very much, Malik. I see our facilitators are internationally recognized stars, Dr. Andreas and Big Ben. Interesting. Okay, so we jump straight away to the next presentation that shall be done by Samuel Benewende of Koraf, Burkina Faso. Samuel, ça va? Yes. Très bien. OK, à toi l'honneur maintenant.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je pense que je ne vais pas revenir sur les remerciements parce qu'on ne pourra jamais assez dire merci si on est là aujourd'hui. Alors, simplement encore merci. Donc, je suis Samuel Benewende Neya de l'Institut national, l'Institut de l'environnement et de recherche agricole du Burkina Faso. Alors, je vais juste faire une introduction en présentant l'INERA et donner la justification, l'analyse, la situation que nous avons pu réaliser. C'est des paragraphes peut-être qui ne sont pas des recommandations, mais c'est le titre que j'ai donné. Alors, comme introduction, disons que l'INERA est l'Institut du Centre national de recherche scientifique et technologique du Burkina, chargé de mettre en œuvre les programmes de recherche agricole environnementale. C'est-à-dire que nous sommes du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche, tandis que les ministères en charge de l'agriculture, des ressources animales, de l'environnement et de l'eau existent séparément. Alors l'INERA a pour mission de servir de cadre de programmation, de promouvoir la recherche orientée vers une gestion durable des ressources naturelles et de contribuer à l'information, la formation des chercheurs, du personnel administratif de soutien, des étudiants et des producteurs. Également de valoriser les résultats de recherche, d'assurer un appui technique au développement agricole, environnemental et forestier, assurer la liaison recherche et le développement, décentraliser et régionaliser la recherche agricole environnementale dans le but de rapprocher les recherches de leurs utilisateurs. Alors, comme je pense que une partie qui est cachée pour les titres, Cette partie correspond aux bénéficiaires. Donc, tant que structure de génération de technologie et d'innovation, les bénéficiaires sont les producteurs agricoles et leurs organisations, les entreprises agricoles, les transformateurs des produits agricoles, les agents de vulgarisation, les décideurs, j'ai nommé ici les mairies, les collectivités locales, les étudiants, car l'INRA sert de support de formation pour les étudiants venant des différentes universités et bien sûr également les chercheurs eux-mêmes. L'INRA, en tant que service, compte 5 départements scientifiques qui sont subdivisés en 13 programmes de recherche. L'INRA dispose également d'un service d'information scientifique, technique et de communication qui, je pense, aurait dû être ici pour ce thème de formation. Un service de liaison recherche-développement, un service études et suivi-évaluation, je suis de ce service, un service de production qui gère les unités de production pour disponibiliser ce qu'il y a comme surtout semences et autres produits de la recherche. Disons que l'INRA a également 5 régions de recherche, direction régionale, avec 8 stations de recherche. Nous avons également un centre de recherche et de formation. Alors, comme objectif stratégique, l'INRA doit contribuer à atteindre la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle et la réduction de la pauvreté des populations rurales. Améliorer les productions végétales, animales, forestières, fauniques et halieutiques, intéressant pour l'économie nationale. Promouvoir la protection, la sauvegarde et la gestion rationnelle des ressources naturelles. Protéger les résultats, inventions et innovations offrant un potentiel économique. Je ne sais pas si... Alors, comme défi, nous avons recensé des défis à l'interne. Il s'agit de la faible synergie. Comment travailler en synergie avec les différents programmes. Nous avons noté 13 programmes de recherche. Ces programmes travaillent beaucoup plus de façon, j'allais dire, cloisonnée. L'information et la communication sur les résultats de recherche. Jusqu'à présent, il s'agit beaucoup plus d'information, pas de communication. Nous sommes actuellement en train d'élaborer un plan de communication. Il y a un problème de capitalisation des résultats. Nous estimons que les résultats ne sont pas tellement bien capitalisés. Nous n'avons pas de base de données qui également est en projet de construction. L'absence, donc, je disais, d'une stratégie de communication qui pourrait également associer la gestion de connaissances. Les défis externes, c'est le manque de synergie, comment travailler en synergie avec les structures de développement. Je vous ai tantôt dit que nous avons 4 ministères qui travaillent avec les producteurs et la recherche vient s'ajouter un 5e producteur. Comment travailler en synergie. Et la communication également avec les responsables de ces structures, le faible niveau également de formation des producteurs, c'est un problème. Ce n'est pas question de formation académique, mais le niveau de l'agriculture est assez, j'allais dire, beaucoup plus traditionnel. Et nous avons le faible niveau de financement, de transfert de connaissances. C'est un domaine qui est le plus souvent victime de ce que nous appelons les réaménagements budgétaires. Alors ici, nous avons les partenaires de l'INERA. Donc nous avons les organisations de producteurs, les organisations de transformateurs, les ministères du secteur rural, les entreprises agricoles qui sont, j'allais dire, des structures naissantes, les décideurs. Nous avons des partenaires scientifiques qui sont les universités, j'allais dire, étatiques, privées, de la sous-région et également de l'Europe comme de l'Amérique, avec qui nous travaillons. Nous avons des structures de recherche comme le CIRDES, qui est basé au Burkina à Bobo-Dioulasso. Nous avons l'IRD, l'IFDC, le CIFOR, et l'IRI, qui vient de, j'allais dire, fermer. Ils ont laissé quand même 2 personnes, mais c'est comme un bureau formé et fermé. Wascal, l'UCN, GIRCAS, la structure japonaise, le CORAF, le FARA, le SILS. Nous avons beaucoup d'ONG avec lesquelles nous travaillons également et des structures de coopération comme la GIZ, la SNV, ENABEL et la JICA. Je m'excuse. Comme ma justification, c'est pouvoir contribuer à l'atteinte de la sécurité alimentaire, nutritionnelle et la réduction de la pauvreté, qui est un mandat de l'INERA, qui doit passer forcément par le partage de connaissances générées, également prendre en compte les savoirs des différentes communautés. C'est comme... Alors nous avons essayé de faire une analyse rapide, pas élargie, mais une équipe de 3 personnes, juste de la direction de l'INERA, pour l'exercice de gestion des connaissances. Alors nous avons comme force la disponibilité de nombreuses technologies générées depuis des années. Nous avons également une volonté de collaborer avec les structures de vulgarisation et de producteurs. Nous avons des politiques qui ont été élaborées pour soutenir les activités que nous faisons, la politique nationale de recherche scientifique et technologique, la stratégie nationale de valorisation des technologies, innovation et innovation, la stratégie nationale de valorisation et d'appui conseil agricole, le plan stratégique du CNRSC. Nous avons des structures également de transfert de technologie qui sont là, même si la fonctionnalité est à parfaire, comme l'Agence nationale de valorisation des résultats de la recherche. Nous avons également comme force l'expérience dans la recherche pour le développement avec la mise en œuvre des plateformes d'innovation multi-acteurs que nous avons une expérience avec le FARA et le CORAF. Il y a actuellement près de 55 plateformes d'innovation multi-acteurs implantées sur le territoire national. Nous avons également le Centre national de fruits, le Centre national de spécialisation en fruits et légumes, qui est également du CORAF. Avec ce centre, nous avons le partage des technologies générées par les autres structures de recherche de l'espace, j'allais dire, du CORAF. Alors, une autre de nos forces, c'est que nous organisons régulièrement le forum de la recherche scientifique et de l'innovation, le FAIRCIT, qui a eu lieu en fin octobre cette année, qui reçoit également des chercheurs de la sous-région. Et nous organisons régulièrement une foire aux semences où nous avons également un panel et discutons avec les producteurs et leurs organisations. Comme faiblesse, il faut noter l'absence d'une stratégie de communication et d'ajout de gestion de connaissances qui vraiment est un concept nouveau. Parce qu'après avoir suivi la formation de... OK. Donc la formation, on sait que ce que nous pensions être gestion de connaissances, ce n'est pas le cas. Il y a une insuffisance des ressources humaines spécialisées dans le domaine, l'absence même de structures pour bien porter la gestion de connaissances. Il y a les faibles synergies que j'avais notées, l'absence de plan de formation du personnel également au niveau de l'INERA, la faible capitalisation des résultats de recherche, le financement, le manque de financement pour le transfert de technologie et l'inadaptation des procédures administratives. Alors, comme opportunité, nous avons la stratégie de gestion de connaissances du FARA, qui, je pense, va nous entraîner tous dans ce processus. Il y a également la demande croissante de connaissances pour faire face à la croissance démographique et également à l'effet du changement climatique. Les producteurs sont beaucoup plus engagés à adopter des technologies. Également, il y a le partenariat. Il y a plusieurs initiatives d'utilisation des TIC pour le partage de l'information au niveau du Burkina. Il y a également un fonds national pour le financement de la recherche et l'innovation pour le développement. Alors, comme menace, nous avons l'instabilité institutionnelle du secteur agricole. Nous changeons beaucoup de ministres, directeurs généraux et autres, qui chaque équipe renouvelle et change le personnel, si bien que c'est un défi, vraiment une menace vraiment pour mettre une stratégie en œuvre. La fuite des cerveaux, bien sûr, qui partent pour chercher mieux ailleurs. Nous avons également les problèmes climatiques et la grande question de la crise sécuritaire et sanitaire du pays. Alors, les objectifs globaux de la stratégie, ce n'est pas des points traités, donc je vais beaucoup passer. Les thématiques seront organisées. Je disais que nous n'avons fait qu'un travail, ce n'est qu'un draft. Nous devons poursuivre ce travail sur les points qui ont été mis, les points que nous avons dans les documents. OK. Alors donc, je vais juste, comme suite, faire un effort pour finaliser le draft de la stratégie que nous avons commencé à élaborer. Également, nous faisons un plaidoyer pour que le CORAF intervienne au niveau de nos pays, de nos États, de nos ministères. La voix du CORAF va porter mieux que la voix de l'INERA ou la voix de Samuel, pour que nous prenions la question de gestion de connaissances dans notre quotidien. Et donc renforcer également les chercheurs. Je pense que les capacités, ça a commencé par moi, mais une personne, c'est encore bien insuffisant. Merci Marc pour la compréhension.
Okay, merci. Another round of applause for Samuel, please. All right, thank you very much. So, people, are we together? Yes. Interesting. You see, my tone has changed now. You know what is coming next? Look at your neighbor. Look at your neighbor and ask your neighbor, what do you like in Ghana? Ask your neighbor, what do you like in Ghana? We are in Ghana for an interesting event. We have been walking for hours. Some have visited the town, some have not visited the town. But ask your neighbor, what do you like in Ghana? Ask your neighbor. Voila. Father team, you guys are already in Ghana, but say actionable. That what do you like in Ghana? Voila. Okay. Good. All right. Okay, thank you very much. So, yeah, it was just to cool down the atmosphere. Huh? People are so focused, it's quite quiet, so we need to galvanize the whole once in a while. So, we still have 3 presentations. Thank you for those who are following us online. I think the number is still increasing. We have so many comments in there. Now we are at 52 in the chat and 2 Q&A. So we haven't forgotten you guys. Thank you very much for being there with us. We shall come back to address the questions. So till then, we go straight to Mr. Emmanuel. You see, he's already next to me, so he's eager. So without any further delay, Emmanuel, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, community of knowledge managers. It's a blessing to be here with you and the partnership we are sharing with especially KURAF or YCAD. I'm Emmanuel Hinckley, Assistant Monitoring and Evaluation Officer attached to NAC. NAC is one of the centers that is under Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute. Okay, the background. Sierra Leone is just located in the very small corner of west coast of Africa, and our population is ranging between 8 million to 10 million. We'll be having a census this December, and so it might change. And agriculture is one of the major activities that's actually undertaken by many of the people in Sierra Leone. 75% of the indigenes involved in agriculture that lives in the rural area, and but at subsistence level, and so there's limited intervention of technology. And about 46% of the GDP is generated from this agriculture sector. And most of the activities is crop-based. Like rice is one of our major crop, and it's a staple food, and therefore it is highly cultivated in the country. Research has taken a very long time in Sierra Leone, spanning almost up to 100 years, or close to 100 years. It started with Jala Agricultural Research, Jala Experimental Station. That is where the agricultural university is hosted. That is also where NAC is hosted, where I belong. And after that, there was another institute that was established, which was the Rukupuru Agricultural Research Station. And that also developed into the West Africa Rice Research Institute. But there was no coordination. But there came a time in 1985 when they coordinated the 2 institutions, the 2 centers, and then it became the National Agricultural Research Coordinating Council. But in 2007, the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute was established, and this time it was passed through the Act of Parliament, and so it was endorsed. And then it has now the mandate of generating technologies and the main agricultural research institute in the country related to farming, fishing, and forestry. The institution has an operational plan, which has the strategic operations that is embedded into it. And so, but it keeps they keep reviewing it over time because of the emerging issues. For example, the Millennium Challenge now is the sustainable agriculture, sustainable development goals. You have now this particular concept we are going through, the knowledge management. So in the next review, I'm sure this will be factored in this particular operational plan. So therefore, because the institution has that particular strategic operational plan, Now it has a role or the responsibility of implementing agricultural policies and strategies in Sierra Leone. It also has the responsibility to spearhead the implementation of Caterpillar 4 in Sierra Leone. Now, also, all the activities that are within the sub-region and national as well as the regional policies that is related to agriculture, SLARI has the responsibility of implementing them. Technology, eh? Okay, so SLARI has now the mandate to implement the strategies by factoring that into the mission and vision of the institution.
What happened?
Okay, so we are not isolated, we are not working in silos. We are factored here in the pillar 4 of agricultural research and dissemination. The mission is to improve and sustainable broad-based agricultural growth. But the activities that are subject to that, when generated, it will also come to fulfillment of that improved and sustainable broad-based agricultural growth, which means it has to do generation and dissemination of agricultural technologies, have to empower stakeholders, including the scientists, as well as the farmers. Now, there are 5 result areas that is embedded in the strategic plan of SLARI. We have to generate and promote appropriate agricultural product value chains. We also have to develop and promote market strategies, as well as facilitate and advocate policy options that is related to agriculture. We also have to strengthen capacities of the scientists as well as the stakeholders, who are the farmers. But the last one is, what is the activity that's undertaken here now is being factored in this particular 5th result area, which means to appropriate mechanism of managing, sharing, and scaling up agricultural knowledge, information, and technologies established and operationalized. So therefore, I'm not acting out of the mandate. Whatever is happening here is being factored on that particular result area. We have centers that are, some are fully operational, others are partially operational. And let's now go to the strategies of, wow, go back. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Well, after the virtual meetings and the exercise we went through for the past 3 months, I was able to go back to the management and report what has really happened and with the action point. And then the Director General said, there is a communication unit that is trying to develop a strategy on communication. Can you please factor in now the knowledge management concept into the communication policy so that you can bring that together and then we can now look at it and validate that. So I was able to share the materials with my colleagues there, and then we were able to mobilize a team, a unit. We started work, though at snail pace, but we were able to make some progress. So in the strategy, whatever we want to input there has to relate to the literature and practice that is already referenced in the Akosombo approach, which is the continental approach, as well as those who also reference those materials we have at hand, and then the knowledge experts. Like, for example, the framework, the knowledge framework, which is very important. We have to reference that. We'll develop the purpose, specific objectives, activities, and expected outcome. We'll also try to establish a center to be able to capture, process, and share the knowledge materials that we have as an institution, share that with partners, the government, and non-governmental organizations. And we also have to reinforce our activities on the website, which has to do with the reporting of our research activities. Technology is failing me. It's ongoing? Okay, it's reading. Yes, I have to. Okay. All right. So we will continue to increase. This particular concept will help us to continue to increase our collaboration with other partners to research, to improve our research domain, and also establish structures. Already there's a communication unit. So therefore, all we have to do is to what? To redefine the activities of those communication experts together with the knowledge management proposal we were going to develop. And also develop proposal we want to solicit grant or funds, or maybe a business idea, as Andreas just told us yesterday, or for us as researchers, they say we are limited to just generate and disseminate technologies that will bless the life of the farmers. But then we can come in with new ideas. We're also looking for assistance, continuous assistance from colleagues who have established knowledge management infrastructures so that we can buy in and improve on our own infrastructure that we're going to develop. Work in progress, we are harmonizing the concept. There's a work plan we are developing, the budget is there, and then we'll have somebody, M&E activities that will be tracking whatever we do as an institution, and then the performance management. As an institution, we have some benefits and some challenges where we can leverage on established communication unit that is embedded, that is in the institution, for which we can able to build our concept now, the concept of knowledge management and communication. We have challenges with the website for some time because the subscription expired. And so what government did was to take ownership of our website and then to manage it. They were able to pay the subscription, and then they are now managing it. But we can now get connected to it. There's willingness on the part of management to actually adopt the KM concept as an institution. And then we have a communication unit who is also willing to help us. We have some challenges of funding, and then full commitment from the part of the communication unit is still challenging. You have to talk to them, encourage them so that we can come together and develop this concept together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you once more, Emmanuel, for the swift presentation, though we had some IT issues along the line. I guess the message still went across. So thank you once more for this. without, we'll go straight to the 6th presentation, which shall be presented by Marilyn. She's already here, very smiling. Okay. Marilyn, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marilyn Yeboah from Science and Technology Policy Research Institute and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Okay. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentation. So first of all, we are talking about agriculture in Ghana. From research and what CSIR we have done, we all know CSIR is one of the largest research institutions in Ghana. And then about 52, we are saying that about 52 of the labor force is engaged in agriculture and 29% in service and 19% in industry. So we say that approximately 39% of farm labor force is women, which is very good. At least we know our women are helping in farming. Agriculture contributes to 54% of Ghana's GDP and accounts to over 40% of export earnings, while at the same time providing over 90% of the food needs in the country. So we move on. In Ghana, we have 4 major agri sectors, which is the crop production, livestock, forestry, and fishing. What is CSIR about? CSIR, as I said, is a government institution and was established by a government act. And it was established in 1958 as a National Research Council. CSIR has transformed over the course of 6 decades to its present status, comprising 13 research institutes, of which I am from the Science Technology Policy Research Institute. Collectively, over 60 field stations, research centers, and establishments across the length and breadth of Ghana. We are actually spread throughout all the regions in Ghana. So most of our institutes are in Ghana. About more than half of them are in Accra, but about 40% are in the North and Ashanti region. The CSIR is a research institute and that contributes to the National Program of Development, perform relevant knowledge generating research, and transferring technology and skilled human capital, and strengthening the science and technology base. So we also help the government in making policy. That is the core mandate of STEPRI. So this is the general organogram of the CSIR. So we have the Director General, then we have the Management Board, the Director, Deputy. So in each institute, we only have the directors, deputy directors, and then the other. However, these are the 13 institutes in Ghana. I hope most of us know about some of them. So we have the Animal Research, Building and Road Research Institute, Crop Research Institute, Forestry Research Institute of Ghana, Food Research Institute, Institute of Industrial Research, Institute of Scientific and Technological Information. We have the Oil Research Institute, Oil Palm Research Institute. We have the Plant Genetic Resource Research Institute, Savannah Agricultural Research Institute, Soil Research Institute, Water and Science and Technology Policy Research Institute, where I belong to. So now let's come down to STEPRI. So what do we do? The vision of STEPRI is to internationally acclaim and facilitate the development, transfer, utilization, and management of science, technology, and innovation in accordance with the context-specific needs and priority of Ghana and Africa. So in STEP, we actually have a department, or I wouldn't say a department, but a section called the Transfer Center and Development Center. So we do we develop technologies and then we transfer them as well. What is the mission of STEPRI? So we also provide research support necessary for formulation and implementation of the relevant science and technology, policies and programs aimed at creating and enabling conditions for effective use of science and technology in all sectors of the economy and for the advancement of the society. Another thing you have to know about STEPRI is that we work directly with Ministry of Science and Technology. I wouldn't say we are autonomous, but most of our research, we collaborate with them. And most of our research too are being sponsored. So in knowledge management, what is STEPRI going to do? Even though we do not already have an existing knowledge management department, so this is what we are going to help us to start with something. So STEPRI's knowledge management strategy goals is expected to improve, strengthening STEPRI documentation and sharing of information related to knowledge management themes. And the goal is to enhance the contribution of agricultural research, knowledge to sustainable agricultural productivity, also to sustain food security and economic growth. In STEPRI, we have 3 main departments, research departments. We have the industry and service department. We have the commercialization and information division. And then we have agriculture, medicine, and environment. And this knowledge management course will directly fit into the agriculture, medicine, and environment department. Okay, so what is the objectives of this? So we are going to help build capacity. We also develop knowledge sharing policy documents to adopt best practices and disseminate appropriate knowledge products. We are also going to do a lot of activities, of which I highlighted just one. We are going to celebrate a knowledge management week at least once in a year, which will also help us disseminate some of the appropriate knowledge products. We are also going to improve and provide environment to support information. We realize that most of our research are seated on the shelves in our libraries. So this time around, what we will do is that through this knowledge management training, it will help us disseminate the proper and best practices knowledge products to the farmers and everyone who is involved. And then we also seek to get the attention of the government to mobilize resources to support our knowledge management. So we did a SWOT analysis. Actually, in STEPRI, I'm the only one doing this. I'm now trying to get others on board. I'm trying to get others on board because the work is very huge. So I'm trying to recruit some of my colleagues on board. So the SWOT analysis, STEPRI does, we do not have a KM strategy to guide the KM interventions. So the draft I am doing is going to help us do this. And there is no proper capturing of agricultural knowledge. And then there is poor internal coordination and implementation of KM activities. As I said earlier, we don't have anything like that. So this training has actually helped. And this will help us build the KM activities very well. So as I recruit my colleagues on board, we'll try and do all this. So there is also inadequate coordination among various KM stakeholders, with many stakeholders not involved. Okay. So low quality stroke quantity of knowledge products. Because we don't do anything on knowledge management, we don't have any product on it. So this training has actually helped. I must say it has been an eye-opener to even my director. She really appreciates your efforts. From Dr. Wilhelmina Kwe, she says she really appreciates your efforts for this. So some of the weaknesses are internet infrastructure. Usually, when it comes to agriculture, most of our focuses are in the rural areas. And then because we have a technology transfer department, we want to do this knowledge management activity. We want to start using modernized infrastructure, teaching them a lot of techniques on how to farm. So since they don't have, since one of the weaknesses we identified was that the internet infrastructure is not well established in most of the rural areas. And then documentation. From the SWOT analysis, I realized that, you see, when we are working, we mostly work with some of our own personal devices, which makes it a little bit not, we are not able to document some of the information or knowledge gotten. So with this training, it will help us probably to document all our knowledge properly. And then there is no guidelines for knowledge management and hence a negative impact on STEPRI. That's so sad, but we are now going to work effectively. Exclusion of farmers as stakeholders poses a threat towards collection and sharing of indigenous and local knowledge. We also realize that sometimes some of these trainings, because we the researchers get the training, the farmers are not really involved. But this time around, we are really going to involve them, which is a negative aspect and it's a weakness. So through this KM management training, we will involve them more and then things will go well. Okay, I would like to say thank you to all our organizers, partners, and funders. We are so grateful, especially from STEPRI team. Koraf, we are very, very grateful. Dr. Andreas, Benjamin, thank you for this opportunity. Okay, Medasi.
All right, so thank you very much, Marilyn, for the brief presentation. Good. I think we are now left with one last presentation, and this shall be done online by Mr. Abdou Malam Jibrila of Koraf, Niger. So maybe we should find out if he's online. Monsieur Abdou Malam Jibrila, vous êtes avec nous? Bonjour. Monsieur Abdou Malam Jibrila, vous êtes avec nous? Bonjour. Yeah. It seems he's not, he wasn't able to connect. Okay, so that said, I think we are kind of a bit exhausted. We need to energize a bit, get up, stretch out, and network again with one another. So I will kindly invite you all for a short health break. Let's give it a go for 10 minutes. If everybody is fine with that. 15 minutes. Okay, fine. So it is currently 15 past 11. So at exactly 11:30, we should reconvene to the meeting hall so that we can continue with the discussions. So thank you each and everyone. Please feel free, get something to eat, to drink, a tray bowl, whatever, and we reconnect in 15 minutes. Thank you as well to those who are following us online. You've been with us from the early beginning, so we count on you moving forward, and see you in exactly 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
the last couple of decades, our continent has gone through different phases of what I describe as cyclical abiological shocks. And these shocks range from all sorts of climatic events that have overwhelmed our cropping systems, talking about famine, talking about flooding, talking about the lack of equipment to be able to conduct the right kind of research on the continent.
Southern Africa is one of the unfortunate regions in the world. This is a region where 70% or more of the people depend on agriculture for direct livelihoods, for food security, as well as for income. So when you have such a huge problem with climate change and the effects that it's having on production, it becomes a source of worry for the governments as well as the communities.
Food and nutrition security remain the key priority that African government have to tackle. There are currently studies that show that the demand for both fresh and processed food will keep rising to the extent that the total retail value of food product shall increase up to 400% between 2010 and 2030.
We had a meeting and we came up with the idea of having a Science for Agriculture consortium that will bring KORAF, Asareka for Eastern and Central Africa, and Cardesa from Southern Africa, together with FARA and AFAS to form one unique platform that will be advocating for resources, for research, development, and extension.
The 5 key output areas of the KADAP SB4 program are strengthening capacity of African regional and sub-regional agricultural research organizations to perform their individual mandates and to better work together, multi-stakeholder partnerships for innovation established and in operation, strengthened national policies, regional institutional arrangements, and market access, knowledge management and communication for decision support, sharing innovation and advocacy related to climate-relevant agricultural transformation, and effective planning, coordination, monitoring, evaluation, learning, and reporting.
Because the extension workers and advisory services are the frontline workers who interface with the farmers directly for innovations, new technologies, knowledge, information, and so on. That's where the biggest contribution can go into, so that they can effectively inform, interact with farmers, first of all to mitigate climate change, but also really to improve on their incomes, their management of soils, and of course livelihoods, and contributing to the overall GDP of their countries. That's the area to invest in.
The KADAP XP4 program offers a great opportunity and even a timely injection to the national partners to build capacities that allows the agricultural sector effectively contribute to the growth we all expect in the region.
We've received some support from the European Union through the International Fund for Agricultural Development. All these problems we've seen will be attended to through this project. And I would like to thank the European Union for this support that has been given to the region.
There is also the common saying that when you are many, you are stronger than when you are alone. So working together, it may slow down some of us, or some might think that they are being slowed down. But in the end, I believe that moving together takes us very far together. That's the other challenge that is being solved. I think this is a very unique opportunity to look inwardly and see how can we really organize ourselves so that the same way in the KORAF region, we use the region to push domestic agendas in the country. Here we are using a continental framework to push for development solutions within our different sub-regions.
We count on your usual support, and we hope, God willing, we will be able to have an African-financed, Africa-supported homegrown solutions. Thank you.
Tend to the people in here to submit their questions, and if you have any comments, please, you are free to raise your hands. As you are thinking about it, we are preparing to be KM. Some of us are preparing to be KM leaders, and some of us are already leaders in KM. So a leader has got certain attributes that they need. A leader needs to have certain attributes. And as we are thinking about how we are going to position ourselves in this world, you have to take note of the letter L. A letter L in leadership, you can just write it down, because by the end of the day, we are going to know what the letters stand for. So the first letter stands for listen. A leader is supposed to listen to the needs of the people. So as you are trying and going down to implement your KM strategy, be open to listen to what the stakeholders are saying, be able to listen to what your boss is saying, and be able to listen to your target audiences, what they need. So any discussions, any questions yet from the previous presentations? I see no hand, which simply means that the discussions were clear. They were not clear, please. Questions? Can we get your comments? All right, we come back to the people online. Please, any comments? I'll need help here. There's a wonderful comment here from Wanja Kanutia, and she's saying, I'm impressed that Ghana has all the research organization under one management. How will you manage a system for a varied information from various topics from agriculture to roads, etc.? You can take note of that question. And then another one is, no? Nothing yet. So you can take that question. Yes, please. Is there a mic on this table? Yes.
Thank you for the question. We have one management for the whole CSIR, the council. That is the Director General. But each institute have its own director. So it's not that one person manages all the 13 institutes in Ghana, no. It's just that we all operate under the council, and we are being headed by the Director General. But each institute has its own director. Please, have I answered the question?
Yes, you have answered it. Thank you so much, Marilyn. I hope you have gotten your question answered there. Any other? Wanja, I hope you're satisfied with the response from Marilyn. We don't have anything more. Benjamin, I guess you have something to say? Yes. Can I get your comments? After I get your comments, we'll move on to Dr. Andreas.
I just wanted to comment what Marilyn said. There is one leader on the top, but there are many institutes under it. And that may be very similar to all of your organizations. The NARIs, however you call your organizations, the ministries, you have one leader, you have one title, but you have many institutes, departments, units. And I would be very surprised if these units and institutes would collaborate very actively. Structures like that support a silo thinking. And it is the knowledge management that makes them to act as one. And the same problem is with the United Nations. Years ago, the UN started an initiative called One UN. And it's exactly because of that. There are about 60 UN organizations in the UN system. They all want development, but they all have their silos, their own thinking. And how do we achieve this vision of one UN? And it's not merging them. It's not how to merge these organizations into one organization. That will not work. It is knowledge management. Only through collaboration and knowledge sharing we can create one UN. And that even says, again, how important knowledge management is for the functioning of your organizations. KM is not only to deliver knowledge products more effectively to the customers. It is even to create an identity of your organizations, of acting as one, of using all the intelligence that you have to achieve your overarching goals. So please consider this, that knowledge management is the most important function to integrate such big organizations with so many departments or institutes as you have. So that's a very vital and important aspect.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks to the presenters for those very elaborate presentations. And I can also see a lot of opportunities emerging from the various presentations that were done by KORAF. And I believe that taking this forward would be very, very important. For me, the uniqueness of maybe the KORAF representation and CADESA is that they are coming from the National Research Institutes. And so they already have some level of mandate that whatever decision that is taken at that level, it can easily trickle down into, to the whole institute. So I want to just emphasize the call. I realize almost all of us made a call that KORAF should, I don't know whether to use the word intervene or to say it's more of not to allow the momentum to go down. I'm sure that's a message you are giving to both KORAF, FARA, and so on. But KORAF is the first line of contact for you. So that is a very important call, and I'm sure we've taken note, and we would act on it accordingly. I also took note of the Sierra Leone, the presentation by Ima. The connection between the communication and KM. I've made this comment before. I want to make it again because it appeared in your presentation, where you are going to align the knowledge management with the communication. Now, it's a very important alignment, and all that you need to do is to pay attention to the deliverables that you are going to have, because it depends on the direction, the vision of the country or the institution. How do they view communication? Are they looking at it as a corporate, more political instrument, or a marketing instrument? Or are they looking at it more from the technical, like the messaging from the technical implementation of the institution. Now, why I'm saying this is, if communication at the institution is more focused on what is done by the executive director, the leadership, you realize that a lot of their deliverables will be skewed towards the journalistic orientation of communication. But if there is a very good blend between what is done at the top and how they carry the messages from the technical, like the operational angle of things, then it connects well with KM. But if it is done more of the politics, the leadership, if KM is not properly defined, it will get subsumed into other sectors, which you might not find its relevance as it has to be. So the point I'm only making is that make sure that you are clear. And we are also lucky there's already a template. Just make sure that your content is clear enough, your deliverables are clear enough, so that whatever connection you are making between communication and knowledge management, you are clear. Communication deliverables are clear. Knowledge management deliverables are clear. We have been able to do it, quite clear in FARA. And so I believe that it's just something for you to take note of. So that now it's in terms of leadership, it plays a lot. And so the orientation of leadership to understand that knowledge management is not communication. And communication is not knowledge management. There has to be some other things to add to it. That is very important. Then for Ghana, I also want to still make a point that let's remember to make the linkage between Dr. Irene's presentation yesterday on the science agenda implementation committee that is already in place. Let's see how we connect what we are doing, especially for CSR, to because there are already members in the committee who belong to either STEPRI or the other institutes. And then there's also the linkage to one of the institutes. I don't know, there's one of the institutes responsible for, I think, information, something, INSTI. Yes, you may want to create that connection. STEPRI is very strategic because you cut across a lot of things. But you want to link to INSTI in a way that STEPRI still plays that very important role. So, and then the last point is, largely these were research institutes presentation. You may also want to begin to reflect the connection with extension at the country level because of the connection between technology generation and then technology dissemination as done by the extension system. For instance, in Senegal, ISRA is key, but they also need Anchor. Anchor as an institute for that collaboration. So knowledge management will try to help, bring those key stakeholders on board. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much, Ben, for those observations. And I hope that the countries and we have taken note of those admonitions that Ben has given so that we could move in the right direction. Before we move on to the next session, any more contributions? Any more comments? All right, thank you so much. I want to ask the participants to give a big round of applause for the CORAF team for the great work that they have done. It is clear and evident that you sat at the feet of the learned in the past 3 months, as evidenced by your presentations a few minutes ago. This time around, I'm going to call upon Victoria and Francis to take up the next session. And Francis is already here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bridget. Please, another round of applause for the presentations. How are you feeling this morning? Feeling great? We psyched for today, for the second day that we are going to partake in this knowledge management challenge? Benze, aha. In Kenya we say we feel sawa sawa. So, well, in French, please tell us. Comme c'est comme ça. Have I said that well, or I'm seeing French people laughing at me? Awesome, awesome. So I'd like to invite Victoria to present her presentation on the knowledge strategy. Victoria, from Uganda. Let's give her applause. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Victoria Mbigide from Uganda. I'm here to present the knowledge management strategy for the National Agriculture Research Organization. Like my colleagues mentioned earlier on, I'm equally grateful for this golden opportunity. I call it golden because I've waited for it since 2014 to come. So sometimes I want to pinch myself and check whether I'm actually in the right room and whether this is actually happening. So I'm that grateful, yeah, to the entire team which made this possible. Okay. It's not. Okay. Do I have to hang around here? All right. So my presentation is structured like that. And I'll straight away go to give a background of what NARO is for colleagues who are not so familiar. But I'm also glad that NARO is not any different from most of the presentations which have been made. So NARO is also responsible it has the mandate to guide and coordinate all agricultural research activities in the National Agricultural Research System in Uganda. Clearly, that makes it a non-profit organization established by the Act of Parliament in 2005. It has over 1,000 staff, both mainstream and project staff. It has 16 institutes, 7 of which conduct research at the national level, and the 9 conduct research at the zonal level. That means they conduct adaptive research for the respective ecological zones of the country. The institutes are semi-autonomous. So when questions were being sent to Marilyn, I could clearly identify because it's almost the same situation with NARO. Our vision is to have a competitive society supported by a dynamic agricultural research innovation system. And in the mission, we want to innovate for sustainable agricultural transformation. And our overarching goal is to increase total factor production and increase access to agricultural research products and services for inclusive just, okay, I slowed down. Okay, great, sorry. All right, so these are the institutes I earlier mentioned. They have different mandates. And we realize that a lot of knowledge is generated in the process. And if it is generated clearly, we don't generate for ourselves. We have a target audience. That means it must be widely circulated, disseminated, and accessed by the target stakeholders. Between 2011 and 2020, NARO generated over 5,000 technologies. And these are either in form of high-yielding technologies, either bean varieties, maize, cassava, you know, high-yielding, tolerant to pests and diseases and the like. But it also has accompanying information, materials and knowledge materials, agronomic practices, and the like. We also note that the demand for this information and the knowledge is huge, given the fact that it's clear that Africa's economies thrive on agriculture, so that makes the demand very high. The challenge, however, is that there is inadequate supply of this knowledge. It is inaccessible, you know, and it has issues to do with either packaging, you know, the format in which we send it, the channels, and related aspects. We have target audiences, like I mentioned, the different knowledge targeting different audiences. And here we highlight the policymakers, we have research service providers, we have development partners, and the like. So we developed the strategy after realizing that the needs and the huge gap and the complaints. NARO is irrelevant, we don't see what you're doing, but on this other side, we think we are doing everything possible, we think we are doing a lot, and we should be appreciated. So it dawned on us that we're actually not doing enough as far as knowledge sharing is concerned. So the rationale for the strategy is to provide a framework for NARO to respond to these knowledge needs and the knowledge gaps, but also to improve efficiency in the creation, managing, sharing, and dissemination of this knowledge. We conducted a SWOT analysis, and some of the strengths highlighted include the fact that NARO has a highly qualified human resource. The PhDs in Uganda or in NARO cannot be compared to any other organization. Okay, Makerere, yes. Makerere, yeah, we are competing with Makerere University, yes. But I mean, there are that many, you know. So we're also looking at the availability of the research products and technologies. That is a huge strength on our side. Then we have, NARO has invested, and the government has invested in the infrastructure to make sure these technologies are generated. And lastly, the fact that NARO has the mandate by government to conduct agricultural research and coordinate, that gives us an upper hand. However, we have our weaknesses, and one of them is the fact that we over-focus on generation. We generate, you know, but then we pay less attention to knowledge management. Then we we have inadequate knowledge management skills. Yeah, the skills issue is still a challenge within NARO as far as knowledge management is concerned. Then inadequate staffing, So if we said we have over 1,000 staff, you will find that maybe 80% are scientists, and then the other ones, the 20% is split among the support staff. Those are the opportunities. We have also a fair share of threats. So in developing the strategy, our goal was basically to enhance the contribution of agricultural research knowledge for sustainable agricultural productivity, competitiveness, and economic growth, resulting to food security, which everyone is looking at. So these are our objectives. The themes, the next session has a couple of objectives, strategic objectives, which are guided and aligned to the Kasombo integration agenda. And one of the strategic objective is to improve the environment to support information and knowledge sharing, as well as adopting best practices. And here we are looking at strengthening and building networks. We build new or strengthen the existing. We are looking at strengthening strategic networks for adopting best practices. And baby steps are being made towards implementing some of the aspects. And I'm glad to inform you that NARO is part of the team developing the National Knowledge Partnership for Agriculture Development, guided and led by Dr. Andreas. Then in this NARO is joined by Makerere University Business School, Knowledge City, which is under the Knowledge Hub of Uganda. So still under improving the environment, we are looking at promoting a culture of knowledge management, and then establishing both formal and informal knowledge sharing avenues to capture the tacit knowledge. Then we are also looking at instituting well-equipped resource centers. We also want to identify appropriate research knowledge products and relevant channels, such that with the farmers or end users don't keep questioning our existence. We also want to enrich NARO's online platforms and knowledge systems. Like I mentioned earlier, we have issues with capacity building, so it's also key among our focus areas. We also so the capacity building cuts across from infrastructure to human to you name it. We have issues with resource mobilization, just like everyone of us. And we thought that if we advocated for increased funding from within, we can also explore other opportunities, other avenues. For example, partnering, with partnerships, a lot can be achieved. So in terms of resource mobilization, we look at resources either in terms of funds, staff time, infrastructure, you name it. These are some of the roles and responsibilities aligning to NARO structure, from the NARO Governing Council to top management, to the directorate which houses knowledge management, to the unit itself, to the public agricultural research institutes, where we have the development communication officers, the IT officers, the information management officers, and the like. These are links to some of the platforms we have, including an in-house journal, agricultural journal. M&E strategies are highlighted too. We greatly acknowledge the team, the organizers, the partners, the funders who have made this monumental moment possible. Yeah, we are so grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Victoria. Let's give her another round of applause. I don't know if there's a record of how many innovations or inventions you can do. For them, 5,000 in 8 years. I'm blown away. I think there should be a Guinness World Record for that. So we are going to have Charles, also from Uganda, but I believe he's going to be presenting on behalf of YPAD Africa. So welcome, Charles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francis, and thanks to everyone and the team available. My name is Charles Masereka. Your name is the third name from Uganda. I serve as the communications personnel for YPAD Uganda chapter. Presenting the concept for YPAD. Function. Thank you. So this is the overview. Well, introduction, rationale, situation analysis, the KM policy, monitoring and evaluation, the themes, and then the implementation plan. YPAD is an international movement by young professionals, professionals for agriculture development. YPAD operates as a network, and it's not a formalized institution like some of your institutions are. So at the heart of YPAD as a movement is its members who are encouraged to become active in their area, spread the news about YPAD to other young professionals, encourage stronger voice of youth in the organizations, and share their views and ideas with other young professionals in the network. YPAD is a global online and offline communication and discussion platform that is made to enable and empower young agricultural leaders around the world to shape sustainable food systems. Our vision is ensuring a food secure world without poverty, where people are able to fully contribute. And our mission is to contribute to sustainable food systems. That's all around the world. Our mandate is creating the next generation of agricultural leaders, thinkers, and entrepreneurs, and address critical development issues and create greater access to resources for young food system leaders. Key services of the organization are training young farmers for food secure world, supporting farmers and farm groups, organizing seminars across the world, calling for policy reforms. The objectives to be a key influencer in the strategic direction of youth engagement in sustainable food systems, to enable young people in agriculture shape food systems, to form and innovate a supportive global team to ensure long-term sustainability of YPAD. Challenges in our operations: limited funding to run the organization's activities, limited workforce, as many people are not willing to volunteer with the organization without pay. YPAD is mainly voluntary organization, so payments are not there. So we have that challenge. People are not willing to come and work with us. Limited political support, especially from the governments. This support would have been able to help the organization to work together with the government for a common goal. Rationale. The strategy provides a framework for WIPAD to work on the knowledge needs for agricultural development and users in the world for a 5-year period. So our strategy is a 2022 to 2027 strategy, looking at 5 years with improved organization efficiency. WIPAD will be better placed to address the needs of its stakeholders and the clients, who are basically the young people. The SWOT analysis. I'll need to extend here my eyes. Okay, we have a highly qualified human resource base in respective disciplines. We have scientists, we have socioeconomists, we have researchers and communication specialists. Availability of research products and technologies, which are knowledge sources. Availability of strong and well-placed organizational structure to run the organization. The weaknesses, over-focus on technology generation, leaving out the aspect of knowledge management. Over-reliance on the young people, leaving out the wisdom of the old people who offer better policy formulation and decision-making. Inadequate knowledge management skills among scientists and individual researchers. Our opportunities, the ever-increasing number of young professionals who join the job market every year, who are innovating new and cheaper ways to create, store, and disseminate knowledge. Established partnerships, linkages, collaborations with networks with similar mandates, academia, CSOs, as an avenue to attract partners for technology developments, increasing knowledge base. The threats, budget constraints, limiting policy frameworks to guide implementation of knowledge dissemination. Inaccurate, inconsistent, and uncoordinated knowledge products from many unregulated players. The available channels through which ICT to reach the last mile, knowledge beneficiaries still wanting. What are our recommendations? Work on building partnerships with local and global institutions for financial sustainability. Invest in new ways of knowledge collection, arrangement, storage, and dissemination. Training of knowledge management personnel to ensure that there is well-equipped capacity. Increasing the available knowledge products and services to make the activities of the organization relevant and reachable to every person in the last mile. Train farmer leaders and extension service workers within communities of practice. Work on having an incentive system for all those involved in knowledge management. Work on mindset change of the young people towards the agriculture sector. Establish regional and national level knowledge hubs to make access to knowledge products and services easy. So this strategy will be implemented over a period of 5 years with midterm review to be conducted at 2.5 years, and an evaluation of impact after the 5 years period. The themes, we'll be working on knowledge management in the management system, knowledge products and services, knowledge agents, that is with strengthening human knowledge assets. Then the knowledge hubs, strengthening structured knowledge assets, knowledge processes, strengthening collaborations, and the implementation plan is once the KM strategy has been adopted, it will need to be implemented so that it can gain its intended and ultimate purpose. It will also help to create and grow the available knowledge management ecosystem. To achieve this, every member of the organization and other stakeholders need to play their part. And we designed the role table so every member has their part that will be playing for purposes of having this strategy fully implemented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. Well, that was a brief and precise presentation. Let's give him another round of applause. Presentations. Okay. So I like what you said about the last mile. So I'd like to put a tweet that Charles did, and I found it very profound. I liked it. Sorry. Okay. And it's also based on when we talk about the last mile, and Charles also said we want to reach the last mile. So the success of knowledge management is measured by the coverage and impact it creates on the last mile. So where is your last mile? So that was a question that Charles put in the tweet, and I really liked it, and I thought it's good to have that in our minds, even as we do our strategies. If we are finding success in another area that is not intended, like let's say, for example, we're not finding success in the farmers, but we're finding success in creating of knowledge, then your last mile needs to be rethought. All right? So thank you. Please let's keep our questions, write them down. We're going to have a discussion after the presentations. And for our next presenter is Waldo from Ethiopia. Ethiopia, yeah? Yes. Waldo from Ethiopia. Is he online? Waldo? Are you there, Waldo? Maybe he's having some technical issues. So we'll just quickly go to the next presenter, and that is Malala from Madagascar. Malala? Malala, are you online? I'm seeing Malala.
Yes.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear. Welcome. Malala, you have 5 minutes. 15 minutes. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Pour moi, donc, je vais faire ma présentation en français. Je vais partager mon écran là tout de suite.
Malala? Oh, okay, thank you.
Oui.
Presentation?
Vous voyez mon écran là? Je suis en train de partager mon écran.
Yes, we can.
Yes, bon. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je suis donc Malala. Je viens de Madagascar. Et je suis la représentante de l'OEPAR ici à Madagascar. À part cela, je n'arrive pas à passer à l'autre diapo. Oh là là. Comment je fais pour passer à l'autre diapo? Je ne sais pas. Voilà.
Yes.
faire... Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Allô?
Yes, yes, please.
Je ne sais pas comment passer à l'autre diapo. Je me suis coincée là.
Allô? Malala, tu nous entends?
Oui.
Oui.
Oui, je vous entends, mais je n'arrive pas à passer à l'autre diapo là.
Clique juste sur tes boutons directionnels. Clique sur le bouton droit sur ton clavier. Tu as 4 boutons directionnels là. Clique sur la droite, celle de droite. Voilà. Maintenant, pour avancer, tu cliques juste le bouton droit de tes directionnels.
Oui, oui, ah oui.
Voilà, merci.
Oui, merci, merci. Merci beaucoup. Je suis donc la Coursofène. Je suis la représentante de la part d'ici à Madagascar. À part cela, je suis le responsable du volet jeunes et environnement dans une association qui s'appelle Farming and Technology for Africa ou FTA Madagascar. Cette association travaille beaucoup avec des producteurs en milieu rural, les milieux ruraux qui sont en majorité des analphabètes. Et cette association est aussi pionnière parmi les organisations malgaches à s'investir dans la production des supports multimédia pour le développement et pour le transfert d'informations et des connaissances en milieu rural. Comme introduction, donc, l'agriculture est un secteur clé du développement de la majorité des pays en Afrique, y compris Madagascar. À Madagascar, plus de 70% de la population malgache sont des agriculteurs, même si on est une île, 70% sont des agriculteurs. Ce secteur contribue pourtant un très faible au développement économique et au développement humain dans le pays du Sud et aussi Madagascar. Comment donc rendre l'agriculture plus performante et convaincante pour les nouvelles générations tout en préservant durablement l'équilibre de la nature? Telle est la question au centre de la réflexion et des actions de notre association, c'est-à-dire le FTA dans le domaine agricole, afin d'améliorer la production et la productivité des paysans ruraux. Le FTA donc se positionne comme un agent dynamique de vulgarisation et de conseil agricole en milieu rural et périurbain. Dans ce cadre, le FTA propose des méthodes pratiques et innovantes pour rendre la vulgarisation plus efficace et efficiente. La gestion de connaissances en général n'est pas encore assez ni connue ni promue, surtout en zone francophone telle que Madagascar, d'où notre analyse soit ci-après est un constat global et aussi d'après notre recherche personnelle. Par rapport aux forces donc, les producteurs agricoles acquièrent plus aisément les connaissances via les vidéos ou l'accès aux coopératives d'agriculteurs. Comme force aussi, il y a une bonne relation avec les clients potentiels et capacité à en attirer encore d'autres et plus. L'outil est aussi traçable, formel, sécurisé et disponible, c'est-à-dire que tous les différents outils utilisés pour la gestion efficace des connaissances sont avant tout des outils visant à faciliter les tâches de chacun, tout en assurant la traçabilité et la sécurité et disponibilité des informations. Et dernière force, c'est que les résultats sont mesurables et contrôlés. Par rapport à cela, pour les faiblesses, il y a une hétérogénéité des méthodes de gestion de connaissances, c'est-à-dire les outils utilisés pour conserver et partager les connaissances individuelles ou organisationnelles sont en général presque des outils conçus afin d'optimiser ces activités. Il y a aussi le manque d'initiative pour la recherche de connaissances, c'est-à-dire que faute de financement et faute de temps, manque de temps donc, les personnels se trouvent submergés dans l'exécution de ces fonctions et par conséquent la recherche de nouvelles sources de connaissances et la mise à jour de celles-ci sont déjà acquises. Pour les opportunités, la demande croissante des produits et services destinés aux jeunes ruraux assurera la rentabilité et aussi la durabilité des services. Il y a aussi une disponibilité d'opportunités de financement, des services de soutien et de conseils d'incitation. Et pour les menaces, on a la contrainte temps et la contrainte financière, c'est ce qu'on entend assez souvent. En fait, le temps pour le temps, elle se fait sentir quand on se rend compte que les connaissances ne sont plus à jour et les informations sont incomplètes pour accomplir une certaine tâche. À part cela, il y a aussi une diffusion et partage conditionné par la nature des connaissances et l'outil de partage, c'est-à-dire partager les connaissances peut être parfois très difficile ou non. Pour être efficace, il dépend du domaine de connaissance des individus et la nature des connaissances à partager et dépend aussi des moyens mis en œuvre pour le partage. En ce qui concerne donc la stratégie, nous avons opté pour une stratégie qui consiste à mettre en œuvre un projet pilote sur la gestion des connaissances. L'objectif, c'est d'initier une plateforme de gestion des connaissances pour renforcer le système de recherche et de vulgarisation agricole à Madagascar. En résumé, donc, la stratégie consistera à capitaliser les données, les informations et les connaissances des centres de recherche agricole. Et le deuxième objectif, c'est de briser le mur entre les chercheurs et les acteurs et les autres acteurs, les vulgarisateurs et aussi les producteurs pour favoriser la génération et l'échange d'informations et de connaissances. Et dernier objectif, c'est pour contribuer à l'amélioration de la production et aussi à la productivité agricole dans le but d'assurer la sécurité alimentaire dans le pays, dans Madagascar. La mise en œuvre consiste donc premièrement à développer et gérer des outils basés sur le TIC. Et l'objectif principal du développement et de l'utilisation d'outils TIC est aussi de faciliter d'accéder à la communication, le partage et la coordination des activités pendant et au-delà du projet entre un large éventail d'acteurs de différents groupes de parties prenantes basés dans différentes organisations situées dans différentes zones géographiques à Madagascar. Donc. Par rapport à cela, par rapport à ce mise en œuvre, deux technologies principales seront donc utilisées, c'est-à-dire les plateformes web et les vidéos de capitalisation. Ce plateforme, donc, son objectif n'est pas seulement de relier les individus et les organisations, mais de les mettre en réseau en évitant toutes sortes de lenteurs de communication, distorsions et autres restrictions observées dans l'organisation classique. Le but est aussi que ce plateforme soit un hub important ou une référence pour le secteur du développement agricole et rural malgache. À l'instar du plateforme électronique, c'est-à-dire le plateforme web, il y a aussi les vidéos. Ces vidéos qui seront destinées à faciliter et accélérer la communication et le partage d'informations et de connaissances. Dans ce cas, donc, elle s'applique particulièrement à la collaboration entre les chercheurs ou innovateurs et les agriculteurs ou producteurs. Ces producteurs qui sont bien évidemment les utilisateurs finaux des vidéos. Cette stratégie aussi, donc, c'est-à-dire la stratégie dans la mise en place du plateforme web ou l'élaboration des vidéos, consiste aussi à favoriser les changements organisationnels et institutionnels. Ce que je veux dire ici, c'est que l'utilisation d'outils technologiques ou le TIC tels que une plateforme web est un moyen puissant pour faciliter les changements organisationnels ou institutionnels à partir d'organisations très hiérarchisées et fragmentées. Ce projet envisage à mettre en réseau tous les acteurs et organisations à travers un réseau unique. Il s'agit donc d'un changement majeur en termes d'interaction et de communication individuelle et organisationnelle. Pour terminer, quels sont les résultats escomptés donc, ainsi que le chronogramme pour cette stratégie que nous voulons mettre en place ici à Madagascar avec le réseau WebPar et celle de FTA, c'est qu'il y a premièrement la réalisation technologique via les vidéos et les plateformes web. Et il y a aussi un des résultats, c'est la découverte et promotion des nouveaux aux scientifiques et les potentiels des organisations qui sont parfois dans des zones, je ne dirais pas enclavées, mais pas assez visitées ou pas assez vues par ceux qui sont ici dans les centres de recherche principaux, comme les universités. Il y a aussi une augmentation de la production et de la productivité agricole. C'est parmi les résultats escomptés. Et concernant le chronogramme, on envisage de mettre en œuvre cet projet et stratégie durant l'année 2022, c'est-à-dire l'année prochaine, en une année, c'est-à-dire de janvier en décembre 2022. Ainsi donc, pour conclure ma présentation, une vision et une stratégie claire, une bonne communication entre les parties prenantes et les partenaires, le développement des capacités individuelles et institutionnelles, soutenu par les nouvelles technologies, est une bonne gestion et gouvernance sont les ingrédients de la réussite de cette initiative de stratégie. Ainsi s'achève donc ma présentation. Je vous remercie et je vous passe la parole. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Malala. Wow, that was awesome. I believe it's important that we also look at how to look at research on how we can be able to disseminate these knowledge products that we have taken time and effort to develop. So thank you so much, Malala. I'm going to the next presenter, and that is Eric from Burundi. Please give him a hands of applause. For the questions, just know we will have a discussion just after his presentation of all the presenters who have been able to do this. So welcome, Eric.
Merci beaucoup. Et mon nom c'est Eric Mavaruganda et je suis représentant de WIPAD au Burundi depuis 2000. Et je suis représentant de WIPAD Burundi depuis 2013. Et comme mon ami l'avait indiqué, donc WIPAD c'est un mouvement non formalisé. Vous voyez que depuis 2013, c'est beaucoup d'années. J'ai pris la manie de faire enregistrer une organisation qui serait bien fonctionnelle avec les statuts qui pourraient fonctionner correctement. C'est là donc qu'on est créé. Je suis fondateur de Youth Agribusiness Incubator pour pouvoir bien agir à l'aise au niveau de mon pays. Voilà. Je suis formateur et certifié par le Bureau international de travail BIT sur l'outil Gérer mieux votre entreprise. Et je preste beaucoup dans les programmes d'OFIDA, dans les programmes d'OCRS. Et voilà donc, l'agriculture, au début c'était une passion, mais actuellement c'est un mode de vie. Et je peux dire que derrière moi, il y a plus de 6 entreprises qui ont été créées à travers les différents programmes que j'ai dû donc participer à la formation des jeunes. Voilà, de la passion à une mode de vie. Voilà donc. Voilà, on parle d'une agriculture. Quelle agriculture parlons-nous? Which agriculture are we talking about? L'agriculture que moi je comprends, c'est cette agriculture qui peut nourrir une nation et contribuer à la résilience de l'insécurité alimentaire. Mais le plus important pour moi, ce n'est pas ça, c'est la création des emplois pour la population, surtout les jeunes et les femmes. Contribuer au relèvement de l'économie familiale, contribuer à la croissance économique d'une nation. C'est ça qui est le plus important pour moi. Voilà. Qui sommes-nous alors dans les activités de recherche agricole pour le développement? Nous, dans les activités de recherche agricole pour le développement, on est dans l'identification des connaissances, organisation des séances d'expérimentation des connaissances, de transfert des connaissances. C'est là où l'on s'est positionné et on travaille souvent. Pour nous, c'est juste une organisation de jeunes professionnels engagés dans le développement du secteur agro-pastoral, déterminés à contribuer pour être un template de développement économique, pour déterminer... OK. Et je disais que donc, dans les activités de recherche agricole pour le développement, on est pour identification des connaissances, organisation d'expérimentation des connaissances et transfert des connaissances. C'est ça notre positionnement. On est juste une organisation de jeunes professionnels engagés dans le développement du secteur agro-pastoral, déterminé à constituer un template pour le développement économique et centré sur l'employabilité à travers l'agribusiness. Bref, un véritable lien entre les détenteurs de connaissances et de véritables usagers. Voilà. Notre stratégie alors de mise en œuvre, stratégie globale. WIPAD et les prestataires au Burundi ont choisi le modèle d'incubation car il faut trouver des sciences et des technologies appropriées. 2. Identifier de bonnes cibles à embarquer dans le processus. 3. Trouver un programme d'encadrement et suivi. 5. Plutôt 4. Une maîtrise des marchés. Donc, on vise le marché puisqu'on est dans le business. On vise le business. Voilà. Et alors, ils nous font un programme de mentorat. On est dans les 12 filières. Vous voyez les filières. On est apiculture, pisciculture, caniculture, ainsi de suite. Et dans chaque filière, il y a des connaissances que l'on a besoin. Et ces filières-là, ce sont donc porteurs d'opportunités pour les jeunes, d'emploi pour les jeunes dans les filières. Il y a les connaissances là-bas que l'on vise. Voilà alors, comment on fonctionne. Premièrement, il y a les académies des jeunes en agribusiness. La science, la connaissance est très importante. Deuxièmement, on leur fait des plans d'affaires, business plan. On les accompagne jusque dans les microfinances pour pouvoir avoir les moyens afin de pouvoir commencer les entreprises. Et ensuite, et enfin, on fait le réseautage, on cherche des marchés nationaux, régionaux, et on vise les marchés internationaux. Je vous dis que les jeunes que l'on a commencé avec, ce sont les premiers qui fournissent les alevins pour les poissons, pour le FIDA, pour le ministère de l'Agriculture. Il y a les autres qui arrivent à exporter du miel à l'extérieur du pays. Ça nous encourage. On a incubé, on est arrivé à un autre bout. Voilà. Programme d'incubation des métiers agricoles. Vous voyez, il y a 3 coureurs. Premièrement, il y a les formations en entrepreneuriat, formation pratique dans les différentes filières agricoles, production de plans d'affaires. Pour les formations dans les filières agricoles, on est les seuls, je pense avec FIDA, le programme Jeunes, c'est pour nous. C'est nous qui font des formations techniques. Et je peux vous dire que l'on est hébergé dans le ministère de la Jeunesse et dans l'agence burundaise d'emploi des jeunes. Voilà. Accompagnement dans la recherche de financement, mise en place de fermes agricoles, le mentorat d'appui conseil dans la mise en place des fermes, c'est ça notre travail. Et puis alors, comme je vous l'ai dit, on a donc apporté apport aux ONG comme le FIDA, Help Channel, Christian, Relief Service, KSRS, FECABO, ainsi de suite. Les défis. Parmi les défis, il y a un manque de modules de formation. Donc c'est homogène, on est sur les quelques modules puisque c'est ce que l'on donne ce que l'on a, n'est-ce pas? Voilà. Méfiance d'échange de connaissances entre les acteurs. Ça, c'est un défi. Il y a des institutions qui ne veulent pas partager donc leurs connaissances. Le manque de communication efficace et au bon moment entre les partenaires. Il peut y avoir un retard. Le manque de volonté de financement dans la promotion des technologies. La non-compréhension du concept d'incubation par certains partenaires. La technologie qui n'est pas disponible et abordable, je dis les TIC. Le manque des experts pour le recyclage des mentors, puisqu'on a les mentors qui doivent continuer à appuyer les débutants. Et puis alors, le Knowledge Management for Agriculture semble être un concept nouveau. Ça, c'est nouveau. Voilà. Pertinent de connaissances. Les connaissances sont d'importance capitale sous plusieurs angles. On est conscient à faire la recherche de technologies, la constitution de bases de données et la diffusion. Les connaissances doivent être structurées au sein des communautés. Je dis bien, quand on parle à un jeune diplômé que c'est l'agriculture, c'est un business. Pour un fermier agriculteur, c'est un mode de vie. Pour un pâtissier ou bien un dirigeant, ça peut être un pilier pour l'économie nationale. C'est différent. Voilà alors. Il faut être sélectif pour chercher les connaissances qui doivent être utiles à une bonne cible. Voilà, je ne peux pas passer beaucoup de temps sur l'analyse SWOT. Vous avez à voir ce document, mais ce que je dis qu'il y a ce qui est marqué en rouge, Knowledge for Agriculture, c'est un concept nouveau qui va nous demander beaucoup de moyens, beaucoup de temps pour pouvoir l'imprégner dans notre communauté de travail. Voilà, au niveau pays, il y a les détenteurs de connaissances. Vous voyez la liste. Voilà donc, il y a le CNTA, Centre national de technologies agroalimentaires. Ils ont beaucoup de connaissances là-bas, mais ça reste stocké dans les armoires. Il y a le BBN, c'est pour la normalisation des produits agricoles. Ils ont les principes, comment ils travaillent. Il y a Isabu. Isabu, c'était NARO pour notre pays. Ils sont là, on travaille de façon indépendante. Il y a Istebu, Institut des statistiques du Burundi. Ils travaillent de leur côté. Donc, ils nous font un hub, un centre où l'on pourrait donc faire partage de ces connaissances. Activités, séminaires de sensibilisation, mise en place d'une équipe de gestion, c'est ce que l'on compte faire. Mise en place de studios d'obligation de connaissances. Il nous faut donc un espace de studio où l'on pourrait produire des vidéos, des émissions pour pouvoir aller diffuser sur les radios. La certification non encore, donc les connaissances non encore certifiées. Il y a les connaissances qui sont là, mais qui n'ont pas certifié. Ça, c'est un défi. Faire une étude de connaissances indigènes. La connaissance indigène, il est là. Il peut être porteur. Voilà. Il y a mon ami Francis qui m'a dit qu'il reste 2 minutes. Je vais aller vite sur l'autre diapo. Je vais sur les recommandations. Afara. Identifier les connaissances qui pourraient permettre l'employabilité des jeunes dans le secteur agricole. Certifier les connaissances qui peuvent être porteurs d'opportunités. 3. Former les experts au sein des communautés au niveau des pays, avec des organisations pays qui pourraient être organes de mise en œuvre. Aller au niveau pays pour le recyclage des experts qu'il a formés. Je pense qu'ils viendront au niveau pays pour pouvoir nous former, encore une fois. Disponibiliser des moyens nécessaires de mise en œuvre et suivi des connaissances qu'il a engendrées, n'est-ce pas? Il ne faut pas que le met au monde un enfant que le laisse. Et puis pour le iPad que j'aime beaucoup, qui m'a formé, il faut donc, je pense que Kofi, il faut un web TV. It's better to have a web TV pour pouvoir capitaliser donc les connaissances. Et enfin, là, je termine pour Knowledge for Agriculture, promouvoir les formations sur place. Online, it is very hard, but yeah. OK. Je disais alors, c'était pour Kofi qui n'a pas de... Voilà. Pour Wipad Africa, mise en œuvre d'un Web TV. Un Web TV était portable pour Wipad Africa pour pouvoir donner des vidéos de connaissances. Et puis pour Knowledge for Agriculture, il faut promouvoir des formations sur place, not online, puisque des fois on est en milieu rural où ça nous est difficile de nous connecter. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Eric. The interpreter struggled a bit at the end. From Eric's presentation, just made me think, what if each and every farmer in Africa was converted to be a businessman? How will the agricultural sector look like? Just a food for thought. So I'd like to invite Victoria to take us to the next session discussions. Thank you so much for everyone. A big round of applause to each and every participant who was presented. Thank you so much.
All right, another round of applause for the amazing presentations we just had. Thank you so much for sharing with us. So if we have any questions, we shall take few because of time limitations. Do we have any reactions, comments from the audience? From the physical. If we don't have, then we can run to our online audience. But in the meantime, as we get them, please make it a point to go to Facebook and Twitter. Make sure you tweet, share as much as possible. Make sure you tag the amazing people and organizations which have made this possible at FARA Africa, at EFAS, at Asareka, at CORAF, at CADESA, at YPAD, at GFAR, at IFAD, at AUC, at K4DP, and at European Union. Please look out for those handles, Twitter handles, and follow. If you're not following them, please follow them. And if you're tweeting or posting any post, please make sure you tag using those official tags, handles rather. Any questions? It looks like the team did an amazing job. Okay, thank you very much. We have a hand on a raised hand from the online participants. Let's take that. Who has raised the hand? Who? She has gone. Okay. All right. But we can take some of the comments, right? Okay. Please scroll. Let's get them. Okay, Krishna. Okay, this was for Marilyn. Please scroll. Moses Siga, it's in here, in isolation. Some of these are comments, not really questions. We have Moses Siga. This one is saying, by the way, Moses Siga says, but why should you divorce knowledge and communication and information? One leads to the other, and ICTs diverge and convey knowledge, and that's the interwoven linkages. Please give us the list of participants on the drop-down menu. We need to know who are in live and also communicate to them privately during the conference. Shall we get translation into English later? I think this was during the presentations. Okay, so that's all we have from the online participants. The chat. Okay, so the chat. Not able to hear. Thank you, Krishna. Hello, can't hear anything. Hope you're getting the English now. Yeah, it was later sorted. Hello, James. Hope you're getting the interpretation now. Okay. Scroll. Okay, try to scroll up, and we get more of those. What is happening? The system was working well on 7th. I'm with you, but those French people cut me off. Emmanuel, congratulations to Samuel. I'm impressed that Ghana has all research organization under one management. How will you manage? The old ones, okay. Then Elizabeth, yeah, responded to some of those. Ghana, that is Ghana. Think of developing. This is from Krishan Benik. Think of developing a knowledge management strategy for your organization or institution, but be explicit about the linkages you have on knowledge management with institutions at 3 levels. 1, laterally, above you in a hierarchy of organizational systems, and C, also those who are downstream from your organization. This way we can eventually link your knowledge management strategies. That is Krishan giving us the advice. Have we taken all of them? All right. Do we have another one? Which one haven't we gotten? Should highlight the main thrust and concept. Okay, so Moses is saying this conference should highlight the main thrust and concept of knowledge, discussing knowledge and its dissemination, applicability and growth. Development should be an integral part of the general research strategies of all the stakeholders involved in the research cycle. Thank you, Moses. It has been
James.
Okay, we've run out of time, right? James, I just joined late. I wonder if participants are targeting standards, management, and policy organs across the continent at national level and at continental level. Many, if not all, standard organizations are endowed with modern facilities and have decent staffing levels that would make them good partners. I happen to have the privilege of being part of the National Standards Council of Uganda. Thank you, James, for engaging. Which other one? It has been a good day attending and listening to today's presentations on knowledge strategies from the different countries. Organization. I've enlightened my young organization's vision to work on knowledge management in the right direction. Once again, thank you all presenters and organizations. My request is to make these materials available to us for reference in our knowledge management endeavors. The materials will be available on the website. I also, once again, encourage maybe Sibagija in particular and other online participants to go to visit the FARA website and the expert directory and register. You will have access to a lot of resources to direct you in all your endeavors. Okay. Yes, Benjamin.
Thank you very much. So I have just one comment, and it's arising from a comment that has been made by James on knowledge management, also paying attention to the standards. And my colleagues, from the AFAS and the sub-regional organizations, we have had to deal with that since last year in terms of how we are able to standardize our operations. The ISO certification is one, but at the national level, you want to get closer to the authorities, the institutions that are responsible for authorizing certain things, like policy directions on a number of things that we do. Because from the knowledge management perspective, there are a number of products that you require some alignment with the policy of the country. For instance, acquiring ISBNs, acquiring ISSNs. Once you get into knowledge management proper, it will definitely involve publications. And these are things that will require that you don't just prepare it and just publish it. You want it to also go through the international standards. And so you have to get closer to in Ghana, for instance, is they call them the library board, George Padmore Library. They issue the ISBN. So you need to have that relationship with them to be able to get ISBNs for your publications. ISBNs, ISSNs, and then other compliance issues. So it's a dimension that generally may be a bit not much highlighted in most of our strategies. And so you may want to just add some line, some sub-team to deal with compliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. For colleagues from Uganda, the Uganda National Library handles that bit of ISBNs and the like, so they are quite resourceful. Maybe the rest of us, like Benjamin said, let's do some research and find out the organizations behind that. I guess we've come to the end of this session, unless if we have a burning one from the audience. Any? Nothing. So we've earned our lunch, I guess. Looks like we've earned our lunch. So another round of applause to all of us for being an incredible audience. Let's break for lunch. We get back in 40 minutes? 1 hour, okay. All right, enjoy your lunch. Bye. 8 minutes past 2 o'clock, we should be in the room.
By 2 o'clock, let's begin.
Okay, thank you.
In the last couple of decades, our continent has gone through different phases of what I describe as cyclical abiological shocks. And these shocks range from all sorts of climatic events that have overwhelmed our cropping systems, talking about farming, talking about flooding, talking about the lack of equipment to be able to conduct the right kind of research on the continent.
Southern Africa is one of the unfortunate regions in the world. This is a region where 70% or more of the people depend on agriculture for direct livelihoods, for food security, as well as for income. So when you have such a huge problem with climate change and the effects that it's having on production, it becomes a source of worry for the governments as well as the communities.
Food and nutrition security remain the key priority that African government have to tackle. There are currently studies that show that the demand for both fresh and processed food will keep rising to the extent that the total retail value of food product shall increase up to 400% between 2010 and 2030.
We had a meeting and we came up with the idea of having a Science for Agriculture consortium that will bring KORAF, Asareka for Eastern and Central Africa, and Cardesa from Southern Africa, together with FARA and AFAS to form one unique platform that will be advocating for resources, for research, development, and extension.
The 5 key output areas of the KEDEP SB4 program are strengthened capacity of African regional and sub-regional agricultural research organizations to perform their individual mandates and to better work together, multi-stakeholder partnerships for innovation established and in operation, strengthened national policies, regional institutional arrangements, and market access, knowledge management and communication for decision support, sharing innovation and advocacy related to climate-relevant agricultural transformation, and effective planning, coordination, monitoring, evaluation, learning, and reporting.
Because the extension workers and advisory services are the frontline workers who interface with the farmers directly for innovations, new technologies, knowledge, information, and so on. That's where the biggest contribution can go into, so that they can effectively inform, interact with farmers, first of all to mitigate climate change, but also really to improve on their incomes, their management of soils, and of course livelihoods, and contributing to the overall GDP of their countries. That's the area to invest in.
The KEDEP XP4 program offers a great opportunity and even a timely injection to the national partners to build capacities that allows the agricultural sector effectively contribute to the growth we all expect in the region.
We've received some support from the European Union through the International Fund for Agricultural Development. All these problems we've seen will be attended to through this project. And I would like to thank the European Union for this support that has been given to the region.
There is also the common saying that when you are many, you are stronger than when you are alone. So working together, it may slow down some of us, or some might think that they are being slowed down. But in the end, I believe that moving together takes us very far together. That's the other challenge that is being solved. I think this is a very unique opportunity to look inwardly and see how can we really organize ourselves so that the same way in the KORAF region, we use the region to push domestic agendas in the country. Here we are using a continental framework to push for development solutions within our different sub-regions.
We count on your usual support, and we hope, God willing, we will be able to have an African-financed, Africa-supported homegrown solutions. Thank you. last couple of decades, our continent has gone through different phases of what I describe as cyclical abiological shocks. And these shocks range from all sorts of climatic events that have overwhelmed our cropping systems, talking about famine, talking about flooding, talking about the lack of equipment to be able to conduct the right kind of research on the continent.
Southern Africa is one of the unfortunate regions in the world. This is a region where 70% or more of the people depend on agriculture for direct livelihoods, for food security, as well as for income. So when you have such a huge problem with climate change and the effects that it's having on production, it becomes a source of worry for the governments as well as the communities.
Food and nutrition security remain the key priority that African governments have to tackle. There are currently studies that show that the demand for both fresh and processed food will keep rising to the extent that the total retail value of food product shall increase up to 400% between 2010 and 2030.
We had a meeting and we came up with the idea of having a Science for Agriculture consortium that will bring KORAF, Asareka for Eastern and Central Africa, and CARDESA from Southern Africa, together with FARA and AFAS to form one unique platform that will be advocating for resources, for research, development, and extension.
The 5 key output areas of the KADEP SB4 program are strengthened capacity of African regional and sub-regional agricultural research organizations to perform their individual mandates and to better work together, multi-stakeholder partnerships for innovation established and in operation, strengthened national policies, regional institutional arrangements, and market access, knowledge management and communication for decision support, sharing innovation and advocacy related to climate-relevant agricultural transformation, and effective planning, coordination, monitoring, evaluation, learning, and reporting.
Because the extension workers and advisory services are the frontline workers who interface with the farmers directly for innovations, new technologies, knowledge, information, and so on. That's where the biggest contribution can go into, so that they can effectively inform, interact with farmers, first of all to mitigate climate change, but also really to improve on their incomes, their management of soils, and of course livelihoods, and contributing to the overall GDP of their countries. That's the area to invest in.
The KADEP XP4 program offers a great opportunity and even a timely injection to the national partners to build capacities that allows the agricultural sector effectively contribute to the growth we all expect in the region.
We've received some support from the European Union through the International Fund for Agricultural Development. All these problems we've seen will be attended to through this project. And I would like to thank the European Union for this support that has been given to the region.
There is also the common saying that when you are many, you are stronger than when you are alone. So working together, it may slow down some of us, or some might think that they are being slowed down. But in the end, I believe that moving together takes us very far together. That's the other challenge that is being solved. I think this is a very unique opportunity to look inwardly and see how can we really organize ourselves so that the same way in the KORAF region, we use the region to push domestic agendas in the country. Here we are using a continental framework to push for development solutions within our different sub-regions.
We count on your usual support, and we hope, God willing, we will be able to have an African-financed, Africa-supported, homegrown solutions. Thank you. last couple of decades, our continent has gone through different phases of what I describe as cyclical abiological shocks. And these shocks range from all sorts of climatic events that have overwhelmed our cropping systems, talking about farming, talking about flooding, talking about the lack of equipment to be able to conduct the right kind of research on the continent.
Southern Africa is one of the unfortunate regions in the world. This is a region where 70% or more of the people depend on agriculture for direct livelihoods, for food security, as well as for income. So when you have such a huge problem with climate change and the effects that it's having on production, it becomes a source of worry for the governments as well as the communities.
Food and nutrition security remain the key priority that African government have to tackle. There are currently studies that show that the demand for both fresh and processed food will keep rising to the extent that the total retail value of food product shall increase up to 400% between 2010 and 2030.
We had a meeting and we came up with the idea of having a Science for Agriculture consortium that will bring KORAF, Asareka for Eastern and Central Africa, and CARDESA from Southern Africa, together with FARA and AFAS to form one unique platform that will be advocating for resources, for research, development, and extension.
The 5 key output areas of the KADEP SB4 program are strengthening capacity of African regional and sub-regional agricultural research organizations to perform their individual mandates and to better work together, multi-stakeholder partnerships for innovation established and in operation, strengthened national policies, regional institutional arrangements, and market access, knowledge management and communication for decision support, sharing innovation and advocacy related to climate-relevant agricultural transformation, and effective planning, coordination, monitoring, evaluation, learning, and reporting.
Because the extension workers and advisory services are the frontline workers who interface with the farmers directly for innovations, new technologies, knowledge, information, and so on. That's where the biggest contribution can go into, so that they can effectively inform, interact with farmers, first of all to mitigate climate change, but also really to improve on their incomes, their management of soils, and of course livelihoods, and contributing to the overall GDP of their countries. That's the area to invest in.
The KADEP XP4 program offers a great opportunity and even a timely injection to the national partners to build capacities that allows the agricultural sector effectively contribute to the growth we all expect in the region.
We've received some support from the European Union through the International Fund for Agricultural Development. All these problems we've seen will be attended to through this project. And I would like to thank the European Union for this support that has been given to the region.
There is also the common saying that when you are many, you are stronger than when you are alone being slowed down. But in the end, I believe that moving together takes us very far together. That's the other challenge that is being solved. I think this is a very unique opportunity to look inwardly and see how can we really organize ourselves so that the same way in the KORAF region, we use the region to push domestic agendas in the country. Here we are using a continental framework to push for development solutions within our different sub-regions.
We count on your usual support, and we hope, God willing, we will be able to have an African financed Africa-supported homegrown solutions. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. On my own behalf, I would like to say Akwaba to all of you. How do you respond? So you've been in Ghana, you didn't learn the responses? Medase, oh, yeah. So Akwaba to all of you. Good. Really should have hired me. Actually, it is an honor to be here, to be given the opportunity to do a presentation for my organization looking into our KM strategy. I think my colleagues have said a lot about extending their appreciation to the organizers. And I also like to add my voice to say that we are grateful for this amazing opportunity to learn about KM and then also to empower us to champion the cause of KM. So my organization is the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and the overview of the presentation will be like this. So we'll look at the background, the vision, the key partners, the KM gaps, the SWOT analysis, strategic objectives, current challenges, and then key actions to be taken. I don't want to bore you too much with the background of agriculture being the mainstay of the economy of most African countries. Is the same with Ghana, and is the largest contributor to the GDP, and it also employs more than half of the population of Ghanaians. So the agricultural sector, the leading organization overseeing to all operations within the sector, is the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. So this is the lead agency and the focal point of the government of Ghana responsible for developing and executing policies and strategies for the agriculture sector. MOFA also seeks to promote sustainable agriculture and thriving agribusiness through research and technology development and dissemination. So key priorities of the sector is to contribute to the achievement of the 2030 SGDs as well as the Malabo goals. So the ministry also provides, as part of our key mandate, we provide technical support to promote innovation and technology transfer and also build capacity. And doing this, we also plan, advise the government on agricultural development policies, administration, and management of the agricultural sector of Ghana's economy. So the vision of the ministry is to modernize agriculture, culminating in a structurally transformed economy and evidence in food security, employment opportunity, and reduce poverty. Our mission is to promote sustainable agriculture and thriving agribusiness through research, technology development, extension, effective extension, and other support services to producers, processors, distributors, customers for improved food security, nutrition, and income. So our key partners, we don't work in isolation. We work with other organizations and other partners. So our key partners are the public sector. So we're looking at agriculture-related government agencies. We have the Irrigation Authority. We have the Cotton Board. We also have the Tree Crop Authority. So all these organizations or institutions are part of the public sector we work with. Not forgetting the research institution, which CSIR is very key in most of the work we do. So I'll talk about CSIR and how we are linked later on in the presentation. So the universities as well, public universities as well, they play a key role in providing research information. So we also have the private sector. And here, sorry for the typo, we are looking at our farmers, landowners, input dealers, traders, exporters, transporters, service providers, agro-processors, financial institutions, and markets. For civil society organizations, we have NGOs, we have the think tanks, we have the traditional authorities. So in Ghana here, it's not only the Ministry of Food and Agriculture that provide agricultural extension services to the people. We also have non-governmental organizations like AGRA, Christian Aid. They are all partners. We collaborate with them. We also have our development partners, and key among them are the World Bank, FAO, IFAD, GIZ. All these partners are key in discharging the mandate of the ministry. So as part of the developmental agenda in terms of strengthening the partnership, there's what we call the policy dialogue process. And this was put together by the Agriculture Sector Working Group, and it has developed a platform for engaging the government of Ghana, so the development partners, to facilitate strong inter-sectorial linkages, coordination, and to harmonize approaches to rural agriculture and economic development. The picture, I believe you can see, this is the organogram of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. The minister sits at the top there, and on the sides we have the Ghana Permanent Rep to FAO. We also have the Vet Council. We have the Plant Protection, Seed and Fertilizer Council, now called the PPMED. So on the other side, we have the Deputy Minister for Crops and then Livestock. So just immediately under, we have the Chief Director, who sees to the overall management of the other sectors beneath him. So we have the internal audit, and then after the internal audit, there's a line. These three lines, the first line is a line directorate. This is where we have two key strategic directorates who are to help champion the cause of KM. So the first one is we call it SRAID, the Directorate of Statistics, Information and Research. And then we also have the PPMED. They are into policy, that is the Directorate for Policy Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. So they are key in this KM, pushing the KM agenda. Then we have the Technical Directorate, where we have the Extension Advisory Services Directorate. We also have the Crop Services. We have the Animal Production Services. We have the Women in Agricultural Services Directorate and the Veterinary Directorate. So on the far right is the one with the D is the SAOs. So these are state-owned agencies, like I mentioned earlier on, the Irrigation Authority, the Cotton Board, and all that. So just after that line, we have the Regional Agriculture Department. And just beside it, you can see what we have, RELC. RELC is Research Extension Linkage Committee. So this is where research and agriculture meets in our ministry. So for years, when the Extension Directorate was going through series of reviews, we got to realize that research findings from the research centers, from the academia and other areas were not really translated or disseminated through the appropriate channels for farmers to use. So there came a project called Agricultural Extension Research Program. So that project was being sponsored by World Bank, and out of that, the RELC committee was set up. So the RELC is working closely with the regional agriculture department, as well as the district agriculture department. So what we do here is, this is a committee. The committee is made up of researchers, subject matter specialists. We have extension advisory services officers, and then we also have farmers on this committee. So what happened is, ideally, in a year, we're supposed to have 2 main RELC meetings, one for planning and then the other for review. So at each RELC meeting, the farmers are supposed to present their issues, their critical challenges to researchers. And these researchers will go research into these issues, provide the findings, and then through the extension providers, we aid in disseminating these findings to the farmers. So it was more or less to promote a demand-driven agricultural research. So this process has been ongoing. It's one of the key areas we are pushing. Noted. One of the key areas we're using in promoting, disseminating agricultural research findings. So our key services, you can see me on the field disseminating critical information technology, among all that. So the sector policy objectives. So there are two main policy documents. Every program, every project within the ministry is supposed to align with. So we have the FASDEB 2 and then the METASEP. It was mentioned yesterday in one of the presentations, I think Dr. Irene. So any program, like, and more importantly, like this KM agenda we want to push, should be in line with these 2 policy documents. So the policy document is looking at food security and emergency preparedness, improve growth in incomes, and reduce poverty development. So when we did the KM analysis, in fact, our directors were enthused. They were really happy about the concept and ready to embrace it. But as we all know, there are other issues we can also pay attention to. So we're saying the most critical knowledge for the ministry is related to development, and that deficiency in knowledge may result in poor production, decreased stability, and flexibility, and can also cause harm to the natural resources, as well as producing agricultural products that do not meet consumers' demand. So as part of the key KM gaps identified within the system, were inability to clearly define competences and relate to performance measurements, and this makes it difficult to foster accountability, overlapping roles, responsibilities, and incentives to perform the knowledge management processes and practices are not clear and inconsistent. There is weak institutional culture, learning and sharing of knowledge, and this results in, as a result, acquisition and exchange of knowledge is very fragmented. So these are our strengths and our weaknesses. So key among our strengths is the fact that the ministry has a specially trained agricultural extension agents who are into data collection from every aspect of the sector. And this special duty AEAs are yearly trained to provide these services. So extension officers are also being trained across the country on the new extension learning kits, and this is being managed by a project called Modernizing Agriculture in Ghana. Key among our weaknesses are information Information spotty and scattered, ineffective knowledge reciprocatory systems, lack of common understanding of knowledge management approaches and concepts. What happened? Okay. So our opportunities identified. We can improve quality of analysis by reporting sustained interest and improve time and cost effectiveness in M&E. Threats, key among is the bureaucratic processes in sourcing information, knowledge sharing process not transparent, and there's also poor feedback system, especially from the central point to. So these are the strategic objectives for this KM strategy. So to develop an action-oriented base KM framework based on the continental data capture strategy, and it aims specifically at building capacity for policy work in sustainable development. We're also looking at development of a decision support system to promote knowledge management process as well as knowledge governance integration in order to enhance evaluation of knowledge management. So our current challenges are weak national capacities in information and communication management and technology. There's also lack of cooperation and coordination between different departments and partners at all levels. There's also ineffective knowledge repository systems, networking are weak. So I would like to talk about this one, inadequate funds to develop and sustain existing digital systems. So for the past 2 years, I think 5 years, the ministry introduced what we call the e-agriculture system. This is a platform to link farmers and to producers, to buyers, to processors, and all that. But due to certain procurement issues, the system is more or less dormant. It's not really functioning as expected. So I believe this KM strategy is looking at providing a recommendation to champion the cause of the digitalization systems within the agricultural space. And this also ties in so well with the national agenda for digitalization, which the government is really keen about it and is ongoing. So our key actions, I'm almost done. So our key actions are to promote inclusive evidence-based decision, policy and strategies for agriculture and natural resources at national, regional, and district levels. So we're looking at strengthening institutional capacity for improved data and information system for policy planning. So we're also looking at to establish knowledge management and networking processes that work more efficiently with all stakeholders. Strengthening partnership to enhance digital access to scientific information and digital data for innovation. So this is a picture we took when I had one of my consultation sections with our directors at the ministry. So we have 2 of our national directors here and their staff. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful.
Thank you, Zainab. And we thank everybody. We also welcome everybody as well to our viewers or our online followers. This is just the continuation of the presentation from YPAD members as well. So without much waste time, I'll call Fidel from Kenya, YPAD Kenya, to do the presentation. You have 15 minutes for that. 15 minutes, 1-5. Thank you.
Time is going.
Yeah, 15. I know. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. In the spirit of the people who've come before me, also I want to take this opportunity we can't show enough gratitude to our partners and our sponsors who made it possible for us to be here. And specifically, I want to show a lot of appreciation to GFAR, who have made my participation possible throughout this particular course. And now that I'm here, so thank you. So coming to the concept, the strategy that we're doing now, I want to do for YPAD Kenya. So YPAD, as you all know, is an international movement by young professionals in agricultural development. The rationale behind the formation of YPAD was motivated by the need of creating the next generation of agricultural leaders, thinkers, and entrepreneurs to address critical development issues, and to create greater access to resource for young food systems, for young leaders, sorry. So the guiding principle that guide us within YPAD network include teamwork that creates and nurtures opportunities to unleash the potential of working together. Then we have respect, as it celebrates and harnesses diverse opinions, ideas, and perspective. Then we have sharing, which openly shares what we have, recognizing that it benefits everyone. And finally, love, that YPAD we care and support each other as well as the planet. So coming to the KM, the situational analysis for the KM for YPAD, we have some elemental KM features within the network, and this includes we have a proactive use of online media. That is through our website, that is YPAD.net, social media channels, like YPAD Kenya specifically, we have WhatsApp, then also Facebook. Then we have also the newsletters that we usually circulate on a regular basis. And these are important tools for knowledge exchange. Members find knowledge exchange useful and explicitly noted that the importance of sharing relevant and inspirational success stories in agriculture, and this is mostly through the blog post that members usually write. So on dissemination for a positive view of agriculture, YPAD supports this by sharing a lot of knowledge and information. Through a lot of knowledge and information as we support. This Kenya, a couple for the development of the Kenya Youth Agribusiness Strategy, which right now is in force. And also YPAD Kenya, we sit in the Kenya Private Sector Alliance Gender Sector Board that pushes for various strategies, as well as we're a member of the KADEP Youth Network. So besides this, we still have gaps within KM. And this is by lack of inadequate operational processes and frameworks in terms of guidelines, policies, structures for knowledge management, and overall, the lack of concrete knowledge management strategy at the global level or at the regional level, and definitely down to the national level. And this is despite the reference to KM in the operational strategy, which has mentioned that a central knowledge management system in YPAD for the coming years is rejuvenation of the website's information and communications activities and functionalities such as a robust membership database. This will facilitate strong community interaction and engagement in the network. So as we narrow down now to YPAD Kenya, we did a SWOT analysis and identified some strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and strengths. Among the strengths that we have as YPAD Kenya is a proactive use of online media, of course. Then we have promotion of knowledge information exchange through the blog posts and newsletters. We are a well-known youth network in agriculture within the country and the relevant organizations that we've been in different discussions with. Then we have a diverse membership base. Then we've also conducted a successful social awareness campaign that used informational products such as a comic book. We have community barazas and billboards. Anything that has a strength must have a weakness. And some of the weaknesses as a network that we have is the lack of capacity to implement the KM strategy. Then we lack, the existing KM products are not well targeted to the intended audience, that is the youths most of the time, or even the older audience that we have. Then we have a lack of formalized channel to capture the knowledge and disseminate to our audience, as well as members not willing to offer services at voluntary basis. We have opportunities that we can leverage on. And this includes the growing need and an awareness of KM within the country and the region at large. Then we have the development of a KM policy for Kenya, that is 2020, in line with the Vision 2030. And this is definitely a step in the right direction. As well, we have the existence of the Agricultural Information Resource Center. And this is a directorate under the Ministry of Agriculture that is mandated to collect, process, repackage, and share quality agricultural information and skill training to farmers and stakeholders as it contributes to food sustainability and as well as improving farmer income. Another opportunity is KM has been mentioned, of course, as in our global operational strategy, and as well as an opportunity, we have a diverse membership base. Then we have threats, which includes lack of operational funding, limiting policy frameworks to guide implementation of the KM strategy. We lack KM professionals. There's a threat of us lacking a KM professional or enthusiast within the network. Then we have limited uptake of KM products among the young people, as well as inability to register the network within the Kenya or finding a strategic partner for hosting services. Oops. Okay, so within the KM strategy, we have identified 3 thematic areas that we'll concentrate on. And that is, number 1, we have knowledge management. Number 2, we have advocacy. And finally, we have sustainability. And that is the sustainability of the network. So if we look at the knowledge management bit, we have certain objectives that we purpose to achieve. And number 1, to facilitate and enhance effective and continuous knowledge generation and exchange among the network members, that is within our borders and beyond. Number 2, we have to leverage its experience in developing and promoting youth-centric capacity development in strategies and programs, like the mentorship toolkit that was piloted in Kenya, to advance access to capacity building resources and opportunities for the network. And objective number 3 under knowledge management is to equip representatives both national and county level with the skills, knowledge, and support to be KM agents in their communities. That is in line with WIPAD's mission and vision. This objective, we have certain set of actions that will help us achieve these objectives. This include WIPAD mentoring programs, given the previous success of the pilot program. Then we have mapping of KM professionals and enthusiasts within our network. There is a possibility that we're going to find some because our network is across a lot of institutions and organizations, that is including also KM. Then we have thematic webinar series and knowledge cafes. This is to share knowledge on various themes run by network members and of interest to youths, as well as a tool for knowledge collection. This will also foster interaction and facilitate dialogues between youths and the industry experts. Last but not least set of action is training for the KM focal persons to build their capacity to drive our KM agenda. And finally, under knowledge management is building partnerships. And this is to leverage on the expertise of both the local and international community of practice, as well as the networks. And of course, some local institutions such as the government. I've already talked about the Agricultural Information Resource Center, that is the IKE. Research centers such as ILRI, which has also a kind of advanced sort of KM system, and other organizations to explore the points and areas of synergy that we can have within the KM. Number 2 strategic theme is advocacy. WIPAD, we are well known of advocacy. So to ensure that WIPAD Kenya remains the voice of youths in regard to policy processes, we are set to achieve one objective: to continue to be a key influencer and partner in the strategic direction of youth engagement in sustainable food systems in Kenya. And in so doing, We as a network will maintain its recognition as a key youth in food systems network in influencing policies and activities related to young people and food systems. For us to achieve this particular objective, we have 4 sets of action that we set to do. That is documentation. And this is to document our previous experiences in influencing strategic directions in policy formulation and processes. Then we have review on potential and existing information knowledge products and services, and this is something that you can borrow from our global coordination unit down to the country. Then we have provide inputs in the design of the youth strategies and policies, and this is by being part of different advisory boards and task force that is mandated to develop most of these policies and strategies, as well as we want to also be doing regularly position papers. And this is to create an edge on the young people and the food system space through KM. And this is WIPAD Kenya will publish position papers with clear messages on emerging trends related to young people and food systems at national, regional, and the global level. We can't talk about KM within the network without even us looking at the sustainability of the network within the country. So with that, we have 3 objectives. Ensure that WIPAD Kenya is either registered or is hosted by a reputable organization, increase its membership, and as well as have stronger national chapter with ability to raise its operational funds. So for us to achieve those 3 objectives within the strategy, we have certain set of actions that we want to achieve, and we include registration or hosting. Number 2, we have to conduct membership drives and to make a lot of people be aware of the WIPAD network and its existence and its benefits. Then we also need to develop a resource mobilization guide, and this is to support the network in running on successful resource mobilization campaigns, with the KM strategy being a major tool of the network to be funded, since it's one of the strengths of the network. Last but not least, as I'm about to finish, building strategic partners with local and global institutions for financial sustainability. This is by always identifying a symbiotic relationships within partners, as a network and probably an organization or an institution. Then finally, provide incentives. As a weakness, you already mentioned that most of our members really do not want to work or to be part of activities like just freely, because time is money, as most of us know. So we need to provide incentives to KM focal persons and members at large that volunteer for the network's activities, and this is to support and facilitate them in conducting activities effectively. Thank you, that is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Fidel, for that wonderful presentation. And I believe that you have your questions, you have your comment, your input, just put it down. And then you, at the right time, you can drop it. So we will now call Magic. Is from Nigeria. He's actually representing Eric in this competition. So Magic, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the organizers, the partners, and the funders for giving me this opportunity to be here. It's been an interesting experience here, and I'm particularly excited by virtue of I work within the private sector. The concept of knowledge management is very key for both within the private sector and the public sector to scale growth and customer acquisition within their establishments. In the late 2004, there was the talk of Web 2.0. I don't know how many of us were inducted into that scheme. by virtue of me being a YPAD member, I was opportune to be a part of the training of Web 2.0. Web 2.0 is a framework that teaches generally everyone to embrace new technologies within space. And I was working within, I was a student a couple of years back, and I was introduced to YPAD, and I was particularly interested by virtue of I was looking for an opportunity where I can practically explore myself. Most of us who did agriculture in school were given the course. So YPAD, first I will talk about agriculture in Nigeria. Agriculture is one of the, 70% of Nigerians are engaged in agriculture in one way or the other at the subsistence level. But we have very few people who are engaged in terms of employment and commercialized agriculture. Now, as technology is fast becoming increasing, the use of the digital technologies is important, especially in through knowledge management to open up new market possibility, especially for both farmers in the research areas and farmers who are generally entrepreneurs. YPAD, the short form of YPAD is Young Professionals for Agricultural Development. It's an international organization for young people to explore to share their stories, to explore their interests. Generally, there is a gap in terms of participation of young people in agriculture. Through its establishment in 2006, where professionals came together, the young people decided to establish themselves to move the agenda of young people for sustainable food systems. So going forward, how knowledge management can be key to, before I go that, I would just list the objectives of YPAD to facilitate the exchange of information among young professionals across disciplines, to broaden opportunities for young professionals, and to promote agriculture. Now, there are very few, in terms of demographic, there are very few people who engage within the sex sector. And most of the reason is because they are limited information. Most of the information that are out there are research-based. So if you Google agriculture, you either go and download somebody's white paper or look for a university article. YPAD, through its network, is encouraging young people to embrace digital scheme in order to push knowledge of agricultural practices mainstream into the society. So when you are using Facebook, when you are using Twitter, where majority of the population of young people are, we are encouraging young people to share their stories. Once a random person just opens his Facebook and he sees a video of a young person who is sharing his challenges, he's inspired on maybe trying a backyard garden. So that is the importance of YPAD. Currently, what we have 4,000 registered members on our website. We have over 20,000 registered group on Facebook. We have diverse stakeholders. I will tell of a story of when I newly joined YPAD within university, and we had a staff advisor then, and I didn't know he was a staff. I didn't know he was a YPAD member, and I just went to pitch with him, and he said, "My friend, I am a YPAD member. I've been there before you." The reason why he's there is he's probably been in the research space for a whole lot period of time. And by the way, YPAD was bettered through a research environment within the FAO. So why YPAD? To give youth a voice. People who are interested in agriculture, it gives agricultural education and knowledge management. Now, broadening the opportunities for young people to contribute to strategic agricultural development debates. YPAD enables participation of youths. Through the purpose of YPAD, I've attended, like I said, Web 2.0 events and a couple of other events. An example is this event. So we have stakeholders, universities, research institutions, donors, government agencies, NGOs, farmer organization, extension agencies, and private sector like me. Knowledge management, the rationale for this strategy is the lack of interest of youths in the agri space and the gap in knowledge management as regards to when you go mainstream into clusters and rural communities, young farmers still do not have the opportunity to share their stories and disseminate information. Now, this is just an organization knowledge management chart that explains the stakeholders involved. You have the knowledge worker. You have the knowledge in which you need to disseminate. You need to have the technology in which you use to disseminate that knowledge, and you need to have a knowledge management process. For example, within the private sector, you can use a CRM, or you can use a collaboration tool in order to capture information. The challenges for knowledge management in mainstream agriculture and communities, one of the challenges is access to remote communities to either train these farmers. Now, most of those farmers, even when you go there, they are not motivated. Now, to get the farmers to come for a knowledge management training, most of the times in Nigeria, you have to sponsor them to leave their house and leave their villages to come to the city in order for them to be. So the idea, one of the challenges is getting people motivated, specifically farmers. They are pretty comfortable with how they do things. So you have to look for a more engaging way of getting them interested. The ever-changing technology can also be a challenge to how people use knowledge management tools. Then security. Security can be in form of data protection, and also it can be also in terms of going directly to the communities, especially when it's not safe. We also need to interpret data effectively, interpreting that data from their local dialect from how it is captured within the research community to a local, easy-to-read format. Now, why is knowledge management important? To improve the efficiency of an organization's operating unit and business processes. I gave an example of using social collaboration tools. For example, in my office, I encourage everybody to use Slack. Slack is just a social collaboration tool where team members, instead of using WhatsApp where messages can easily get lost, a social collaboration tool would help you be able to segment information, to search for information in a very methodological way. So you can also use tools. The knowledge management process helps in the efficiency of your business, improves decision making faster, increase customer satisfaction. For example, you run an agribusiness and you need to communicate to your target customers. If you are not able to put out much information for the target customers to be attracted to see. So in terms of cost per acquisition for the business people here, the ability to use knowledge management and the ability to especially target the needed people is very key. So it also speeds up access to information. Marrying organization structure and knowledge management. In deployment of the knowledge knowledge management into organizations or any type of organizations, whether NGO research institutions, it's very much important for us to understand the organizational structure, then decide on the knowledge management process. One of the key things is knowledge creation. Most research institutions, share knowledge, but the ability for those knowledge to be reported in a very easier format for all general audiences using various social media platforms to make meaning of is very key. So in terms of the benefits, it helps for centralization, formalization, it helps to the complexities of managing information. The concept of knowledge management makes it easier because you can easily get drowned in information, and it helps with integration. So what does knowledge management actually consist of? We all know this: content management using blogs and all other platforms to share stories. So it's usually very important for knowledge managers, or generally down to the knowledge workers, to actually share information like success stories, which is the structure of how YPAD was bettered and for the dissemination. The ability to share lessons learned. For every time we go out for conferences, and each YPAD member is mandated to share the reports, and in the reports, which is standard on the YPAD website, it is important that they share the lessons learned from every engagement for other events they go. Communities of practice, they are groups depending on which value chain you are a part of. Communities of practice groups allows you to explore discussions around those areas. The SWOT analysis for YPAD Nigeria, we have a very large network. Like I said, we have over 20,000 membership. We have 4,000 registered on the YPAD platform. We are actually the largest globally. We have professional members with knowledge on modern technologies. Most of our members are in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Most of them are in ADP. Most of them are in different fields. Within our regional rep, one of our regional rep works with the National Agricultural Seed Council in Nigeria. And we have strong relationship with agripreneurs. Wow, 2 minutes. Now let me see how I can fast up. Now weaknesses, we have low partnership opportunities, limited funding, weak business model for some YPAD members, limited documentation of experience. We still have to force a lot of people, like by reaching out to them to share their success stories. The opportunities is we have regional hubs in almost all the regions in Nigeria. We regularly undergo capacity building initiatives. Yes, and the threats are the unstable government policies, high interest loans, and loss of experienced staff. Loss of experienced staff in the situation whereby stakeholders who are key in disseminating information eventually leaves. All right. So our knowledge management teams talks around 7 thematic areas: knowledge management in the management system of YPAD, knowledge products and services, knowledge agents, regional hub, knowledge communities, knowledge process, national knowledge partnership for agricultural development. Now, this is the implementation plan. From the national working group, which is the knowledge organizations, we engage through knowledge groups within organization and down to knowledge teams. I will just run through the roles and responsibility. We have the management, which is national working group, knowledge managers, facilitators, subject matters. All right, so I have loading. So in order not to take time, roles, my time is up. Let me just do the recommendation. So the recommendation is holding events in clusters, introduction of peer learning, support and partnership from local organizations and government agencies, further disseminate YPAD programs, if possible, extend to other regions, and to a larger number of young professionals, collaboration and partnership from relevant thematic organizations to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majid, and thanks everyone, our online viewers, and all of us here. But I just want us to do a quick exercise. Take your phone. Because it looks like everybody's too dull. Just take your phone, please. Click on your Twitter, your Facebook. Go there. Just take your phone, a quick exercise. Are you just write one or two things that you have just learned from this presentation so far. And you make sure that you add our sponsors, our partners in all the tweets. And make sure you don't forget the hashtag. The hashtag is KM4AgD challenge. Are we done? Have you read something? Moreover, to our online viewers or online participants, you can also screenshot, share your view on Twitter, on Facebook. We'll make sure we follow back and retweet. So, while people are tweeting, are Facebooking, are LinkedIn, and Instagramming some of those various informations, I would also like to call on Eric from DRC to come and do his presentation. Let's give him some love. You have 15 minutes, 1-5. Thank you.
I will speak in French. Bonjour à tous. Moi, c'est Eric Nunda, depuis la RDC. Je disais que je suis Eric Nunda depuis la RDC. Au sein de IPARD, je suis chargé de communication et je suis aussi coordonnateur de suivi et évaluation dans le projet pilote de tilapia en cage au Sud Kivu. Je vais présenter la stratégie de gestion des connaissances dans le contexte de IPARD DRC. Avant de commencer, je vais devoir présenter mes sincères remerciements aux organisateurs de cette formation qui nous ont permis d'avoir cette opportunité qui va nous propulser dans un autre niveau professionnel. Merci beaucoup. Je serai un peu bref, je vais introduire, puis je vais faire l'analyse de la situation par rapport à notre contexte local. Je vais présenter la politique de gestion des connaissances que j'ai conçue pour la RDC et je vais présenter aussi la mise en œuvre. Mais tout d'abord, au niveau de la RDC, au moins 70% de la population s'occupe de l'agriculture. Mais malheureusement, nous remarquons qu'au sein de cet effectif, la jeunesse est très moins représentée. Étant donné que la plupart des organisations sur place s'occupent plutôt du développement durable au lieu de s'occuper de la gestion des connaissances ou de l'expertise des jeunes Congolais pour le développement agricole durable. Et dans ce contexte, les jeunes ont un problème qui se résume en un manque de réseautage, un manque d'accessibilité aux technologies de l'information et de communication, aussi à une qualité d'information qui est critique, aussi une mauvaise conception de l'agriculture et des méthodes qui sont inappropriées. C'est-à-dire, la plupart des jeunes supposent que l'agriculture appartient à nos vieux parents qu'au lieu d'appartenir à la jeunesse. Pourtant, d'autre part, pour IPARD DRC, nous visons à assurer la viabilité à long terme de IPARD DRC En Suisse, nous visons à être un acteur clé de l'orientation stratégique de l'engagement des jeunes dans les systèmes alimentaires durables. Ensuite, nous visons à constituer une équipe innovante et solidaire. Et enfin, nous visons à renforcer le partage de l'information technique, scientifique et technologique au sein de la jeunesse de la RDC. Pour l'analyse de la situation, je vais d'abord signaler que le concept de gestion des connaissances, comme l'ont signalé mes collègues francophones, que c'est un terme nouveau dans notre monde français. Alors, par rapport aux forces que présente IPARD présentement, d'abord, il y a une diversité de membres. Nous essayons de toucher dans chaque territoire où IPARD intervient déjà, qui est de représentativité. Il y a la pluridisciplinarité de la structure IPARD, c'est-à-dire que nous n'avons pas seulement des ingénieurs agronomes, mais nous avons également des socio-économistes, nous avons des sociologues, nous avons également des médecins et nous avons des hydrobiologistes, comme par exemple dans le projet de tilapia en cage, nous avions intégré 2 médecins et un hydrobiologiste pour pouvoir faire des études sur l'impact de la gestion des tilapia, des trucs sur la santé, sur la qualité de l'eau. Alors il y a aussi l'interconnexion aux institutions de recherche. Il y a la collaboration avec le gouvernement sur les programmes de relance agricole. C'est à travers notre représentant pays qui a essayé de jouer avec ces contacts où IPARD commence déjà à intégrer la prise de décision dans les domaines agricoles dans le gouvernement. Il y a aussi la collaboration avec les partenaires régionaux et les pionniers internationaux. Il y a aussi l'organisation et la planification des travaux techniques. Ensuite, il y a la mise à jour permanente du personnel, participation aux séances de foires et capacitation des jeunes. Et aussi, nous nous inspirons déjà de stratégies de gestion des connaissances des organisations partenaires de IPARD, telles que FARA. Malheureusement, nous avons également des faiblesses qui se résument à un accès très faible aux technologies de l'information et de la communication, surtout dans le monde rural. Il y a aussi des limites linguistiques lors des interventions dans les milieux ruraux, étant donné que la RDC est un peu plus vaste, avec plus de 450 tribus, alors souvent on a cette difficulté-là d'aborder toutes les structures rurales. Il y a aussi une collaboration qui n'est pas encore optimale entre la représentation nationale et les représentations locales et le manque de compétitivité entre les sous-structures organisationnelles des IPARD d'IRC. Quant aux opportunités, il y a une disponibilité de bailleurs de fonds. Donc souvent, on fait des interviews avec certaines organisations qui sont intéressées souvent par nos interventions. Il y a aussi disponibilité des partenaires locaux, nationaux et internationaux. Il y a aussi la disponibilité de projets pour exécution et en collaboration avec le ministère de l'Agriculture. Quant aux menaces, il y a d'abord l'instabilité politique qui entrave souvent nos interventions. Il y a les ressources financières qui sont très insuffisantes ou même absentes. Et par là, nous essayons d'auto-créer, de nous prendre en charge nous-mêmes. Et il y a aussi l'inefficacité des technologies de l'information et des communications au sein de IPARD. Il y a aussi la dilution de certaines initiatives locales, étant donné que nous n'avons pas encore mis en évidence ces contextes de gestion des connaissances, ce qui fait souvent que certaines idées locaux ne sont pas valorisées, et aussi l'insécurité qui se remarque souvent. Et quant à la politique de la gestion des connaissances, on s'est dit qu'on devra créer, pour pouvoir intégrer ces concepts en RDC, par rapport aussi à la grandeur du pays, on doit créer 3 couches dans la gestion des connaissances. Donc on doit avoir d'abord un comité national de gestion des connaissances qui doit être basé à Kinshasa, à la coordination des IPARD. On doit avoir des comités provinciaux de gestion des connaissances. Ensuite, on doit avoir des comités locaux de gestion des connaissances. Et ces trois structures tournent autour de notre objectif qui est un peu urgent pour le moment, d'assurer la transférabilité des connaissances au sein de toutes les structures nationales de la RDC. Et ces trois structures sont interconnectées entre eux. D'abord pour les acteurs du Comité national de gestion des connaissances, il y a d'abord la représentation pays des IPARD, il y a les centres nationaux de recherche agricole, comme INERA, il y a le Centre national de gestion des connaissances, il y a les vulgarisateurs nationaux, il y a le ministère national d'Agriculture, Élevage et Environnement. Et pour le comité provincial de gestion des connaissances, nous avons d'abord la représentation locale des IPARD, parce que dans IPARD, nous avons une représentation nationale et dans chaque province, nous avons des représentations locales. Il y a les partenaires locaux, il y a les centres de recherche territoriaux. Nous avons aussi les formateurs et les vulgarisateurs régionaux. Et nous avons enfin aussi les associations villageoises d'épargne et de crédit. Et enfin, on a les centres locaux de gestion des connaissances. Donc, c'est une planification qui sera mise en vigueur. Enfin, pour les comités locaux, ça sera constitué par la représentation territoriale des IPARD. Ça sera constitué des producteurs locaux, des formateurs et vulgarisateurs locaux. Ça sera constitué par des organisations paysannes, mais aussi par les champs écoles paysans. Et il y a aussi les centres territoriaux de gestion des connaissances et les leaders locaux. Donc là, ça se montre qu'il y aura le transfert de connaissances partira de comités locaux vers les comités provinciaux qui seront arrivés jusqu'au comité national. Par rapport au lien entre les différentes structures, entre le comité national de gestion des connaissances et les comités provinciaux, parce qu'il y a plusieurs provinces, ils sont interconnectés dans la planification du programme national de gestion des connaissances. C'est un programme qui doit être mis en pratique et élaboré. Il y a aussi le programme de capacitation interne, aussi la formation des spécialistes nationaux ou les spécialistes nationaux de gestion des connaissances. Donc nous devons avoir des spécialistes locaux. Donc ils vont arriver jusqu'au niveau le plus bas des producteurs en RDC. Et pour l'exécution du programme ou des programmes nationaux de gestion des connaissances, ils sont également liés pour la transférabilité des technologies de l'information et des communications, aussi par l'organisation des ateliers régionaux de partage d'expériences, aussi par la formation de vulgarisateurs territoriaux de gestion des connaissances. Enfin, entre les comités nationaux et les comités locaux de gestion des connaissances, va intervenir le foires agricoles, programme d'évaluation, gestion des connaissances, les ateliers nationaux de partage d'expériences et le programme de capacitation des agents locaux de gestion des connaissances. Et ça sera tellement important de manière à ce que nous allons d'abord assurer les transferts durables de connaissances. Ensuite, nous allons assurer la valorisation des marchés territoriaux par la maximisation des recettes auprès des producteurs locaux. Il y aura aussi un accès qui sera garanti aux technologies de l'information et de communication. Et puis avec la capacitation des spécialistes nationaux de gestion des connaissances. Donc j'ai essayé de mettre de l'interaction. À chaque interaction, il y a des avantages qui se sont relevés. Pour le plan de mise en œuvre, étant donné que ce contexte va permettre en grande partie pour IPAR de DRC de bien se propulser, de bien se développer, nous devons prioriser tout d'abord les systèmes de gestion de IPAR de DRC doit être régi par les comités nationaux de gestion des connaissances. Également, c'est une priorité pour les comités provinciaux, la formation des agents nationaux et régionaux de gestion des connaissances, et ça serait des agents qui seraient certifiés parce que nous avons nos partenaires qui nous ont formés. Il y aura aussi les communautés de connaissances nationales et régionales, le centre de connaissances nationales et régionaux. Il y a aussi les partenariats nationaux de connaissances pour le développement agricole. Et j'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Eric. We'll still urge all of you, if you have questions, just keep them down. And we'll request for that. So it's now my turn to do the presentation. So show me some love, I mean. Yeah, just go to the first video. No, I'll do it in English. To be in the safer side. Okay. So, my name is Paula Chu. We thank everybody, especially we thank the partners and all those stuff. Especially thank to Benjamin. I remember we were in the field and then he mentioned about these programs. I was like, oh, I have to be part. So through the competitions, I'm glad that today I'm here. And it's a great privilege to make sure that we move the knowledge forward. So, the first slide. So, I've been selected to WIPAD, and then, but because of this purpose, okay, so I'll just do to, everybody is talking about a lot of things, but I'll be giving you in the perspective of, I mean, private sector. How can we engage more with the private sector to make sure that we make sure KM is available? So, Footprint Bridge International is a social enterprise that operates within 5 African countries. Headquarters in Ghana as well. So, Footprint Bridge help entrepreneurs, men and women, build businesses that create income, opportunities, and economic growth in the rural areas. We believe strongly that the key to promote dynamic growth in Africa and in Ghana is to develop viable rural businesses with innovative approach, based solutions to social enterprise, with key in effective KM skill development in leverages the government of Ghana digitalization agenda policies in building resilient public and private sector businesses. So for us, we believe that we continue to aim to operationalize the priority area of KM framework to make progress. I mean, how to make sure that we move forward with the key in mind, the SDGs, and then also the key recommendation, how we could be able to leverage on the key recommendation from the Akosombo agenda and integrated agenda as well. So for us, we believe that through the Akosombo strategic framework, we will come to the term that knowledge is at the heart of its works. So for us, as the Footprint Bridge International, we believe that through all those knowledges, disseminate them properly. Also by engaging in policy, we'll be able to have a successful result engaging. So, I mean, we have a major gap. But before we do some of those gaps, we come into term by answering a few questions. What are we already doing in order to achieve them? Where are we doing well? Where are we not doing well? And why? So then we come across, three key gaps. So the first gap is mostly lack of documentation, sharing, and uses of evidence-based lesson project. How do we share them? How do we make sure that we share some of those things? We come across that is lacking, how we could be able to document some of those things. The second one is limitation or access. We don't have much access to some of those information, both through the digital space, even through the network or through the communities of practice. We don't have the communities, or the people don't have it. It's just a few people sitting on it. And the last one is about strategic publishing. How do we make sure that what we put out, it attracts investment, it attracts and other people? They come to term that through commitment, that we believe that strategically manage or share those information, we must be able to. How do we monitor an integrated approach through collaborations? We must make it happen. Then level of staff and become aware of the impact of knowledge, knowledge management. It will help us to be able to grow our economy, even through the local or in the country as well. The second one opportunity we feel is that how do we make sure that we decentralize the framework? That will help us to in the top. But then we go to the agri-colleges at the rural communities, train them, make sure that they have a proper. So for us, one of the key things we are looking at is to provide what you call coordinated approach through knowledge hub and community of practice. The last is not moving anymore. We believe in the focus of these business models. Through communities, through innovation, through mission, through market, we'll be able, through passion, we'll be able to get some profit by doing other activity, not really realize. And these are the key recommendations we believe that going forward, it will help us. Through facilitation of adoption of integrated approach, through program, by enabling and empowering community of practice, that's, across all sectors. And then so we believe that strengthening the country level knowledge will also help us through engagement of what we call the indigenous knowledge sharing through the field to better understand some of those things. And we believe in creating, capacity, visibility, awareness. That will also help us make sure that at the end of the day, we have a successful KM in practice. So the last but one is more importantly to be able to, strengthen our staff, our knowledge together. So thank you very much. We believe that at least everybody have information. Thank you. All right, so I'm back again. So now we will at least ask for your questions, your inputs. So far, some of the things that our colleagues have shared, even through the online participant. If you have questions, we can, let's see whether we have some few questions out there. These are the morning. Do we have? In the morning. Anyway, while we are still trying to find out questions from our participant online, remember, your phone is just close to you. Make sure you tweet something. Make sure you post something. Make sure, when we are checking the hashtag, at least something must pop up in your name. Or maybe our online participant, if anybody have questions or something, you can just raise your hands and ask. Mr. Ben, you look like everybody is so satisfied or okay with what we have just done. But we still need more input from anyone have questions here? Yeah, Eric. Elizabeth.
Moi, c'est Eric. Merci pour Watsudo m'accorder la parole. Merci. C'est Eric. Merci de m'avoir accordé la parole. Ma question revient sur les connaissances sont diverses et on va voir lesquelles on va capitaliser. Et je me rappelle dans les dernières sessions que l'on a eues avec M. Andreas, on a vu qu'on pourrait voir une quantité, une quinzaine de connaissances que l'on pourrait mettre en avant. Puisqu'on est le deuxième jour de formation, j'aimerais donc savoir s'ils auraient donc vu lesquelles connaissances on va mettre en avant par rapport aux autres. C'était ça ma question, c'était adressé à vous, mais je pense que le formateur André pourra donc nous aider à voir les connaissances que l'on pourra mettre en avant. Merci.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth.
Thanks to all that have presented this afternoon. The first one goes to Zainab. In her structure, she mentioned that they have a directorate of women in agriculture. I'm just curious to know what business happens there. And the second is to you, Paul. I would like to hear more about how you plan to measure the proposals that you've put forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other question? Any other questions?
Can I respond to?
Yes, you can just.
So with the Women in Agriculture Development Directorate, they have the mandate to mainstream gender issues in agriculture. So basically what they do is to mobilize women across the country. So in every district, there's what we call a district development officer in charge of women in agricultural activities. So basically, it's about mobilization, mainstreaming gender, facilitating access, the access to information for women, empowering them, giving them trainings, basic skills for development, and all that. So basically, that is what the directorate is up to. And they have other partners they work with. And most of the partners are from the private sector as well. So they engage with all these groups to champion the cause of women in agriculture. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much. And Achu, thanks to everyone for the nice presentations. I just want to trigger this to YPAT, the typical YPAT strategies. Maybe you want to come out a bit more clearly as to how you can establish your relevance in the midst of the country partners through a knowledge management strategy like this. I'm just saying this because in some countries, you might be lucky to be very active. Some countries, you are still trying to find recognition among the actors. So what new thing or what significant thing are you bringing on board that will facilitate your inclusion in the affairs of things within the country? So, for instance, Nigeria, YPAT Nigeria, you gave one of your strengths as the numbers that you have. Then, in the weakness, you talked about the partnership challenges. So, how does that number that you have, the numbers that you have, how does that inure to your benefit as a network in the country, in the midst of major players in the AR4D in Nigeria? How does, let's say, fortunately, Dr. Godfrey is here, the NALIS, how does YPAT ensure that you are not forgotten by NALIS in anything that they are doing? That's just something, an example, maybe just for all of us to think through as you finalize your strategy. You need to find a space to make the connection clear so that you can be more accepted. And that may, I'm sure maybe Francis's presentation may also offer you some ideas from the profit-oriented angle of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Any other? All right, so we thank you very much, especially our online participants and those of us here as well. We also appreciate our sponsors, our partners, to make sure that, we all gather here today and continue to learn. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to Bridget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sareka and Yad and YPAD. Sorry, YPAD for those very informative presentations that you've shared with us. And I just have one question for YPAD. I noticed that when you were presenting, most of you were saying that your organizations are not yet registered. How do you hope to access funding if they are not yet registered? Isn't that like one of the main requirements for you to access funding to run your organization properly?
I think that is true because most organizations usually want a network or an organization. It's either you're registered or you're hosted. But now for the options that we have, given that we've been operating, let me talk about YPAD Kenya, which is also similar to other countries. So the options that we have is either you get registered as an organization, that is with support and approval from the GC unit, that is the global unit, or you find a reputable organization or institution that can host you. Let's say, for example, our regional YPAD coordinator is hosted by FARA. The global unit is hosted by GFAR. So that is also like a line that some of the countries that can follow through. Otherwise, in some partnerships or in some donors, maybe might not be so keen, but those are very few, like probably 1%. Let's say, for example, there was the social awareness campaign that we did that was sponsored by an organization in the US called RARE. It was not really like because they really wanted a partnership with us. So they didn't really push us to like, you have to be registered but we found a way to work. So everything works. So either registration or partnerships or hosting. Yeah.
Thank you for that. So remember that earlier I talked about the qualities of a leader. The first one, the L I said stands, you have to be able to accept change. When change comes, you have to maneuver around and suit in the change that is happening. If you do not change, if there's a new strategy and you don't want to flow with it, you remain in the past. Huh? So as a new leader in KM, please always remember that I have to change. And how do I change? By learning from others. Learn the good from other people. Next, when we come, we are going to look at A. So this time around, we are going to break for a tea break, for a healthy break. And I'm giving you only 15 minutes. And as we are coming back, Francis, please prepare for the next session. I can see Francis here. Is he here? Oh, sure. All right, thanks. Our online participants, we are breaking for 15 minutes. We'll be back soon. Thanks. Bye.
I am.
You sure?
Really?
All right, so he's going to do his presentation right now. It will run for 30 minutes. Please be attentive. It's a very interesting presentation because it shall be focused on the private sector. So, Francis, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci. So, hi everyone. I'd like us to do just a small exercise. I know you're just from outside, but I would like you all to wear your face masks. Just all of us, let's put on our face mask. Just for a few minutes, don't worry. Yes, let's put it on. Have you all put on our face mask? Everyone? I won't continue. Let's see, everyone with their face mask? Oh, I have to hold the mic, so I'm exempted. Now that we have our face masks on, do you remember when you were a child, you used to make these weird faces to others, whether it was insulting or playful? I want you to make those faces right now, but I don't want anyone else to know about it. So that's why you're wearing a face mask. So in the count of 3, I want to make you to make all those weird faces that you can think of. 1, 2, 3. Laughter tells me that most of you have done that. So, so thank you so much. So I'll be presenting on, my topic for today is business inclusion for knowledge management. And we'll be looking at just the challenge, the knowledge management for agricultural development challenge interventions, the challenges in knowledge management and the desired changes that we want to see, perspectives in, okay, that's off. Perspectives of business model inclusion, and that is a case for AIAR, that is African Inception for Agribusiness Research, and the proposed business models. And the presentation has gone. Oh, for engagement, thank you. For engagement among private sector. Then at the end of the presentation, we're going to have a discussion about these business models and how we can implement them within our NAS system. So the knowledge management challenge was convened by the CADEP XP4 partners from 8th September to 9th. That is going to be tomorrow. So yay for those who know we are about to finish it. We also had examples of few business models that we came up with and discussed more about them. And through this topic, we had a knowledge cafe on the 16th of November 2021 that explored these business models and also the topic of knowledge inclusion among NAS. My slides are stopped. So first I'd like to show you just some of the challenges that from even the Knowledge Cafe that we held. These are 4 of the main that, of course, if we are to break them down, of course, you'll get a lot more issues that arise from what has been currently happening with especially among the NAS, and even from the representations that we have had today and even yesterday. And one of these was the lack of access to useful knowledge that's already available within the continent. Sorry. you've gone too far. Okay. All right, so the lack of access to useful knowledge that is already available within the continent. There's also the donor dependency among African research systems. The low rate of adoption by farmers for these knowledge products, and the poor access to resources for knowledge management. These are actually some of the issues that, or challenges that most of the NAS systems are facing. And and also with like the incubation for Rwanda, where there was the issue of poor access to resources, even from the NAS to now businesses. And so we looked at what the model, the current model that most NAS operate in. And so this is the public financed model, where the knowledge service providers are financed by the state and the taxpayer, and the farmer makes the profit alone. No one takes up the risk, and the demand for knowledge services is influenced by external factors more often than not. And so the model is very one way, in that knowledge flows from the national agricultural research systems to the farmer. And with this illustration, you can see the dots on the NAS, and this shows also the fragmentation among the NAS, so that even for knowledge to move, sometimes it can be difficult due to that fragmentation. And so we want to look at, we discussed some of the other business models that are, let's say, potential business models that we can be able to take up, even as NAS or even as business entities that are helping within the extension or agribusiness development sector. So from the challenge, we came up, these were the models that came up. First, it was a self-determined model. I'll quickly go through this, where farmers and cooperatives demand and pay for the knowledge service provider. For the service of the knowledge service provider. The public transfer business model, that which we have just talked about with the NAS. So there's also the concept of a cooperative business model, where the knowledge service provider and farmers collaborate and share the profit. So this was discussed a lot, especially within the cafe. We have the knowledge service driven farming. So this one, the knowledge service providers, that can be you and me, invest in farming and hire farmers, but in the end you take all the profit alone. And the last one is the knowledge partners company. So this involves partnering with any person in the knowledge process to establish a company and invest in knowledge and farming and collaborate for shared profit. You can look at it as a public-private partnership company, to say the least. So this is also one of the options that can happen. So from this, what were the desired outcomes for these models that we felt that if implemented within a NAS will bring out? So we are looking at frequent and consistent access to quality information on market trends, projected volumes, and production technology, shared decision making with regards to value chain rules and price structures, better forecasting and planning, resource availability for the creation and dissemination of knowledge products, and high adoption of knowledge products by the last mile. So when we're looking at these business models, those are the things that we feel like will be achieved by the adoption of business models. And this is not from the public, what you call the public transfer business model that has already been there. I remember a presentation yesterday that we were seeing the trends in agriculture, and I remember Charles telling me he's so worried if the trend of agriculture production is going lower in the last 20 years. But yet, this is the public transfer business model is what we have been using. But yet, that is a trend. So, do we need a change? Do we need to rethink our business model? So, I'd like to ask a question, and this is to all of you. How does the private sector and the National Agricultural Research System leverage on science, technology, and innovation to increase profitability, as well as ensure knowledge products are reaching to the last mile? That we have put, this question that I'm posing to you, is it part within of your structure? I mean, your strategies of knowledge management? Are we thinking of, all right, how do we partner with the private sector in a way that this collaboration will bring profits even for them, but also will help us move our knowledge products to the last mile and be sustainable? I'd like to, that is a question sorry. Is that mine? Sorry about that. And so, looking at that system, I'd like to bring to you a kind of a definition of a business model. So, let's look at this definition carefully. A business model is an articulate structure of sharing products, services, resources, assets, and knowledge flow among interacting partners. So that includes internal and external customers, consumers, and competitors in the environment, in order to exchange potential benefits from specific resources of revenue with the capability of flexible boundaries. In this definition alone, it has talked about sharing and interacting of partners twice, meaning you cannot have a business model without inclusion. And that's something that I remember telling Andreas and sharing with the team that I know we have two topics, knowledge inclusion and business models, but how are they separate? I didn't know how to, because those two come hand in hand. You can't have a model, there's no business model without inclusion. And so this is something that without the inclusion of all the actors and players that are involved in the knowledge creation and dissemination, it becomes hard to create a reliable business model that works. So we look at knowledge management should increase profitability, but it needs all these processes, products, technologies. Knowledge management incorporates all these things to enable businesses to add value and generate profit. This is from a business point of view. This is from a private sector point of view. Why can't it be adopted within a NAS? So I'd like to bring an example of a business model that we as AIR have adopted with some of our partners. And we can look at, we see there are two sides of it where there's a weak partnership, but then there is also the strong partnership. So when you look at the weak partnership, there is, of course, all the disadvantages that which we have listed. And we're talking about farmers feeling, having lack of power or say in terms of what they need at that particular time. Expensive, slow, or stressful to adopt technologies. So researcher to the extensionist. He is feeling their daily struggles every time. There seem to be a lack of communication among the two because the extensionist is being frustrated on the farmer side. The researcher is coming to him and is thinking, what's going on? Why aren't you delivering this knowledge? And so the funder comes to the researcher and it's, well, let's just say it's going to be a mess, and it's a whole line of messes. But what happened if you include a strong partnership with the private sector? And this private sector, of course, we are also looking at knowledge management agents to be part of those private sector players. And so we found out that when we have this kind of partnership, the information is well packaged. And I know we talked about well-packaged information when it comes to delivery of information that we produce among the NAS. We're talking about higher value of items that you produce among the farmers, towards the farmers. It's of high quality. You're not limited to, because we have low resources or low budget, there is a way that the system has been streamlined, and I will talk about that just later on. Product and service bundles, cost share delivery, and, well, happier farmers. From this, also the researcher also benefits in terms of increased technology transfer, joint promotions, business growth, focus, and entrepreneurship development, and, well, if it is funded by the government or from a donor funder, then there are better contract terms, collaborative relationships, scheduled delivery systems, reduced cost, and performance rewards and certifications. So this, everyone wins in this strong partnership model that we are presenting today. But how does that look like? And I think that's where maybe we need to maybe have an example for you. And I'd like to talk about a business that AIR was able to support. And this business was called Nyabera Farms. So this started as a... So Nyabera Farm was birthed from a problem that we all know too well. And this was low farmer adoption. And this technology that the researchers wanted to adopt was the fish cage technology along the shores of Lake Victoria. So the researcher came, of course, the farmers wouldn't take it because first of all, it's expensive. By the time they do this investment, and then it was something new, so they were unsure about it. And so at that point, the researcher had resistance. And so the researcher thought of a way of trying to get the farmers into it by, one, creating a cooperative of the farmers, for the farmers, where they'll come together and pool resources in order to build it, to acquire fish cages. And by so doing, he also assured them to work with them. So he became a partner within the cooperative, and so they started building with they started acquiring fish cages, a few of them. And so this technology, okay, so the farmers have gotten, but it's still little, and it's within a cooperative. So how do I scale this up? So the next innovation that came up, and this was from a business development service that they received, was, why don't you create a system where people, the private sector and other farmers can adopt a fish cage? So people pull in, so this became, was marketed all over Kenya, where you can be able to adopt a fish cage, and these Nyabera farms will be able to take care of it and share the profits with you. That there will be a profit for you, and the margin, and a certain margin goes back to the farm. So through this program, they were able to acquire up to 100 fish cages in a span of 2 years. And as people started adopting and investing within this company, well, it was just a cooperative. And it grew to a point that they had to make it as a company built by farmers. But there was also the point of now the market. And so they will send some of the fish to the market, and because they had gone too large, they started sending to the urban areas. And they realized not all the fish is going. And they had a lot of fish. I mean, 200 fish cages, that's a lot of fish. And so now we came in to look at the business model and see how we can help them especially within their market. And so we realized that one of the reasons their fish was not liked is, first, it was expensive. They will grow the fish to maturity. I had Zainab talking about how the fish is small here in the hotel. But it's economics of scale, where a smaller fish will feed less, meaning low cost. And by the time you take it to the market, the market vendors will accept at the price that you give them. And so just by reducing your cost, you actually gain more market. So and they adopted this for the urban market because that was what was working in the urban market. But within the lakeshore towns, no, you don't sell them as small fish. So they had to segregate and know how much fish needs to be sent to the urban market and how much fish needs to be sent to the local lakeshore towns. And this expanded their their customers that they can be able to sell to. And so by supporting them in that, they had a whole network from investors, from the private sector. They had the support of the NAS, which was actually the Kenya Marine and Fisheries KM4AgD Institute. And they also got information from the vendors on how their fish is, which was also important. Because without that information, they wouldn't adjust, thank you, they wouldn't adjust their fish or what they deliver to meet the consumer needs. And so because of this, we are looking at a model that looks like this way. You remember how the public transfer model looked like? It was one way, one flow. But we want to make it look like it has gears that connect each and every one. Without one gear, it doesn't run. So with a business model, remember what we said, without inclusion, no business model. And so this is what we propose. And so we want to have a 10-minute discussion with all of us. And I would like to hear your thoughts in terms of these 3 questions. How can the private sector and NAS engage in knowledge management, create a model that can work? What needs to be put in place? And will it be profitable, replicable, and sustainable? So I'll just, we're going to open the table for any person who has suggestions, questions. We want to just have a discussion on this. All right? So each of you have a microphone on your table, I believe. So please just raise up your hand. We are going to have this just 10 minutes discussion. Also, from online, please, I don't know who will be able to check for me any questions that will come in. So this, we are open. Andreas and Benjamin will be here to help me in those questions. So please, the floor is ours, not mine, ours. Yes, Eric. Oh, there are 2 Erics. I need to.
Tout d'abord, félicitations. Je dis tout d'abord félicitations à l'innovation. J'aimerais bien que ce sont donc les bonnes solutions donc, que l'on veut donc, de la recherche à la productivité avec le partenariat du secteur privé. Et ma question donc est celle-ci. Des fois, il nous est difficile d'approcher donc les communautés de base et encore une fois de nous pouvoir faire des partenariats avec les institutions de recherche. Vous, on s'est disputé, on a discuté à propos, tu as dit que vous êtes un start-up. Ça veut dire une entreprise qui est encore petite. Mais comment est-ce que vous avez pu approcher les personnes des institutions de recherche? Comment est-ce que la population, donc la communauté de base, a accueilli l'initiative? C'était ça donc ma question. Merci.
All right, thank you, Eric. Okay.
De ma part, je voulais faire d'abord un commentaire, puis poser ma question. Nous avons eu presque la même expérience avec le projet que IPARD DRC a bénéficié auprès de l'ITA, le projet pilote des tilapiens en cage. C'était à travers l'adoption de ces nouvelles technologies de la production des tilapiens en cage flottante sur le lac Kivu. Alors, bon, on a débuté la production. En débutant la production, on a eu des soucis qui cadrent d'abord par rapport à la race utilisée, la race de poisson utilisée. Et par après, on est parvenu à avoir une race qui s'est adaptée aux conditions de notre lac. Mais maintenant, là, la production a évolué, bien sûr, et presque on est à la préparation de la récolte. Alors, je voulais avoir votre orientation sur comment capitaliser ces nouvelles technologies à notre niveau local pour rendre notre récolte un peu, le rendre dans les normes de la nouvelle technologie, donc dans les normes que vous avez signalées. Merci.
Can I answer just the two questions first? Well, I'll do my best to do that. One thing, we leveraged our relationships that we had. We leveraged on the relationships that we had with partners. So one thing, even as a small organization, we were able to get this connection to KM4AgD. That was doing this project. It was actually a researcher called Dr. Paul Arena. And through that interaction, and we were able to even rope in an NGO, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, to come on board in order to see the model. And so from that is where they were able even to now scale up their business. So in terms of reaching out towards the NAS and to even to the local farmers, it's all about networking, and I know that Benjamin has really stressed out even through our strategies that how we network, how do we network to the NAS, that becomes key in giving these services to even the small and connecting to the small, because most NAS have, if you're looking at the extension services, they are the ones on the ground with the farmers. That relationship is very important, very vital even for businesses. If I want to be able to promote a product, I need to get into the NAS, to get to the extension. If I go to the farmers, they will produce the way they know it, and that's it. But the NAS have the technology to make it either better, cheaper. So I need to interact with them. And you see, for our private sector, if it's something that is making more efficient, meaning the price will go down. I'm thinking better profitability, and I'm in. And that's the one thing about private sectors. We are always for something that will reduce our cost, increase profitability. From the second question, I think what we did is that we supported the stakeholders in strengthening their relationship by analyzing the market trends, consumer patterns, strengthening the feedback loop that is between the NAS and the consumers and this company that was formed. This is how we were able to know, all right, so this fish that let's say you're producing, us as a business development service, we were the ones now mandated to do that, to look at the market and to be able to see how best that this fish that you have produced can be marketed, and to be able to find where best, which place, what type of, let's say like the small fish, where will it go? Where will it be marketed more? Or the large fish, where will it be marketed more? So these even segregating what you are producing and seeing where does it fit in which market. This is where it's important, as what you produce, in a business we say you can't be producing when you don't have a market. It makes no sense. You have to think of the market first. So I believe that when you started your fish, did you have a market in mind? And I'll ask that question.
Yeah, bien sûr, on a bénéficié d'un projet. Alors, nous devons faire une récolte environ de 30 tonnes de poissons. Donc, d'ici 2022, comme ça. Alors, par rapport au marché, bien sûr, il y a le marché qui est là. Parce que dès qu'on avait bénéficié, on a essayé de chercher qui seraient les preneurs. Alors, c'est une activité qui pourrait prendre une longue période. Parce que pour écouler environ 25 à 30 tonnes de poissons, ce n'est pas facile. Alors, il y a une question, comment pouvez-vous nous orienter pour capitaliser les technologies afin de conserver notre produit? Merci.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry. I forget I'm wearing this. So, if I'm getting your question is how to capitalize on this technology that you have now started producing, but you have 30 tons of fish, all right? You work for the Ministry of Agriculture, I believe. Okay.
Bon, non, c'est un partenariat qu'on a bénéficié juste après le lancement de la production. Oui.
So what I'll suggest is, this is a partnership that has reached to this particular end of the business, and it creates now a challenge, to say the least. Why not look for a partner who will now take it to the next mile? Because if you are talking about moving fish, you say that tonnage and for a very long distance, then I'll say looking for somebody who can create an ice blaster, the ones that freeze the fish to up to negative 40 degrees, so that it can last up to 3 months without getting spoiled. And so that means the transportation becomes easy. And so now those kind of partnerships those are the partnerships now for each stage of the business that you're looking at. Any challenge becomes it becomes an opportunity for a business or for a private sector or a partner to come in and see how they can be able to fill in that gap. You cannot do everything, and even from the example of that that I showed you, not everything can be done by, we can't say that the NAS will do everything in terms of extension work, research, marketing, everything. I mean, you may have to double your staff if you are to do that. But we're looking at what can you do with the resources that you have? And partnership becomes one of the key areas in order to drive that. I hope I've been able to answer you.
Yes,
All
okay.
right, thank you. Okay. All right. Ladies first. So.
You provided a lot of insight, but I think this particular presentation has given me further insight. In the sense that I'm looking at it from the point as a business person. I'm also into business.
Yeah.
And the point you talk about, the challenge you mentioned that there's low uptake of technology by farmers.
Yeah.
I think this is something we can link to the kind of research findings coming out, or the knowledge, the type of knowledge our researchers are churning out. What goes into it?
Yeah.
What are what protocols are being put in place before a particular area within the agricultural value chain is being researched on? For the farmer, the most important value proposition he's looking at is the value in the knowledge. If the knowledge comes out and he adopts it and it doesn't translate into anything valuable to him, changing his life, no matter how cheap the technology is, the knowledge is, he will never accept it.
Yeah, true.
So for me, I believe that there's supposed to be a further, we should intensify our consultations, our engagements with the private partners.
Yeah.
Let me cite an example to you. In Ghana, fertilizer and seeds are big deals. In fact, it's among the things our farmers really invest a lot in.
Yeah.
And these private sectors are capitalizing on it. So a private person could come, say that I have this product, this particular variety is high yielding, early maturing, it doubles your yields, triples it and all that.
Yeah.
The farmer buys into this idea, he tries it and he doesn't get the expected outcomes. And the next minute he's not going to use the product. The question is, who is supposed to see to it that that product the farmer was going to use was really certified? What are the standard issues? Who was within the system? I know extension is supposed to play that role.
Yeah.
But in most cases, there are also political issues along the way. So the person, the private person brings in the product. It doesn't, the research does not confirm anything. We say it's good. We talk about all the positive sides about the product.
Yeah.
And the farmer uses the thing and it doesn't get the expected outcomes. So it adds on to the fact that other technologies will not be accepted. So I think we should, for the private sector, we need that regulatory body to see like if is the research. For Ghana here is the Directorate of Plant Protection and Regulatory Services is in charge.
Yeah.
But like I said, there are other issues to it.
Okay.
So we are calling for like a body, an authority to see to that, aside all the systems we have.
Yeah.
So I think that value proposition on the knowledge product to the farmer is key.
Is key.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Andres, you had wanted to...
I wanted to try to answer your question, how can the private sector and NARS engage? And I think the most important is, first of all, the mindset. Because I'm not an African, allow me this observation. I may be wrong, there may be something true in it, but I observe that a lot of African agriculture and development is dominated by donors, by organizations that give something and they expect that the taxpayers' money is used in an open and whatever way. And profit. Profit, yes, you can, but not with our money. And this is totally wrong. This is a wrong understanding. If the public administration, if all those who receive money are not allowed to make profit, what does it mean? I will tell you. Imagine you grow apple trees and you plant 100 small trees and you give all of them little water just for them to survive. Not too much because you don't have much money, but they will not die. Now, there is an apple that is very healthy and it explodes, it grows. But then the water that it gets is the same because all get the same water. So there is no way that this strong apple tree gets more water. Yeah, the roots are growing, but no water. So what will this apple do? Sooner or later it will say, I have no space here to develop. Either it will die or it will stop thinking. It will just say, okay, I'm a small tree. I cannot grow. But we all have knowledge and we want our knowledge to grow. So where do we get the additional resources to grow? To become a big tree that has big apple and produces a lot. Maybe we need less trees that are big, that are substantial, healthy, etc. We need to make profit. It does not mean that one who makes profit is lazy, sitting on the beach, drinking champagne, not working anymore. This is a completely stupid idea of someone who makes profit or who is a businessman. This is wrong. It just means, profit means that you earn more, which allows you to grow, to invest, to become bigger. And this is what we want. So anybody who makes no profit, I wonder how can that be sustainable? And I think that this is to be changed in our mindset. So we all should be creative and initiative to create more income for what we are doing. So this is number one. The second, nobody can do everything. A good researcher is very analytical. He works with the microscope, analyzes, and when he finds something, he is happy, or she is happy. Selling it on the market is just disturbing for a real scientist. I would not generalize it, but very often this is the case. So if there is a nurse with, or a NARI with 100, 800 researchers, you cannot expect each of them to be a good marketeer. You should not. But as a big organization, you can find good entrepreneurial people and say, let us establish a spin-off that has a good entrepreneur and collaborating with the scientists. Because the scientist will be willing to share his knowledge with the partners, the entrepreneurial partners, who then will market it for him. He can stay a scientist, but this spin-off will make money, profit, in order to grow, to become a strong apple tree. How many spin-offs do the NARIs have currently? Enough? Do you have spin-offs at all? No? No? It means you have no entrepreneurial arm. It means you are just researching and nobody sells it. And then you can ask, as he has done before, we don't have the resources for such spin-offs. It could not be more wrong. These spin-offs create money. It's not that they take money. It's a business, and businesses create money. It's not about we don't have the resources. We cannot double the staff. It's wrong. You can increase the staff in that business model because it produces money. But you have to think more entrepreneurial. Something that is a good idea will feed itself. And the better we develop such models through creativity and partnership and collaboration, the more we'll grow. We need to make profit. Otherwise, we will not grow. We'll always depend on somebody who gives us a bit of water. And it's always insufficient. And when I listen to all of your case studies, all of them, the threats and weaknesses, what was there? Lack of money. Not enough resources. Of course. You have to create money so that you can grow. And even knowledge management. We have to think about how do we make money. Because then, all of a sudden, we will grow. And we will, the Kenyan Revenue Authority, it has 30 knowledge managers. Because they can demonstrate we bring tax because we know how to identify the sources of profit and we can tax it. 30 staff in knowledge management. That is because they make profit. So don't think about who can pay me as a knowledge manager, rather think about how can we make money as a knowledge manager.
Thank you so much, Andreas. Wow. We have one more. Victoria, you have your microphone?
Thank you so much, Francis, for the presentation. So, when you were presenting, a couple of things were coming through my mind, and when you finally posed the questions, I was thinking, if I'm to answer directly, how can private sector generate? How can the question? So I was thinking, and I'm thinking because it's happening somewhere. I'm not sure whether it's already happening in Africa, but we in the Western we have industries partnering with research institutes, and they fund, for example, if they are dealing in tomatoes and the market needs a certain type of tomato, the industry will come partner with Senaro and tell them, produce for us this kind of tomato. This is what we want, because there is ready market at the end of the day. So it can support the generation at that level, but it can also support, for example, when it comes to commercializing of technologies. For a long time, agricultural institutes have been told that they use public funds to generate the technologies, and so they cannot sell, these technologies. They are supposed to be accessed free of charge. But then, how do we sustain research? We have to generate income from the technologies such that we have sustainability, because our governments do not have the capacity to fund research. It goes back to what Andreas has just said. We depend on donors. So they set the agenda, whatever they tell us, whether in the interest of whether in our interests or not. We kind of dance to their tune, which is so wrong. So if we are to look to turn research into business, I think that would be a very good. It would be a step in the right direction. Allow me share an example of Naro. So recently, Naro, having been trapped in that same situation, we developed and we call it the Naro Holdings. It's the business arm of the organization, and we a couple of weeks ago or months signed memorandums of understanding with a brewery, the Nile brewery, because they use our cassava, one of the narrow varieties, to brew, So there is an understanding, and you see that the technologies are bringing in, finally, after a very long time, they are bringing in some money. Then also mainstreaming, in trying to mainstream the seed sector. Because we hear that fake seed on the market, but we have seed companies which have this mandate. But then when you find that the blame, say, coming back to the research organization, then you have no choice, also given the political influences and the directives here and there. You find yourself in a position where you have, say, to have control of the seed sector, and recently NARO went into an understanding still with the seed companies, where NARO has the mandate to produce foundation seed, all foundation seed. Then the seed companies, it supplies the seed companies. Then the seed companies go ahead and produce the certified seed. So in the process, the NARO is generating some income. And the other one we just ventured into is patenting, because we are speaking innovations and all these, because earlier scientists were motivated by publishing. They publish a paper, whether there is a patent or not, they wouldn't pay much attention to that. So now that is the other avenue, which we are exploring, and maybe others can pick a leaf.
All right. Because of time, I have to cut you short. But wow, let's give a hand of applause for that. And so, there's so many opportunities and avenues that actually a NAS can create a business system, even from the discussions that we are even having, that Victoria is now bringing up. And I don't know if this is the first one. I want to try to just go through the... So there's James Semwanga. He is talking about they are a consulting firm, and knowledge, and he says that knowledge management ought to be profitable. However, in most parts of Africa, the public sector is up to provide knowledge services for free, which disrupts the market. NGOs do the same. So the users and the providers are separated by this intervention, and this reduces accountability relationships between the two. It is difficult to service where you're not directly accountable to your customer. Difficult to develop a service when you're not directly accountable to your customer. So he was just talking about the, in terms of how the knowledge service, the knowledge management ought to be profitable, but because of the division brought up by NGOs and governments to make it free, there is a disconnect. And then he's bringing up the idea of ice blasters needs to be serviceable locally and readily. So let's pay attention to upskilling the technical teams that support the rural entities that invest in such things, such as blast freezers. So this is actually even an opportunity that for somebody in the private sector, if he's supposed to see that and link up with Eric in Congo and say, hey, I can do this, let me do this service, of course, for a certain fee, or I'm taking up the fish. It can also be in terms of partnerships. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot here. And thanks a lot. I really wish I can read all of them. Thanks a lot, James. I'd like to conclude. Really, I'm out of time. Seen a hand up. Okay. Can you put back my... the slide. just take questions. Hello. Okay, please.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah, very good. In Dr. Andreas' attempt to answer your questions, that's the first question. Yeah. How can private sector and NAS engage knowledge management? He made mention of certain key points. For instance, he made mention of the researchers liaising with the private sector. The private sector taking up the researchers' research work, and then formulating ideas or planning towards it. But my question is this, in knowledge management, when you're trying to formulate your strategies, do you consider placing value on research? Because it's not all research outcomes that are actually tangible. For instance, we can have research like new seed variety that are out or new fertilizer blend. But what of research that are not tangible? For instance, let's look at the recent happenings globally. That is climate change. Yeah. And what the research sector or domain is trying to do is trying to find climate-smart activities to match the changing climate. So in this context, how is knowledge management placing value, monetary value, to this type of research? So in the strategies that are being developed, do you consider adding this? And also, one last thing, how is knowledge management also liaising with researchers to commercialize research? Because in recent times, most people don't read. Most people don't read the research outcomes. Mm-hmm. So how is knowledge management, again, going to promote these research that are public good research activities? How will they promote it? Is it just through the normal social media that we are aware of, or there are better ways of promoting these research outcomes? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm here to advocate for partnership in all these relationships, especially in terms of marketing and profitability. So thank you so much. I cannot take any more time. I just want to invite Benjamin to interpret for us this. As I say, thank you. So, Benjamin, please do the honors.
Okay, this one, right? Yes. Thank you very much. Where is Marilyn? Nia. I know the writing is more of English. Nia onimnus nusu. Nia. Suya. Okay. So it's just the same as this. That's the interpretation down here. You know, the tree is a bit technical. So, well, thank you very much. So it's just the same. He who does not know can know from learning. And I think that is just exactly what we are doing. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Francis. Thank you to each and everyone for the contributions. I believe there were a lot of takeaways from this session. So we are still left with some few items on the agenda. So I would plead Dr. Andreas to take the lead moving forward. And I believe he will be able to share what he has to say with us in 15 minutes, hopefully. So, Dr. Andreas, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Francis, for the quite substantial session on business models and profits. I think it was worth taking this time. However, that means we are very late and we cannot do what we have planned. We have planned to make a fishbowl discussion. Do you know what a fishbowl discussion is? I think we discussed it sitting around the table. I wanted to ask from each region one representative to come here, and we discuss the success factors of the last 3 months to reach that far, and also to address the barriers that you faced while achieving this. Because this is now the concluding session for all the presentations. You have all presented your case studies, and the results were amazing. I can only congratulate you, and I think all of you deserve an overarching applause. However, there is the knowledge art walk, and you need some rest. So we'll skip this, if that is okay for you. But I will ask a few of you, thinking back, beginning of September when we started this journey, some of you were at the very beginning of knowledge management, others were more advanced, but still you moved so far in this short period of time. So what have been the key drivers of your success? What has hampered your progress? And how did you manage to finally achieve this goal? How to overcome the barriers? Let's give it a few more minutes. I will ask you, interview you, and you share some comments. What was a key success factor? What hampered your success? How did you overcome it? Think of the last 3 months. Whoever wants to say something can raise the hand. That is, of course, ideal. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the factors to become successful for this knowledge management challenges, your commitment. You push us very constructed to develop our knowledge management, because in my case, for instance, it is a long journey. I do have another jobs to work, so I become sometimes a little bit on and off. But you push us to step up on something up, right? So that is your commitment. The other is as a challenge. We are in different time zone. We are working virtually. Sometimes the technology has its own barrier, so it's also advantage. For instance, when I miss some training, I can access on the D group. So there were some challenges because of the distance and the technology, but it also has another advantage. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your commitment to be reached here.
Here is another gentleman who wants to speak.
I haven't spoken since we started. Yeah, thank you very much. For some years, we've been having a lot of conferences, research, and some activities in my research institute. And every time we make some publication, executive summaries, we take to government because we are supposed to influence policies. But they don't read. They don't read because the average executive summary that we submitted will be about 8 pages, reducing about 300 pages of research to 8 pages, but they still won't read. We have conferences and stakeholders meeting, we come out with communiques, they don't read. So what we did, for the past 2 years, we'll be having some training with MSU, USA, and that is a university, yeah? Michigan State University. training us on policy brief development. And so for this year, we've developed about 4 policy briefs for our research. And I can tell you, those things caught their attention. Just 2 pages. 2 pages with very nice graphics. We're talking about knowledge products. Very nice graphics. For every research, as far as I'm concerned, based on what you said, for every research at the level of development, research for development at the level of applied research, the output must be tangible. So I believe. And unless you are doing basic research at undergraduate level, but applied research, or if you make your output to be measurable, then they are tangible. So if you make policy briefs, and then you have good lobbying system, you pass it through. So for us, that's what has been working. And also based on what Victoria said, sorry I'm taking your time, Victoria said something. For Nigeria, it is very difficult for any organization, government organizations, to say they want to bring in IGR. They tell you, no, you can't do it. So you have just one account. And when you pay money, the government see where it's coming from. And you'll be queried. So, but the policy brief is we begin to advocate for policies in support of business models. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a good comment, and I'm very happy that from the beginning we focused on the production of a knowledge policy brief. Okay, Manuel?
For me, what drives me all along is that knowledge is power. But new knowledge makes you more powerful and very unique. I'm coming from a research background with a lot of scientists, entomologists, pathologists, breeders, soil scientists. And so whilst I was going through this process, I was learning new things. I said, well, I think this can make me more unique. So amidst the scientists, I think I will have something to tell them. Now, as we are here today, the interaction with this knowledge management concept, you see a lot of knowledge flow, and also from the expert that usually comes to the virtuals. So I think that is the thing, because it gives you more power, make you more unique, because you are learning new things more than what others have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments? Victoria, please.
Thank you very much. So I think one of the success factors for pushing on regardless of the challenges is passion. If you're, for example, okay, for me, like I mentioned, I've been longing for this since 2014. So when it came, it was like a dream come true. In Luganda, in my language, we have a saying that if you're crying and someone helps you to cry, you cry more. Yes. Yeah, so I'm equating that to this. You need this, and someone shows up, they're offering all the help, so you have to make sure you push regardless. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark, please.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Andreas. For me, I will just add on a little bit on what my teammates have said so far. The passion, the engagement of the facilitators. And one important success factors for me as well is the program. The program for me is also one interesting success factor because it really outlined what KM is all about from beginning to end. What are the skills someone needs to be a professional in developing organizational KM concepts. So that was one of the main things for me that really got me in this program specifically because, as I said, I've been in the field for more than 6 years, but I learned from scratch, you know. So that technical know-how, I didn't have it. So when I saw the curricula, the way it was outlined, I was like, as she just said, I also cried the more, So I was like, finally, it is here. It's here. So it's just to recognize the facilitators once more, the funders, the implementing partners, and as well, the SROs who really nominated us to be part of this amazing experience. So once more, thank you very much.
There is one more thing that needs to be said.
Yeah, for me, adding to the other colleagues is basically the group works. Because you realize that within the group, even though everybody have their own professionals, it turned out that someone have to take a leadership role and had to make sure. I just giving an example within our group, when the assignment was given to us, everybody we are all confused. So I then take time to draft it and then present to the group. So the moment the group members start giving an input, you realize that the conversation is growing and they begin to understand it. So for me, the group works, the cafes. Thank you very much.
That deserves an applause.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, personally, the saying that unity is strength is something that I feel is even more in the field of knowledge management. And that is why I made a statement that in knowledge management, we don't compete. It's more of showing our level of innovation. So the network that we have created here, the interest is very high, the passion is very high. That network doesn't have to, we don't have to slow down with the way we do things. Because knowledge management is a bit vast for now. People, I imagine, from different fields. You may be specialized in this, another person is specialized in that. That is where even the business component comes in. If you cannot do something, somebody else can do it better. And then, before you realize, something that you would have spent 1 year doing, in 1 week, it will be accomplished. And I've seen that even working around, with my team in knowledge management. There are things that we used to spend a lot of time doing. Now, we are able to do them very quickly because there's that chemistry, recognition of strength. And that is where I think the business component, as Francis kept emphasizing, comes in.
Thank you very much. A big applause to the unity.
Thank you. Mine is the diversity of people from different African countries. This is, I don't know how to say it, but it's an interesting interaction. Meeting people from several countries within Africa. Beautiful dresses, beautiful faces, different languages, different ideas, different heights, different skin colors. Isn't it amazing? You sit and then, that is all I've been thinking about from yesterday. I think about the way, I am a sociologist, so I take all those into consideration as well. And it is good. And the hard work we all put in with the determination. In the beginning, I joined in the beginning, but at some point in time, I had so many work on my decks, and I had to, so busy. But I kept on the go. I said, no, I have to catch up with my group. Sometimes I'll be calling them, I don't send in weird text messages. Please, don't leave me behind, though. I'm coming with you. And it's worked for me. And I'm happy I met you all.
Okay, so I also happen to have worked closely with some of my colleagues here, and I want to take it from this point. Being a mother, a career woman, in fact, the word woman was a big issue here for me. And at a point in time, I was sharing it with Elizabeth. We were asking, how are we doing this? Because we were trying to multitask at every point in time. So I'd like to take the opportunity, in fact, congratulate every woman here for the efforts. In fact, if the men were doing 50%, we were doing 150. I'm telling you. It was a huge task, and we have to push through. I remember Mark will be pushing us, so Elizabeth will call, so how are we strategizing? How are we moving on? Then, we're discussing family issues, work issues. No, let's do this, let's do it this way. And God has been so good. We are here today. We give him all the glory and all the praises. Thank you. In fact, one last thing. For the women thing, I think Marilyn left something out. She's doing so well. She has a 4-month-old baby in the midst of all this. In fact, let's give it up to her.
Thank you.
Vida, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, everybody. May I say that all what my colleagues said, it applies to me. But during the process, I really learned and taught myself the word sacrifice. For sure, I witnessed everybody sacrificing through this process, sacrificing time, activities, and everything, beginning with the facilitators, our coordinators, and everybody. They facilitated us everything with their own sacrifice and our own sacrifices. And then there was a time I was saying, oh, this is too much for me. But all in all, I come back and say, everybody is sacrificing. And why shouldn't I teach myself also to sacrifice and to accomplish whatever is ahead of me, and that I have agreed to participate in this challenge. Then there was a time that you send messages, you ask questions, and some of the questions were discussed in the sessions, but now you've forgotten. You ask somebody, you go inbox, and one responds very quickly and without any question. And I said, this is sacrifice. So I learned the word sacrifice in a broader perspective. And I'm taking it through. And I appreciate, and I say, thank you. We had Francis as our group leader. He knows. He knows. Yeah, he knows. And everybody, Dr. Andreas, Benjamin, you know very well, Dorcas and the rest, we've been communicating a lot, but everybody, I take it that you people, you sacrificed your time, you are whatever you name it, but today we are here. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to meet all of you. Very happy, and may God bless you all. Thank you very much, Farah, and all the organizers for this challenge that has happened, and we are here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vida, and thank you all for your fantastic statements. Okay, there's a hand online, okay, and there is another hand real time, or real, physical, please.
Good evening. My name is Ramid. I think this is my first time of speaking here. I'm just a graduate from the university, and I would like to ask, as stakeholders here, 2 questions. Now, my first question is that at the university level, we are taught that during our final year to come up with a project work. Now, this project works, we come up with our findings. At the end of the day, they say that projects works when they are kept at the university library for 10 years, they discard them. Now, in Africa, I actually had my service at the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, and then I made an observation that in Africa, our researchers are interested in publishing. It tells, okay, Professor this, Professor that had 50 publications, and that makes him big. Now, the publications you've made, how many of them has translated onto the field? So if it is not translating, then what is the essence of publishing more? That's my first question. Now, knowledge management is an important tool, and I've learned a lot during this conference. Now, the question to us all here is that before we embark on any research and make presentations, do we consult the grassroots, those who are going to implement it on the field? You and I are good in writing. You and I are good in conceptualizing, but we are not good at holding the whole. So the one to hold the whole, is he aware of what you are doing for him before he will put it on the field? So if we don't ask them those questions to know the challenges they are going through and sit down and say, okay, let me just do this research. At the end of the day, as I said earlier on, we will publish with our neighbors, but we will not see the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These were strong statements and powerful questions. However, they go beyond this kind of question interview session. And if you are here tomorrow, I'm sure you will pick a lot of answers to your questions, because our 10 challenges that we have prepared, or the 10 work packages on our agenda, address exactly these issues. So I ask you for a bit of patience, and I'm confident that you will pick a lot of answers tomorrow. Let us give the online participant also the Fadlullah the opportunity to say a word to the question about what were the success factors and barriers and how did you overcome them in the last 3 months. Fadlullah?
Thank you very much, Andres. I will go straight to your questions. There are 3 of them. And the success factor for me is your push. And that of my friend Benji. Yes, I discovered that as a facilitator, since we started the training, there was never a time you said somebody was wrong. And I give you that. Nobody was ever wrong. Instead, you encourage and make us feel good that our ideas, we can build on it. And I want to give you kudos for that. The number 2, the hindrance that I encounter, I would like to call it the internet overload. I think one of the problems Corona has brought to us, is making us to be too much busy. While our meeting will be going on for this knowledge management, you discover that you have different other meetings at the same time, and before you know it, you miss some out. That is the major challenge that I have. How I was able to surmount it was the use of the colleagues within the groups. Lizzie from Uganda will testify to that. Marilyn and some others will disturb us, Americo, and they have been very wonderful. And I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the online participants cannot fully understand what we are talking about. But they will realize we love each other. And although it was a lot of work, the love and passion, the teamwork, the community spirit brought us here. So let me thank you all for this very friendly feedback and for your passion and love and for your commitments and for your hard work. Let us end for now with this wonderful spirit and let's rest a bit until
Dr. Andreas,
6:30.
in 1 second, just to add on what my colleague Issa has said.
Yes.
To thank you for the templates. They made work very easy. I don't think I would have managed it. Thank you so much.
Welcome. This is my job. Yeah, so let us close for today the, let's say, more official part. Let's rest for an hour. Maybe you would like to refresh yourself or take a shower or whatever. In 1 hour, we meet again down in the hall. And we'll do the knowledge art walk. So we'll take some of the artworks with us, but we will mainly work with the artwork that is in this wonderful hotel, because it is almost like a museum, as you may have seen. There are so many beautiful artworks. And we'll work with these. And there will be, for sure, some more inspiration for you and for us this evening. So thank you for your great work, for the good discussions, and see you in 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think before we step out, just to remind us of the activities for tomorrow so that we prepare ourselves accordingly. In the morning, we will have the recap by today's rapporteurs, Kadesa and Afas, and then Farah and YPAD will do the rapporteuring tomorrow. I just want to mention that, as you are all aware, we are inaugurating ourselves into the community of practice for knowledge management, the continental community of practice for knowledge management. So it's going to be a major activity tomorrow. We will go through the charter and then finalize it, and then we get our bosses to endorse it. And then we are inaugurated into the continental knowledge management community of practice, focusing on knowledge management and artificial intelligence in addition. But besides that, there will be a special event with GIFA. It will just be 10 minutes special event with GIFA. There's an agenda they are bringing on board on digitalization. And so a few of us are going to be part of a global community which we will be inaugurating tomorrow. Maybe they just need 4 representatives in Africa, and that selection has been done. So just to let us know that these are the significant things besides the almighty awards ceremony in the afternoon, which we want all of us to wear your branded T-shirts. Just look KM4AgD challenge. Thank you.
So Sophia has just mentioned I should indicate even more clear where we meet. We meet downstairs in the entrance hall of the hotel, next to the reception. Somewhere there I will be and you will find me, okay? Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Dr. Andreas, after the conference, I'll take one of these.
If you don't mind. If you don't mind.